You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And you know me, I'm happy you all are here. I'm happy to be here myself. So it seems like we just had a show, but it's already a whole week has gone by, and we have so much to talk about. You know us, we can go on forever. So, but this is the one and only Twin Solar System Podcast. Just a reminder for those that do not know what we're in for here. We're going to be talking about planets and how close they are and how they're affecting our world and us physically as well. So let's go ahead. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and get our good friend Samuel Hofman on here with us, because him and I were talking a few minutes ago about how we're feeling, and I'm curious how you all are feeling. So let's get him added. Hey, Sam, how are you? I already know, but how are you doing?
Hello, I'm playing the seasick game again today, and I'm in my little boat on a very big body of water and being totally nauseous, and my ears are ringing, and it's 66 degrees in Montana, and I'm freezing. So other than that, everything's great. Hi, everybody out there. Glad you're here again.
Hey,
I see that the comment section is already filling up. Yeah,
I know. There's a lot of people already here watching, which is wonderful.
Yeah, it was really fast. It's like,
you.
Seems like only 2 days ago we did the show.
That's my word exactly. Is we just did this. It was just Saturday. Saturday, I'm with you. I've been nauseous for days, and there's no reason for it. And I'm hot or I'm cold. It's one or the other. But I'm not sick. But I just got these weird symptoms. So I'm curious how everybody else is feeling, So let's go ahead and check on. Let's go ahead and check on Gillian. I see her in Scotland, and she's ready for us. It looks like. So let's go ahead and see how she's doing. Let's see if this is a common theme or not here. Hey, Gillian in Scotland. How are you?
Hi there, guys in America. How you doing?
Tell me your symptoms. How are you feeling?
I've just been utterly freezing, utterly tired. My stomach is just not itself. Every morning when I wake up, I want to hurl. It's like, please stop, please stop. I feel like I've been on the roundabout or something.
Yeah, like a merry-go-round.
Yeah. Weird.
And I had it ever since this morning.
And Joe is not feeling well either. Okay, we got... And Michelle's having a rough time, feeling down and exhausted. Yes, exhausted is another one. Yep. And everybody says drink more water. I'm drinking more water. I put a little bit of salt in my water.
You were saying drink water. I'm like, all right. But I can't drink water when I feel nauseous.
I know. It's rough. So that makes 3 or 5 of us, looks like, so far. So
so I went back to bed after a while. After I'd seen to the animals, I went back to bed because I thought, well, podcast day, I'm sure I won't sleep anyway. And the next thing I was waking up 3 hours later and thinking, I have to go to the shops. Oh my God. Yeah. And when I went to the shops, then I came out of the shops. It had just been like nice, mild, sort of sunny-ish. When I came out, I sent you the video. There was this humongous, big purple-gray body swung from the left over the suns, and then kind of like that again, as if we were,
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I had just been in the waterproof buying shop to get waterproofs for work because, it's back to work next week, and it's also October, and I've been feeling literally icy cold. My hands have been icy cold. And I thought, am I getting old or what is this? I'm just cold. But,
We'll add that to our
now I know why old guys wear sweaters. That's for sure.
Thermals and shit.
Believe me, I'm walking around in a sweater these days because, it is quite cool in Montana right now. But I mean, even in the house, when the house is warm, I'm still cold, and it's like, you got to be kidding me. It's 76 degrees here in the
I remember vividly when I was in South Africa, Nancy Greenler and Carol Ann Bopp saying to me, "Oh, well, you'll need layers. Layers will do." I'm like, "What? What do you mean layers? I'd only ever worn like just one layer of clothing there." She's like, "Nah, you'll be doing layers. Don't you worry." And yeah, thank you, girls. Layers.
Yeah.
Back to layers, like 3 layers this week, I'm telling you. Mm-hmm.
Well, I saw Christoper. He's looking like he's gonna get bored. So let's go ahead and get him on here with us. I'm curious how he's. Let's see how he's feeling here.
Short sleeves? Is he still in short sleeves in Vegas?
He's
down there sweating.
Okay, here he is in Vegas. Hey, Christoper.
Come on, Christoper. Are you in short sleeves? I'm gonna cry.
No, I'm sunburned.
Oh, look at you!
That's sunburned in October.
Really,
I felt so stupid the other day. I walked in the house and I'm like, why am I like sweating harder than I did when it was 120 degrees outside? And I looked in the mirror and I was so sunburnt. It was bad. But that's what happens, I guess, when you take pictures all day long. So
you had a sherbet load of them. I'm not even going to say that word because Caroline will be after me with the swear box. But you had lots of incredible. You had one that looked like a golden fish coming towards us. That golden. Did you see it, Rebecca? I swear to God, I sent it to everybody. I was like, oh, look at it.
I went through a bunch of his pictures, though. I have gone through a bunch because he posts like 100 or 200 at a time.
I put them all in like the album on Facebook just so I can get them all off my phone. I have no memory left on my phone, right? So
and you don't want to, right?
Right.
Perfect
I need to go through like the album and then start deleting some of them that just are no good.
I agree.
Yeah, the other night.
I like looking at it. So there's those of us out there that like to scroll through them all. I don't complain. So
Audrey was saying that last week she hardly got any pictures to do a thing with.
I know.
So we have to share pictures
y'all.
this week.
Today is day 6. If you know what I'm talking about, I'm talking about day 6, not a cloud in sight. Now, I haven't looked in the last couple of hours, but I was disappointed this morning because I fully thought I would wake up and see Nepicity in my face or something, but no, just blue sky. So day 6. I don't know where they're at. I mean, they're there, but you know what I mean.
I want my turn. I was looking out the window in the north, and I saw a perfect bottom of Uri, the little micro clouds and everything, and then the Uri base cloud, and I'm going, wow, that's just beautiful. I mean, and, of course, wishing I had a camera in which to take a capture of it. But 10, 20, 10:30 in the morning, due north was Uri yesterday. So, maybe it's a morning show now instead of the afternoon, evening show, which, of course, is not true, but, I mean, it's still going on. But anyway.
Right.
I think they're in the morning and then they come back at 10 o'clock at night then.
I don't know.
A lot of really good sightings this last week.
Oh, for sure. Really everybody else is getting good stuff. I know that. So I'm not too concerned or worried.
I think, Rebecca, you'll have like a really incredible day when it finally happens, because that's what happens to me. If I'm not seeing anything for like a week, maybe, or more, then it always happens. Like they start coming in like a little bit, and within the next hour, it's this full blown, amazing sight. So.
Actually, I'm relieved they're not here today, because usually on our show day, the sky looks great, and I'm just sitting here, wondering what's going on.
I know,
but that tells me that tomorrow might be that day, and then I can just go out there and get sunburnt too, taking pictures and that fun stuff. So it's supposed to cool down too.
I don't know what sunburnt is now, thank gosh. I don't know what that is anymore.
So I don't see Jesus. I don't see him here. But we know that he a lot of times has to work, and he could possibly check in later. Just want to make sure I'm not missing him. I think.
Oh, I want to show you something. I got something from Jesus. I got something from Jesus the other day.
I did get my present as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool. Okay, what'd you get, Gillian?
Yeah, I got his package the other day. And
yeah.
He sent me a coffee cup from the mountains, with a metal camping coffee cup, and then a keychain with BB-8 Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
What?
The little robot, the ball with the head.
Oh, yeah, a little robot.
BB-8,
well,
the robot.
That's perfect.
Star Wars.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's perfect. So here's my little keychain. I had it.
Oh, cool.
That's why he sent me these little earrings and this keychain. And there was a sticker I didn't show you guys. This little alien sticker asking where the coffee shop was. It's in the other room, but that's so thoughtful. Jesus is so thoughtful. So, let's go ahead. Oh, there she is.
A quick side note.
Oh yes. Look at that.
Yeah, that one. That's cool.
There you go.
Up higher.
That's so cute. Higher. Oh, yes.
I have one very close to that. I was reading last week's show, the comments, and there was unfortunately only 6. But there was a comment at the end there where they were going, "Oh my God, the people talking over each other is horrible. It's terrible. Blah blah blah." Not that I'm complaining about what they said, but they are correct. Problem with that is we have a huge lag, and so we have a tendency, and we do apologize for talking over the top of each other. It isn't intentional. We have regular meetings about it, everybody out there, where we talk about trying not to talk over the top of each other. So I will consciously keep that in mind again today, and hopefully my lag won't drop down, because usually a lot of times it's either Gillian, because she's in Scotland, or I believe it's me that is lagging. So we'll see, and I do apologize for that to those people out there in TV land, as they used to say on TV, podcast land, in StreamYard, wherever. So we will attempt not to talk over the top of each other. I said my piece.
You should do sign language. We need a sign language.
And nothing's ever my fault.
Raise your hand.
So don't have to worry about
Chris is never wrong.
Right.
Well, sure. No, he's innocent. I can tell. So,
that's a good boy.
Well, let's go ahead and see who all's here, because I've been glancing, but there's way more people here than I know of. So, let's check it out and see. Okay. Well, first and foremost, y'all, it's David. David is here. So I saw his comment early on. So, not sure how long it's been here, but good to see you, David. And
he posted that by my time, so that would have been 9:40 a.m. your time this morning.
Oh, it should say that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Several hours. Wow, he's checking in early, so he wanted that first spot.
8:40 a.m. on my time.
Yeah. And Dennis is in the house. I already knew it was going to say that. I didn't even have to read it. So, hey there, Dennis. And here is Miss Tanya. Hi, Tanya. She's giving us a wave or a high five, one or the other. Hi, Tanya. And here is Nicole, our good friend Nicole in Colorado. I'm curious what Colorado is like right now, because it's hot here. It's hot in Oklahoma.
I had a really interesting picture yesterday where there's this cloud, and it's like perfectly symmetrical and this weird geometric shape. It doesn't look right. It's really cool.
Really? I didn't. Yeah. Well, yeah, I wasn't on much the last couple of days, so I'll have to see if I can find it. We can look at it together. That'd be fun.
Let's get you out in your little fishing boat, right? Getting seasick in the fishing boat.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Small boat, big body of water. 8-foot boat on Lake Superior. Always fun.
Right.
Oh, it doesn't sound like that. Oh, hey, here's Audrey.
No, it's not.
It's Audrey, and she's in South Africa. It's like, what time? Oh, she's making me really think hard now. It's 21:50. Is that 10:50?
21:50.
9:50.
10 to 10.
10 to 10. Okay. Thank you, Julian. Boy, she's getting. It's tricky. No, I'm kidding. I used to know by military time, because I always had to work under military time. So
yeah,
you don't use it, you lose it. So let's see. Here is Brendan. Now, Brendan's in Ireland. Hi, Brendan.
Hi. Wow, that's cool.
He's always here, too, so I appreciate that. So, good to see you, Brendan. Oh, no, Sam. Those are the worst. Hey, experimental. Hey.
What's going on here?
right? And apparently didn't see the red borealis. I didn't see anything where I live here either. Like, I saw a picture of the meteorologist shared, and it was a slight green color, but you had to have some good camera equipment to see it. So I didn't see it.
A lot of people sent in a lot of really
places.
red pictures. There's a lot of really good
Yeah,
stuff.
there was mighty red ones. Mine was pink.
90% of that, guys, it's the red asteroid going overhead at night. A lot of it, and we had pictures come in yesterday that was literally, it looked like the side of Uri, although there were stars, quote unquote. And my daughter said, yeah, but there's stars. And I said, no, those are most likely asteroids. Then I had to describe to her how the light was coming in, bouncing off the face of Earth, and then illuminating those asteroids from Earth refractive light, just like the moon. So I had to explain that. But when you see that aurora and there's that big rounded section that looks like normal space, and yet why is the aurora not affecting that area? Because that's actually a planet with asteroids. So keep that in mind when you see that.
Video.
The aurora should go everywhere, and if it's not, then it's being blocked by a body. And that what looks like space. Don't always assume that what you're seeing as stars are stars. Now, if you see stars and there's a recognizable constellation, well, then you've got space. And a lot of those, we've spent a couple of years looking at the pictures that everybody automatically assumed that they were space or stars and normal space out there. But when you take it into account of all the number of asteroids that are in front of and around and nearby Attu and Uri, it's quite easy to mistake. So keep that in mind. And I've never ever seen red auroras in my entire lifetime that I know of here in Montana, and we're of course closer to the Arctic Circle. I've seen green and I've seen blue and I've seen yellow and white and all that, but I've never seen red, and that's all we've seen for months now. So I think it's a direct relation to passing planets, etc. So,
wow. I was gonna say, I have a good video we'll share here in a moment.
It is. Well, we did. I mean, we had an X8 and an X9 flare, and those maps that I posted yesterday of the electrical ground in the United States. So, and I don't even fully understand it because they didn't go into too grave a detail. But I believe they're telling us that there's a new occurrence scientifically within the ground that is electrical in nature that they've never seen before. So I would look into it if you can find that information, and I will be myself looking into it a little bit more in the coming days as well. So it's something to pay attention to. And thank you, Bill, for your comment about saying this is another example of how we do live in an electrical universe rather than in a gravitational. And yes, it's very true. Because we're not separated. There's no two sets of rules for space and then for Earth. They're all one rule. So, and that's the unification model that Einstein could not understand, because he always looked at it through gravity, and that's not how the universe works. We live in an electrical universe, not gravitational, and it's all connected through chemistry and placement of protons, neutrons, electrons, etc. So it's building blocks, not willy-nilly freelance gravity. Although some of that does exist, and you've got some smaller particles, negative charged bodies, asteroids, etc. When they do crash into each other, for the most part, they can create a little bit of chaos, but that's usually the smaller stuff. The bigger things are held and grabbed and held onto by the bodies that they're close by, and this is why most of the asteroids that we're seeing regularly around Attu and Uri, they do not hit Earth. They actually come down, and when they're in close pass to us, they actually electrically discharge. And we've seen thousands of examples of that over the last 10 years. So anyway, I digress into silliness.
Okay, let's see where I just don't want to leave anybody out. Here's S. Colette. Hi, and you are here on time. This show. I am. You were too a moment ago.
Okay. Mention that when I stall, I'll slow down in what I'm saying.
Here we go. It's gonna be one of those shows, huh?
Yeah.
It can't be any worse than show number 80. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and watch show 80 He'll be haunted just like me by it. So.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Okay. And I just heard from Jesus, and he'll be here shortly.
Oh, cool.
So, okay. So let's go ahead. Hopefully you can hear me okay. And there's David again. Hey, David. And Karen is here. Hi, Karen. Good to see you. Always is. And I know Michelle's here, and here she is again. Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
And there's B Cope. I see his name all over the place. He's on TikTok too, so I see him a lot. So hi,
have
B
you back
Cope.
with us?
And hey, Joe and Tanya. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, I had a chat with B Cope earlier on by text on TikTok because I figured out how to use TikTok now, but it upset me that I couldn't send him a picture of what I was seeing, what I was trying to explain. But we had a good talk, and it would be cool if he could come on the show as well. And
that'd be cool.
Let's
do that.
Yeah, we invite anybody. Well, they don't have to be experts to be on the show. You can if you just have questions or comments.
I'm gonna make you.
No. Hey, Joe, where is Benton, Texas? I mean, Arkansas. Why did I say Texas? I'm sitting here looking at it, and I still say Texas. Boy, I'm really doing good. Where is
Benton, we're really doing good this
North,
week. I'm so glad I was off work.
Yeah, it's been a weird week. It's been a really weird week. I've just been goofy. Kind of brain dead and seasick. Like yesterday I was fine. Today it's like ugh. And then a couple of days ago it was horrible again. And it is just weird being nauseous all the time for no reason. Like,
Joe feels the same way.
Is it the water I'm drinking?
You mentioned that as well. Our friend Joe in Benton, Arkansas. He said he's not feeling well either. But it's not like I'm sick, and I'm not sick. But it's just that
I think it's planetary.
Uncomfortable nausea. I can't really shake it.
I think it's more
days. It goes on for days. And he also mentioned how our animals would be feeling the same way. And I have to agree. I have, several kitty cats, and a couple of them have been under the weather. Again, they're not sick enough to go to the doctor or anything, but they're sleeping more, not eating, and kind of like me, you know. So.
Well, Ozzy was the other way. He was really upset and throwing up all over the place. And it just started at night, middle of the night, one night, maybe Monday or Tuesday. And then he kind of just eventually stopped. But I don't even know why it was, because nothing was different in his environment. He just...
You're feeling it. He's feeling it.
And then he just wanted to go lie down and sleep, and he slept and slept. And when he was up, he was better, so...
Right. Well, let's see how Alexander is doing. He's always happy. He's always happy.
Hey.
Hi, Alexander. Good to see you.
So he's always catching all them ships, isn't he?
I know. I was going to say, I was like, we got some good things to look forward to from him here shortly.
Oh, yeah.
Some videos
waving at aliens again.
So, yes. Every day. I think he's probably out every day. I get the feeling he's a daily filmer, so that's cool. Of course, he has to film every day.
How many times I've seen the cube.
What?
I can't believe how many times I've seen the cube. Sorry. Yeah, me too. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, I was just thinking, wow, the cube, I mean, how could it be more obvious? Like twice, like every second day. Why are we seeing this thing? And it's got its wings on because
Rebecca,
of the ion drags. And
I did also, along with Alexander's video, that one link that didn't work, the one that is below it does, but I also sent you an older drawing. So maybe you ought to bring that drawing up and get that ready. Because when you show Alexander's video, that where we were talking about the cube, the placement of how I've got the Star Destroyers drawn is very much like Alexander's video, so that's why I
didn't know that. Okay,
well, and hopefully Alexander that helped. That drawing helped because what's an older drawing?
Wait to see it. We'll have to compare it in a minute.
Smaller.
That's
but
a one with
a lot of the Texas cube has been really influencing the out view, and of course now that the planets are so hugely close to us and over the top of us and passing us like never before. The cubes are quite big. Especially, we've seen a lot of sightings of the right-hand side. The long box cube has been more visible than Texas, but the Texas cube has also been quite visible. And then, of course, you folks will see this video coming up from Alexander, where you can actually see the shapes of the Star Destroyers that are parked next to it by the dozens. And a lot of those sightings have been coming in for months now again. So, and then we talk about this every show. And of course, again, last week, absolutely nobody commented about it again. And I keep imploring people, going, hey, comment, we want your comments on these videos. If you go to YouTube and just, make a comment like, gee, I haven't seen the Texas cube yet, or I have, and you're right, or anything like this. And Rebecca has the story she'll probably share with us later about a psychic lady that she met, and et cetera. But what amazes me, and this is where I had somebody that was quite honest with me the other day. They just said, the problem with it is people are afraid to talk about this. People are afraid that this might be real. And then, of course, we've been on this topic for decades, so we're all very used to seeing this and have had a chance to work it out in our heads, and it's become quite mundane and generic to us, where to other people it might be shocking and they're full of shit. There's no way. That's just another, one of those crazy conspiracy theories, et cetera, et cetera. No, this is not. Had we not had the thousands and thousands of sightings over the years, we would not be discussing it. We don't run off of conspiracy theories. We don't run off of what my cousins, sisters, uncles, nephews, neighbor from across the street saw. We don't work that way. We work on sightings, and we get plenty, mega sightings before we ever say that it is true or not true. There was some two sun sightings that came in this week. Alexander and I did talk about that privately on PM on Facebook. And again, it looks credible, but I have to remind people, if you're capturing pictures of the sun and you think you got a double sun picture, both suns should not be the same size. Our smaller dwarf Sol is smaller, and the larger red star should be bigger. So you see two different sizes. And if you've got exact matching sizes, then there's a very large possibility of a glass double or some lens flare scenario. So, although, and I did see the series of pictures, and Alexander brought that up as well. It looked like movement of the camera as a double lens flare, but great shots. But they did come in from southern hemisphere. Excuse me, dry throat. So that was why I took it into account, because they do believe down in the southern hemisphere that they are seeing two bodies. So, and we've had 5 or 6 reports now, somewhere around 10 or so. I think we're going to be calling it real, but it just depends on the information that does come in. Although, we do believe that the suns are separating, and we do believe that the planets are going about their path. And then we're in the second half. We're no longer in the beginning of the show. We're in the, we're after intermission and all that, and we've come back to the theater, and now we're watching Act 3. So off we go into the wild blue yonder, as they used to say in the military terms back in the 70s and 60s.
Yeah.
And here we go. It should be very interesting. But yeah, we are seeing some evidence of it, and of course, we're looking forward to anything anyone wants to send in the future. Now, remember, everybody, we thrive off of your information. We don't culminate all of this by ourselves. Most of everything that we get together, we get from you guys, and it's viewers like you that make this possible. So please keep sending in your submissions on Facebook. And I haven't had a lot of trouble from. I let over 2,200 members in last week, and I've only had to remove, I think, probably 5 or 6 different videos and pictures, and toss out. Only a couple of people have been booted. I did get some religious material today that I did remove, and it was about Revelations, although it was connected to the stars. I'm sorry, that did go over the line on that. And so if you're out there and you're listening and you're feeling picked on, it is not just you. It's a generic rule. We ask that you please try to limit it to your own personal captures. That way we have the opportunity to ask questions about it. Because if you grab somebody else's video off the internet, you're not going to know what we're really looking at. And you won't have the background information that we require. And, you know, it's every once in a while I'll let something slide, and I do. I'm a lot more leeway allowing than Lucinda used to be. She used to just chop you up at the knees and say, no, you have to follow the rules. And she was really good about that, and we miss her dearly. She did a lot of work now that I have to do that. And so anyway. Take a sip of my orange juice.
I hear you. Oh, well, that's fortunate, Sam, that if that's all you've had as far as troublemakers go, because the majority, seems like the majority of people out there are, you know, problematic when it comes to this topic.
You know, dozens of people the first week, and
it's like,
I have been surprised, and so either people have forgotten they wanted to join, because I mean it took a long time for some of these people to get in, and I do apologize. I'm a very slow. I only add a few members at a time, but we stacked up where, God, I had thousands of requests. And so last week or 2 weeks ago, somewhere in there, I let over 2,200 new members in Montana Skywatcher 2, which is kind of crazy. You know, I mean, it's not wise for me to do that. And I do apologize to the older members that are going to have to tolerate some of the new kook and crazy. And, you know, crazy train, here we go. And that's what we try to avoid, pardon the expression, but the nutters. So it's been pretty calm. I'm very surprised. Enough shop talk. Anyway.
Hi, Maria.
I hear you. Well,
where's our pictures? Show us the pictures, man. Show us the pictures. I'm dying to see something that I haven't seen yet.
Well, I'm making sure I get everybody addressed.
Show me a picture.
I think... I think we have almost everybody.
I don't know. I think I'm acting goofy as well.
Here's Michael. Hi, Michael.
Hey, I was talking like that in the car today by myself. I'm being silly. Like,
let's see.
Show me.
Maybe you've gotten most people here. Here's Michael again. Some of these comments have been here for a minute. Oh, yeah, I'm caught up. So. Good deal. We have a good size group here. So where should we start, you all? There's so much going on. I have, actually, well, we can talk about the cube, the lady that saw the cube. We have that to go over. There's a lady on TikTok. I just scrolling through a psychic who does remote viewing, and I liked her video, so I went and looked at her profile, and I saw a video saying something about a cube, like, the aliens are here, is what she said, and so I listened to it, and she sees a cube craft. She has no idea about Sam or this other solar system, so I was happy to start messaging her, and chatting with her.
You just have to be careful that you don't, tweet, because the next thing they say is like, did you see it shines on the dome? And you're like, no.
Yeah. Now that I know. There's always
then you cry because
catch. Well, let's go ahead and get her video and see what she sees.
The alien spacecraft that's coming to Earth. But here's the thing.
I didn't even know you had a video.
Channel this information. So let's get into it. I know what it is.
I knew you talked to her, but I didn't know you had a video.
What this means for all of us. So visually, let me show you what I saw with my third eye. Now, this spacecraft is a perfect cube. This perfect cube, if you actually placed it inside the Earth, it would look like a triangle from both up and below. Just want to throw that in there. Now, this material is almost like titanium, this perfect cube that the spacecraft is made out of. And I don't believe it's any material of this Earth. I think it's something that's material from a galaxy far away from ours. Wow. Some people have said that it's a fleet of ships, but I just saw the cube itself. Now, I'm going to channel again for more clarity and details, but this is what I've picked up so far. The aliens know that humanity has finally awakened. We've reached a point where we are ready for full disclosure. When they sensed this shift in our frequency, baby, that's when they decided it was time to come. Now, from what I've sensed from them, is that they're here to help us shift into a higher state. into the 4D. No, we're not skipping 5D. We got to get to 4D before we get to the 5, baby, okay? And I also believe that they are here to help the greater good of the White Hats and the Galactic Federation. But here's the most interesting part, you guys. I believe they're here to exile and remove the Draco reptilians.
Oh, good luck.
Those that have done fair to everyone on this planet. These entities.
You just canceled yourself. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, no.
You threw your credibility out the window there in their last words.
That was mostly it.
Okay, let's have a little talk about that.
Okay, let's talk.
All right. God. Okay, the Dracos, the lizard folks. Yes, they are a different faction, but they are members of the Federation. So the Federation wouldn't be coming to rid us of the Draco faction because they are a member of the Federation. Now they're referred to by the Pleiadians as the lesser of two evils. And this is a direct quote from the Pleiadian that I spoke to. And I haven't really shared a lot of that information because, frankly, I don't think everybody's ready for everything I could tell them across the fire, the campfire and my cup of coffee routine that we talk about regularly. Yeah, not everybody's ready for this information. And we have to, I strongly have to give up the statement that if you do have a lizard man suddenly standing in your living room, I would not treat him as hostile right away. B, I wouldn't attack him because you don't stand a chance.
Wow.
They're very much like the Klingons in the Star Trek realm, which is a TV series and not real. I have to say that, just let you know that I don't think they're real, and I hope you don't either. But anyway, I have to cover both sides of that coin. They're not necessarily evil because evil is an invention of the church, and each faction has factional agenda. Now, the rule is according to the Prime Directive, and there is a real Prime Directive for Earth. We are treated like animals until we show that we have a level of intelligence to deserve respect and equal treatment. So therefore, you do not attack an extraterrestrial. You communicate with them first. Now, if they shoot at you, then you get to shoot back. But prior to that, I do not, now we could talk about cryptids and skinwalkers and that sort of thing. And I don't recommend having any, contact with them whatsoever because there are hundreds of different races running around us right now as we speak. And they've always been here. They're, not as prominent as they are currently. Because and she did mention the cube and the fact that there are fleets, plural, of ships. And we've counted hundreds and hundreds of these Star Destroyers, and they look just like on Star Wars. I am not kidding you. Seen them by eye. We've had thousands of captures of them over the last decade. Now the Empire orb, which looks like the Death Star, and I'm not kidding you, it's a little different, and it's got a light array on it that's completely different from what the Death Star looked like. That got here in 2009. The Texas Cube got here in 2015, we believe, because we watched when it was sighted over Texas, which is why it's called the Texas Cube, and it came out of a wormhole over the top of Texas. Now the Norway spiral, of course, came over to Germany and Sweden. But the long box cube, we believe, got here in 2017. That's when we first started getting our sightings. We did not see that come through a wormhole or arrive, but we started getting captures of the long box cube in 2017. Then as of about 2019, we started sighting the space tube, which we believe is a very long cylindrical tube, intergalactic storage container, where they're putting the commodities that they're taking in to be shipped back to the Federation. So now remember, there is more than one series of factions here. There's more factions, not just the Anunnaki. The or the people that live on Nibiru and Saru. And I'm told that there's multiple races that live there. And it could be one planet has one race, the other planet has another, and then there's this race or whatever. I don't know the details. But I'm told that there are at least 3 races living on the Nibiru, Saru, Uri at 2 solar system, which is our larger binary other half. So there are other factions. So I strongly, anybody that is standing there giving you all of the shape-shifting lizard race, that credibility goes right there out the window. We cannot, as humans, publicly comment in the negative about the other races, because it will come around to bite us in the ass. And that is part of why they're not, full disclosuring and everything else, is because we've got all of these preset rumors that are guiding us into a state of anxiety, one, and hostility and violence in the other. And we can't be hostile or violent to these extraterrestrials, no matter what race they are. I hope you get an opportunity to have a cordial meeting with them, but generically not. Now, I have met many different races on more than one occasion. I have met a handful of Greys on more than one occasion, and that's been my most exciting. I have actually met a Draco, or lizard man. I don't refer to them usually as Dracos, because he was a lizard man more than some storybook fantasy dragon guy, which other people automatically envision. Oh, Draco, they're, winged dragon people from like the Dragonlance Chronicles, which is a fantasy series book, and I love that dearly. It was a great book series. Anyway, Dragonlance Chronicles. But no, the lizard people, it's the one that I met had no wings that I saw. So, and then of course I've met a Pleiadian face to face and had a very long conversation with him, and I assume it was him. And he was just like a really tall human guy with a really weird back of his head. It's rather elongated and kind of strange. And if you look back in Egyptian history, it sort of looked like that.
Wow.
So, we can't throw hostility towards them, because that's what we're going to get in return.
Right.
And that's what the prime directive is if you show that you're a sentient being, they will treat you as a sentient being. If you show you're an animal, you will be treated as such. And believe me, they can read you way faster than you could societally or socially ever perceive their behavior versus yours. And in some races, actually, like the Greys, for instance, they use telepathy. So they can read you in a heartbeat. If you're going to be angry for them, they know it already. So, and they're ready for you. So I no hostility, and do not down other races until you personally met one. And even if you've met one, then you cannot speak for the entire race. One good guy, one bad guy. If they say, oh, those humans are horrible. I met one once, and the guy was a jerk. So they're all jerks. Well, you can't do that. You can't chuck. One apple does not spoil the whole barrel, as they say. So important. And she was doing great. She really was doing great in the video. We have to alleviate
it sounds like
evil draconian shape-shifting presence. No, we can't behave like that. Excuse me. Right. I'm sorry.
Sorry. No, I mean, to me, it just sounds
I didn't hear what you said.
It's a mixture of correct and not correct.
Sharing and parroting.
She is tapping in and seeing something, sensing something that's there. Right. She is right. But she's also adding in, man-made, passed down information, that's spread everywhere. What you're talking about, we all over the place.
Well, and this is why I tease about QAnon all the time. I mean, if you're in any way, shape, and form involved in QAnon, I feel horrible for you. I'm not going to call you names, although it is absurdly ridiculous that you would be. But don't buy into that crap. Because, because then it throws us into the conspiracy theory group as well. And we don't want to be in that blender, because we are not in that blender. All of our information comes from absolute credible sightings by the thousands for 14 years now. We are not guessing. And Christoper and everybody here can attest to the accuracy of my drawings being ahead of time. and then they match. And that you can't make this shit up. You just can't. It's really, really, really happening, and it's not a conspiracy theory. We're not crazy. Although we've been driven crazy by trying to tolerate normal society and live and get by in our day, and then go to the gas station or the truck stop or the grocery store or wherever, or the dentist, and not carry on this conversation with people because it is so exciting. It's like, oh my God, I saw planet Uri this morning, and the asteroids below it were unbelievable, and oh Christ, they were filling the whole sky, and I saw these asteroids, and they're looking at you like, have you lost your mind? Have you, and so it's a difficult world, but you really got, you've got, each of us and every one of us has to individually go through this, where you've got to pick some form of, yes, oh my God, this is real. And then once you step across that little line, you'll start to see all of this stuff, because you've gotten away from the internal argument in your own head. And we all do it still. I still do it. Until I go back outside and I'm driving and I go, oh crap, there's Nebesity. Or, oh shit, look at the size of the Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail. And I had a guy's video that I posted around to Montana Skywatcher 1 and stuff the other day. And he's just, your average layperson, Joe so-and-so in Georgia. And he's filming, and he's looking at, and he sees this one series of clouds going from the right-hand side of the sun, these tiny little patchy straight line clouds that are going, and they're kind of wide separated apart from each other, so it's not a sea trail. And he's going, what are those clouds? And they're going in a straight line, and they go all the way over here. But you look all over the rest of the sky, and there isn't a cloud anywhere. And I immediately knew it's the ion tail of the Saturn's yellow moon, and it's going all the way across the sky, except it's so thin, but yet there it is. And you cannot argue with this. And we got, ever since 2019, when the Saturn was coming back, I was so excited, and it was like, oh my God, we can see, Nibiru's coming back, and and I went absolutely ape shit, and then the drawings are matching, and then that's when I started hand drawing in the ion tail going around the Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn, and the rest is history. Now a Saturn's yellow moon, it's just gigantic. And 2019, it was the size of your thumbnail. If you were holding your thumb out at the end of your arm reach, it was the size of your thumbnail. And now it's just this half sky filling phenomenon that's going on. And it's really, 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 really happening. It is. And we can't argue with this. There's just no way. And I mean, we've never seen skies like this in our entire lives. The sun has never been this big. And if you just go back to 70s cowboy movies or sky scene movies in the 80s, where you could probably see look up some paragliding people videos, you'll see the sky, and even in I've said before, I watch a lot of Time Team, which is a British archaeology program on BBC. And of course, now they're on YouTube, and I watch a lot of. I've seen just about everything they've put out, and they put out a lot. And in their sky shots, there's that planet. I can tell you what year that damn thing was filmed by where the planets are, and cool. it is an absolute science. This is real. The planets are always where they're supposed to be, and I can look back and see how big they were, and there's Uri, it's over on the right hand side. Well, I might automatically know that it was in 2017 that Uri was on the right hand side, and then as of 2018 and 2019 it went over to the left, and then the size of Uri, blah blah blah, it tells me all kinds of things, and where this is and where that is, and how big that is and how small that is. And it's absolute. This is not, it kind of fits, or gee, maybe that's that. No, this is absolute. We know where they've been forever, and we've documented it, and we've documented it, and we've documented, and it still matches. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
HAARP, Sam. What about HAARP?
Oh God, HAARP. Oh, did we say that out loud?
No.
HAARP. Guys, I have read probably 15 or 20 people saying something just in the last 2 days about that.
Yeah, it's just a research.
It's outdated.
Of it all over.
The facility in Alaska was shut down, 20 years ago, if not longer. They found out it has catastrophic effects to the other side of the planet. when they try to use it. And it was built because they knew things were coming. And I have read the technical documents behind that. And somebody sent me a copy of it one time, and I about had a coronary. I don't like getting government stuff in the mail or online, thank you, but I got a copy of it. I did read it, and then I erased it immediately and did not save it. Nor did I print it up, because I would not do that, because I don't screw with any government anything. Just for the record, knock on wood, I do not willingly share classified information. I may slip a little bit on something that I've known from the past, but then I have no way to tell what's classified still or declassified, because my project that I was recruited for has been declassified. Otherwise, I couldn't tell you that I was recruited for the Far-Seeing project, and it was run by Major Ed Dames. And I believe when I first met him, I think he was a captain. But I had my interview by him and all of that, and then they recruited me, and I got a visitation to the system beyond my willingness, and I don't want to go into too much detail over that, but I push came to shove, I was brought back to Montana in handcuffs and then rated a dissident. And if any of you wish to turn off the show right now, because I am an official government rated dissident, I do not blame you for a second, and if you wish to protect yourself, you may do so. I will not hold you in any contempt for that, or you can give me, brownie points, whichever you want to do. But yeah, I got brought back to Montana in handcuffs and by a Virginia state trooper. And then the men in black picked me up from the bus station and brought me back into town, into Missoula.
I can't get over that one.
So,
cannot get over that. Wow.
Yeah, I've never gotten over it either. When you find out that what the government's authority, and I'm going to try to put this as delicately as I can, when you find out they're not necessarily interested in your personal needs, then it's a little disheartening to find out that the government does wield far more power than you would like them to for an individual citizen, because they have rules, and basically they slap me with a thing about national security. So, and this is why I have to tiptoe around what I can and cannot say from time to time, because I was exposed to some information that I believe is probably still classified. So, anyway.
Yeah.
And we, they actually helped me learn how to Farsi better than I already do, but it was already naturally innate in me. But I did not realize that I had the level that I have, because apparently I was important enough they came and got me. So, and this is what I always joke about, is like, my paper was about the binary solar system and the fact that we had to have two suns, and this, that, and some other details. And I gave 3 examples of what I believed our solar system was made up of, and I'll leave it at that. And they do not slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong. They don't bother you if you're wrong. You're just some kid in Montana that turned in a bad paper,
right?
So why would they come and bother me if I was wrong? And they did. So and then the rest is history. So here we are. And now I waited to say anything to anyone until 2010. And then once I started visually seeing these planetoids and bodies in the sky by eye myself, I went, oh my God, they're here. And of course, this is a story I shared with Radio Wasteland, and I've shared in previous shows early. What are we, 84, 85 now, Rebecca?
83. 83. Mm-hmm.
83. Are you sure it's not 84? My brain said 84. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
You heard Sam say I'm wrong.
I know we've been on for a year now. I'm trying to find the actual date. When I look on YouTube, it just says 1 year ago. It doesn't give me the date, like October what, but we've been on for a year, and we've not missed a single Saturday.
It was about the 6th. The first one. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, we should announce the date of our show, too. Like today's the 12th of October, 10, 12, 2024. We should announce that at the beginning of the show. Hi, and welcome to the October 12th show.
Okay,
we
we
could
count back 83 weeks, whatever, 80, no, because some shows, never mind.
Yeah,
some weeks we have 2 shows. That won't work.
We were doing 2 shows a week for a while there.
For a while,
killing us.
That was
we
fun.
we were all doing 2 shows a week, and man, that was too much.
Right.
It was. I was scrambling all the time trying to come up with material, and
I don't know.
I didn't gather a lot this week. I got a bunch of great pictures. But this week I got far less than I normally would. I wasn't feeling great this week.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
I've been in my little boat out fishing, and
I was going to say, there's a question we should go back from Amanda Hug and Kiss. I don't know if that's her real last name. If it is, it's cool either way, but I like it.
Right.
But she is saying the same thing I said. She's in Tennessee, and for her, it's day 7. Clear blue skies, no clouds. And that's the same for me, Amanda, in Oklahoma. Today is my day 6. It's really relatively nothing. I mean, one day. Okay. That makes, really, because we do know.
That's a joke. I was joking.
Yeah, the hurricanes swallowed them all up.
Yeah, the hurricanes are eating them all up. They're gobbling them all up.
Taking you serious.
Speaking of which,
you're teasing them, Sam.
Let's talk about the hurricane that just went through Florida. Hurricane Milton. The death count is at 19. There is still flooding. There will be more flooding for some people in central Florida because all of those water ponds and the 18 inches of rain that they got has to go downstream, and it moves from one area to the other, and it's still doing that. And there are still people that are still cut off in hip deep and chest deep water in certain areas, and our prayers go out to them. Now remember that casualties can happen after the storm as well. So people out there, be very, very careful not to drop a tree on yourself. Don't electrocute yourself. Don't try to rescue that car right now. Wait a little bit till the water's receding. The ground has an opportunity to dry out. Make sure that your friends and family and everybody are safe. And then if you get involved in trying to help people rather than just yourself, that'd be great. And again, now thank you, Marjorie Taylor Greene. And this is the only time I'm going to throw out a political comment because, boy, she really stuck her foot into it again this week. And, boy, she has created, now that goes to QAnon as well, she has created a whole shitstorm of disinformation that's out there. So please do not focus on that. There are way more important realities that are going on that we'd like you to focus on, like the topics of our show, for instance, an example. We do not do conspiracy theories, and the U.S. government does not control the weather. They're not terraforming for the evil ship-shaping Draco population, which, believe me, they're so technologically advanced above us that they wouldn't have to do what everybody's afraid that they're trying to do, because they already own Earth. The Federation already owns this section of space. They don't have to invade. They already own it. And if you're not caught up on this situation, go back to some of our earlier shows or go back to some of my interviews on Radio Wasteland. Type in Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hofman on YouTube, and you'll find that information. Tidbits on the Understanding the Sky series. But did you know there's only 87 shows on Radio Wasteland? So in 4 shows, we're going to break another record of how many interviews that I have done for different shows. So that's a good thing. And we're coming up on a real good body of work that will go down in history, will be recorded, will have a place in the future, which is, we talked about that as well, where we believe that maybe this is where, the Pleiadians got their information, because they did look me up, and I always wondered how they did that, but then who knows what kind of a database they have from the future, because the Pleiadians are supposedly from the future, which he told me he was, and then he showed me how they do that on their ship, and I saw, and it's like pushing a button on a jukebox. I'm not kidding. Wow. Where the record selection comes out and they play that record, and that still sticks in my brain, 30 years later. But they drop out of time, and then they go past time, and then they drop back in at their chosen. Yeah, and he did actually say we step out of time, and then we travel, and then we step back into that time, which is weird. And we know about planet doorways. It's supposedly there's a doorway next to each planet, blah blah blah, in through the wormhole time-space continuum. And I don't know how that works, but I view time as a circle. because it starts and ends upon itself, because it can't be linear, just a straight line. It has to circulate, connect, because everything connects. The past, the present, and the future, I think, are all connected, including us and the other races. I think we're connected because we, by the way, I have that question a lot. I'm rambling here. I have that question a lot of times where people go, well, I think I might have alien blood in me. And the answer is yes, absolutely you do. Because mankind, the current version that is speaking to you today, is the combination of 12 other races and added to ape. And then they changed and manipulated us on this planet so that we could achieve the things that we're still doing to this day. And the visitation of the crossing of the Nibiru system and all the visitation of the Federation as well is because it's commodity day or month or year or whatever. And it is the year of the dragon. I will remind you to look that up as well. Chinese year of the dragon, very important marker for a reason. And it's according to their great flood, which they're also doing. And let's talk about the fact that it is flooding all over the world. So, anyway, back to planet Earth. We're a combination of 12 races to produce the commodities for these other races, and that's why man is what man is. And yes, we all have alien races, so we are all connected to them as well, electrically, subatomically. We are connected, and this is, I was talking to people in Ireland yesterday, talking about how, every man, woman, and child that ever gave birth along the line that is connected to your personal bloodline. Every person going all the way back to the dawn of time of when you are connected. All that genetic memory is inside you, and you can access that, and that is part of the connection and how it works with remote viewing. Because you have every grandparent that ever was inside you right now, and they sought a better life, and all they ever wanted to do was make it better for their kids. And here we are, generations and generations later, and don't discount them. They're still impressed. Here. They're inside you now.
They would be.
There's a lot to that, and you have to open up your mind and believe bigger things. When you open up your mind and believe bigger things, you start to see bigger things. And then you start to know bigger things, and then you have proof, and then it snowballs from there, and it's a great thing. So anyway, enough rambling. Let's go back to what we were doing.
We're not rambling. Yeah, I mean, we're having a great conversation, though. But
I'm pea soup man today, so I'm being a little weird.
Right.
And I am.
It's going well.
I don't feel right.
So where's our pictures? Come on.
Well, first,
there you go.
We have Jesus is here. So I do see him in the green room. And that's showbiz talk for all y'all. So anyway, here. But here he is. Let's go ahead and bring on Jesus with us, and that way we can all be complete, right? Hey, Jesus.
Hey, everybody.
There he is. How are you in Utah?
Rebecca, Chris.
Hi. Say hi.
Great to see we have a nice crowd going on here. Nice to see you.
Got your package.
Yeah.
Got your package.
You got Yoda. You got your Yoda.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you get your package, Sam?
Yeah, I got my package too.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. And matter of fact, the coffee cup is sitting right here, and the BB-8 is on my keychain. So thank you very much. And you have a letter coming back.
I was looking for a Star Destroyer, but I could not find one. So
that would have been awesome. No, BB-8 is. I love BB-8. I actually have it.
Yeah, I want to get you something Star Wars because I know you love Star Wars, and it was Star Wars everything except for a Star Destroyer. But I thought that would work.
Yep,
I know Gillian likes Yoda. I know she talks about Yoda, so I thought she'd like it. And the postcard.
I got my postcard of the Three Kings on that wall.
I sent Sam.
Yeah, I looked at that too. That's
the Three Kings. Yeah.
Yeah, I spent I put extra, I put a magnifying glass to that thing, and I looked at that thing for a couple of hours.
That's what I was hoping you would do, Sam.
There are one of the kings is holding up first, and it's very, very interesting. There is an overlay, a scratching in the center of the Three Kings pictograph that I think is later than the original. That central shield, I think that was over the top of the center guy, by the look of it. And I studied that thing. I was looking at when it was carved, it wasn't carved originally all at the same time. And of course, it was added to over time. And there's a helicopter going over the top of me. How joyous. I don't think you can hear it, but
no.
Well, I was hoping you would kind of look at it a little from a different perspective and maybe see something I didn't catch or anybody's caught. But yeah, it's a petroglyph in Vernal where they have the Skinwalker Ranch. We tried to get tickets to the tour because they won't let you go up there without a guide. Because you just can't. Kids, you have to protect something like that. But yeah, I think next year I might take. Next year we've talked about going again and maybe doing the petroglyph tour. So that should be fun.
Oh, that's in Utah.
It's about 3 hours from.
That is in Utah.
It's about 3 hours from here. Yeah, the convention that I went to was right outside the ranch, actually. But I couldn't get tickets to the Skinwalker Ranch tour either. It was all booked up, and there's security like crazy once you reach. I think maybe a mile from the ranch. There's just security, and because there's a lot of stupid people.
Probably for their own protection.
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely something to that area, and from what I know about extraterrestrials, it's entirely possible they have an underground base there.
There's a lot that goes on, and
entirely possible.
I know
other ones. I did not know about that one.
Well, coming in and then leaving, Sam, I saw green, little small green asteroids that actually made it through, which I see every so often. But I thought it was particularly that I saw him right above the ranch, both coming in and leaving. So I thought maybe there was a magnetic something
stretch out here
in that area. Because it's what they
there is an actual flight corridor. There is an actual flight corridor, and I don't know if I'm giving out classified information. I hope I'm not.
I remember you talking about that. You talked about that in the old series that Jamie selfishly got rid of. But you talked about that superhighway in one of those videos, and then I never heard you talk about it again.
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, well, just because I don't know, I don't know if it's really majorly classified. I think it's generally known amongst most people that are in the higher up in the insiders group. And this is part of why we've never gotten flying cars yet either, because the flight corridors are pretty heavily regulated in the United States, the no-fly zones and everything else like that. And there is a corridor directly over from north of the Rockies all the way to the southern Rockies over to Mexico, and that's a no-fly zone for most commercial traffic, etc. Now they do cross it, but they don't fly up and down it. And that is because, and if you are looking for UFOs on a nightly, and you're standing there in Las Vegas, you're probably 50% greater chance of seeing a UFO facing the Rocky Mountains, and there you will see something fly over the top of the Rocky Mountains. And they are not trapped in those bases by no means. These guys have technology, and there is even America, the United States has Invisicloth, and we have planes that have screens that actually project what the cameras are taking pictures of below the plane, and so we actually have an aircraft that you can't see. You can see it, but you can't.
I was just talking about that with Tara last night. There's the last few nights. Last night was just absolutely insane. I took some video, but
you showed me that's unbelievable.
Every time you take night video, it's just not. It sucks because there's so much that you want to show, and sometimes the camera won't pick it up. But last night was absolutely insane, and also I sent you the picture just now, Rebecca, of what looks like a freaking cube above me.
Let me get it.
Just prior.
Yeah, sure.
When was this? Totally. When was it?
This was last night, just prior to whatever the hell passed over us.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
We
Here
have
it
to
is.
bring this
I'm
up more.
thinking was Atu's moon and some of its
more
asteroids. Please tell me you see that. So,
yeah, but ET is here, just like that lady was saying, and if she did see the cube in her mind as a far-seer, great.
Look at the two lights on each side, guys.
Man, look at that. It's like that purple picture Sam has.
So this was a round object, right? I don't know if it's seen it, but there was two lights on each side of it, and they stayed there. They weren't moving. They're not flying planes. They stayed there for a while.
Wow. See that triangle right there?
The same place.
Look at that thing, man. Look at that. What the hell? Look at that.
Well, two of those are asteroids.
Yeah,
the one in front.
I knew it was asteroids. But there was something just so much bigger, and this flew by in a matter of 20 minutes. It was gone. Absolutely gone. There was nothing else in the sky. It just flew right from... in the video that I posted, guys, I said east. But when I say east, I mean west, and vice versa. It traveled from east to west. Northeast is really what it was. There's a shot, a screenshot. I think you sent me that you took, Gillian, and then I kind of worked with it, and I'm guessing the red asteroid or the skull. What am I looking at here, Sam?
I think this is the skull with an asteroid in front of it.
I thought so,
just
too.
like my drawing.
Yeah, see, we talked about that last night, or was it this morning, Jesus?
Sorry, I fell asleep on you, Gillian. I fell asleep while we were talking, but
that's all right.
Yeah, I posted a couple of videos. They're longer. There was a longer version of it. Go check them out, Sam, when you get a chance, because there's a lot going on there. But
I think we're seeing the side of Yuri at night.
Rebecca, after I sent you that, where you could see it was like what looked like a freaking sorry. Well, looked like a freaking cube, but it was so enormous above me, and it was right prior to this thing passing us. Where's Caroline?
Where's Caroline with her swear board?
I remember what it was 180 day cycle.
It was exciting. Last night was absolutely the most exciting thing, and a little scary. I'm not gonna lie, that I've seen in a while.
Hello, Egg.
I saw your pictures that you posted on my post, Chris. That was crazy. I don't know how you're getting.
I just sent them to Rebecca, so
I don't know how you're doing it to get it to look so out of the light. Is that your phone?
I think it has to do with the lights from the strip sometimes too.
I knew it because I remember taking some pictures and the lighting from Las Vegas Strip actually helps sometimes.
Yeah, but I'm like all the way up by Sunrise Mountain on the east side.
We're close.
So it's kind of dark where I'm at, and before I started with you guys, my main question was, where are all the stars at? Because for weeks I didn't see any stars, and it's so weird. You'll see stars over the strip where there's lots of light, but where I'm at, where it's pretty dark, there's no stars out. It just made no sense, and I haven't seen that for a while. And it happened the other night.
You have such clear skies out there, like as soon as, especially if you get out a little bit away from downtown, from the strip, you have like a very dark, because you're like surrounded by nothing basically.
Right.
I like going to Red Rock Canyon and taking pictures out there because it's so dark and it's just such a beautiful area. I took some nice pictures out there myself too. So you have, if you're not seeing stars there, which you have basically no pollution, the skies are so clear. Something's happening for sure.
Yeah, and the other day was just all day long, just from 7 a.m. till finally I went inside because I was like, I'm seeing triangles in the sky, and they started freaking me out, and I'm like, I'm done. That was me last night, man. Last night, first I was talking to my roommate outside. I had to cut it short because I saw something happening while I was in the backyard talking to my roommate, and I was like, okay, you know what, I gotta go, dude. So I just went to go take a walk. I don't want to freak him out. He's pretty young. He's like 20 years old. I didn't want to freak him out or make him think I'm a weirdo, or anything. But because he lives with me, so I didn't want to discuss that with him. So I took a walk,
and oh my God, things just happened so quickly. But what I noticed, adding to what Sam was saying, it looked like the cube or something with lines, straight lines, was above me, really huge. But it almost was like, Sam, it almost was like it was transparent. Like I was still seeing the sky, but there was something there. I can't explain it. It was kind of like the Predator. Remember the Predator when you could just kind of see through him, kind of, but you could still see the shape.
Yeah, and the shape and the warble.
Something like that, but much better, much more clear. It's just the craziest thing.
Well, and that's where you're going to get your conspiracy people are going to go, well, they've got cloaking technology, and it's entirely possible. But generically, the cubes are layered in atmospheric clouds and that sort of thing. So probably what you were seeing is the fact that it is pitch black in space. And the only time that you see anything out there is when you get light refraction on it, either crossing the face of it, which if you're looking at the face, you can see it. But the dark side of it is black, just pitch black. But you're probably seeing reactive Earth refractive light, just like we talked about earlier, that, on that aurora picture where you're seeing this big circular bite out of the aurora and it's burping out from around the back of that aurora. And we talked about this yesterday. I believe Gillian probably saw. I think I sent her on the content stash PM that we use on Facebook regularly, and I've actually started using that a lot more, by the way. And I have to apologize for bombing everybody with music yesterday. I did it again. I just get in these moods where I just put music for 10 hours straight.
I hadn't seen you for a few days. I was starting to wonder what was going on with you, and then all of a sudden, I see you drop.
I've been,
drop a lot of stuff. I was like,
sick to my stomach.
I think he was either taking a break or something. Did you get that last picture?
I just haven't been on a lot. I went and I looked at material and just didn't have any will to sit there and talk to people because I've just been nauseous. And it's like, oh my God, everything I eat is not working, and every time I eat it's just like, oh God, I feel horrible.
We've had these solar flares that have been kicking our butt.
I made a killer batch of spaghetti this week.
Anyway, I can't sleep enough. It's why I'm late today because I just been sleeping like crazy. I just can't sleep enough. It's the craziest thing. Usually
you're not the only one. I fell asleep for 3 hours today, and I thought, oh my goodness, I have to go to the shops. 3 hours, no.
Yeah, that's why I fell asleep last night while we were talking. It's been
well, there is a planetary alignment going on.
Yeah.
We've had those solar flares. There was the examples that we were posting around yesterday about the electrical underground, our ground all over the United States because of the solar flares is charged electrically, and I don't fully understand what the science behind that is, and I will check into it. But we are again not in Kansas anymore, Toto, and this is a whole new ball game, and these planets are hugely close to us, and I am sure that they are affecting us in our stomachs, in our equilibrium, in our balance, in the earth rhythms, in the tones, because my ears are ringing right now, and it's sort of like I'm standing next to a theme park, and I'm not. I'm in normal, semi-quiet Montana, yet I hear the highway rumble because, I'm in a truck stop town and the major Highway 93 goes by my house, but that's like well over, it's a mile away. But the sound is so weird. And we've talked about the hum, and it was higher pitched today, and it was like recreating, and it wasn't the normal real low deep wall. It was sort of woo 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 today. It's different, and it was a tone. It was like several tones higher than I remember it, and I heard that first thing this morning, and I'm wondering if that transition of the harmonic that I'm hearing is actually making me nauseous. I don't know.
It must be something like that, because that reverberation, that ripple is going through us, and I felt like I was hearing bells, because the only thing I can liken it to is at the top of the street where I stayed, back in Alderney, there's a church, and they would have on Sunday about 10:30, bong, bong, bong. Now it's like bong, bong, bong.
Yeah, Amanda. We have been hearing that hum now. And if Rebecca, if you have that Australian video, that's my favorite video to this day from 2010.
I have it.
I love that video.
And that one from Israel. That one from Israel.
Oh, cool.
That one from Israel where the people hear the trumpet.
Is that okay with you, Sam?
Never forget the trumpet.
Yeah.
They're so cool.
I have it. I made
Alberta.
A new one.
Yeah, if you want, unless you got something else you want to go on. We do sometimes gossip. It's like, hi, everybody, welcome to our phone conversation. We're a bunch of old friends, and we're talking on our weekly show. And yes, we do talk over each other, and we do get silly, and I hope that's sort of a flavor to our show. I hope you guys enjoy that, and please leave us comments, even if you don't like it.
And then I'll get back.
If you think we can do something better, let us know.
Let's see. Here it is. And then I'll come back to your pictures.
I dare you to comment on YouTube.
The hum. Here we go.
I'm sorry for throwing a wrench in, monkey wrench in the works, as they say, or the sabot.
Oh, this one is
That's where the word sabotage comes from.
This is wild. My favorite one.
For shoe, which is sabot. I believe it's Polish. Look at that cork. Look at that cork cloud.
Wow.
Look at the cork cloud up there. Look at it.
Yeah, that's the Pesky cork cloud, approximately 2019.
Wow. Wow, massive.
Open base core cloud of tiny planet.
Look at the cloud. Look at it. Gorgeous. Look at this module.
Yeah, big. That's the lead astro, right?
Wow.
In front of Attu and Attu's moon. That white area behind that is Attu's moon. Very large. Yeah, this is about 2019 this was filmed.
Can you get that noise? Oh. What is that? What? It's coming from the sky.
Hadn't you heard these yet, Christoper?
Yeah. Not
it's been going on for a decade.
By my own ear, but I've seen these videos, yeah.
Oh, you can even type in Strange Sky Sounds, Missoula, Montana. And there are quite a few videos on that. And don't watch the ones where they say they debunked it, because they didn't.
So scary.
That is creepy.
Type in Strange Sky Sounds, Alberta, Canada. Those are some of my favorite ones. And then, of course, there's the Australian one, which is the first one that I saw ever. And I knew immediately, these are the planets, or this is tectonic plates. I think it's a combination between an electrical connection between the passing bodies and Earth, where it's literally pulling at our tectonic plates, just like a finger around a crystal glass. When you rub your finger on a crystal glass, it makes that harmonic tone. That's Missoula right there, that picture.
Wow.
This is Missoula.
Beautiful.
That's my sky scene right there. I live just over the right side of the picture.
It kind of looks like a cube a little bit.
That's Missoula, Montana.
Yeah, it looks like a cube.
And this happened in 2012.
Okay.
That whoa.
Yeah, you can hear it. Whoa.
And I don't want to make I never crazy about making reference to the Bible, but this is again misinterpretation.
Yep. The trumpet sounds from Revelations.
Yeah, about the trumpets in the sky. That's the first thing that came to mind when I came across these sounds. Back in the beginning of my
Our Father.
My awakening.
Okay, that's in Canada. This is in Alberta. And this is in 2011. 2010, 2011. I remember this video.
Oh, that's right.
Man, I'd be going, Sasquatch, run!
Yeah, I'd be freaking out if I was out there hearing that in that woods. Oh, no.
No, I would be running.
Right? Wow.
That's freaking creepy.
This guy can. You want to say hi, everybody? Okay. Yeah, nobody just walked by.
That's crazy, man.
Jeez, look at that.
That is the bottom of Atu's moon, right, Jesus?
Yes, sir.
That's kind of weird.
And that was like, I keep wanting seeing your New Mexico video of the moon where it's right over the top of you. I love that video. And by the way, Christopher, while I'm saying the same thing, I love Beavis and Butthead this week. It was nice. Great job on the putting it on the TV. I thought it was fantastic.
Whether to make it or not.
You do you, man. You're doing great.
I just,
Satchum's Yellow Moon right there.
Wow.
It's a great breath of fresh air, man. Add a little comedy to this.
Yeah, I loved it. And there's shorts
I thought it would
too.
Be funny.
We really need to add a little bit of comedy. Maybe sometimes people.
Well, and the surprise gopher or groundhog or whatever that is.
Yeah.
I love those. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
Okay.
And it is embarrassing that you are using my voiceovers, but please go ahead and use whatever you want. I'll just remain embarrassed.
No,
I avoid watching myself.
I am having trouble watching those.
Since you said that, I've been trying to,
oh my God, shut up,
just
Sam.
use your voice when it's like really important information. Like I made a clip of
right. Thank you.
Nibiru, the picture we had of Nibiru from Nicole, where you're talking about the landmass and all that. I'm trying to make them shorter now, so people actually watch it, because I was making them 10, 20 minutes long, and if I figured out if I cut it down to 2 minutes, then it seems like more people are watching.
Have you noticed, Chris, that you'll get more views with the shorter videos than you do with the longer ones? That's what I noticed. That's why I keep mine short, because we live in the TikTok generation,
Yeah.
So we need little short messages just to get to the point, because people's attention span has been severely cut in half.
I heard this morning on TikTok they're going to start having hour-long. You can go up to an hour.
Wow.
Really?
Hour. I mean, it jumped to 10 minutes. A few months back, you can go to 10 minutes.
Look at that.
And
Great.
now
That's Atu's moon right there. Look at that. Oh my God. That's Atu. Look at how perfect circle bottom of Atu. Oh my God.
That was cool.
Those were the days. How fast we have forgotten. Yeah, that's Yuri overhead.
Wow.
I think that's the two atmospheres rubbing together. I really do. It's like a wet, moistened finger on the tip of a crystal glass going around. Because they're rotating and we're rotating, and we just rub atmospheres together.
Some of it's tectonic displacement or movement too, as well, Sam. Right?
Yeah. Well, remember, there's an electrical connection. When the planets come, the larger body will rob and bleed off ions off the smaller body, and this is where that illuminated light, shaft lighting, that we've seen in thousands of pictures over the last few years, where the street lights are just going straight up into the sky, and that's what we call a superhighway connection thread attachment, and that also works in subatomic chemistry. Is what look that up. But yeah, and then there's a push and a pull. I think they grab us, or they repel us, or we repel each other, and yet there is an electrical. When you have a larger static body compared to a smaller static body, then the static bleeds off, etc. There's it's upload capacitor thing.
And that's where we see the ionization and the self-illumination of some of these asteroids in the sky, because they're like accelerated protons and they illuminate, which is what's going on with the auroras as well. Those are stellar particles, and so our north and south poles and all the ionization in our pole illuminates the accelerated ions outside of our atmosphere and inside our atmosphere, and that's what causes the light in the sky.
I want you to make something clear for people. Yesterday, a friend of mine, William, sent me a video, and it was interesting information, incredible information. But in the link that he sent me, there's a little news. It's a little clip of news. The news people, and it was Fox. So already red flag, but they mentioned they were talking about the aurora borealis, Sam, and they were talking about how it's actually common to see it in the United States. That it's not uncommon. Can you please please explain that to people, because it is not common.
The aurora borealis, anywhere south of Montana, anywhere south of North Dakota, anywhere south of Minnesota or New York State or Maine or Idaho or Washington State is rare. And we rarely used to ever, I mean, it would be, once every couple of years. Now, what happens? The reason that this happens is when the sun has a coronal CME, coronal mass ejection. This thing goes burp, and it throws stellar material into space. Now, that stellar material goes out, but as the sun orbits and rotates, because remember, the sun does not orbit or rotate on a dinner plate. It actually does it on its side spiral, going through space, through virgin space all the time. It's moving. It's not in one place. Now, as that rotates, it has octopus arms, so to speak, of this ejecta, and it goes in a bowed spinning pattern, like a star or a spinning octopus. And when that material comes around in a wave as the sun spins, that is all accelerated hyper radioactive material, etc., stellar material, plasma, you name it, all kinds of electrical discharge and dust and all kinds of stuff, material, gravel, who knows what. Anyway, when that hits the outside of Earth, because we have our electrical magnetosphere, our North Pole and our South Pole, when that material hits Earth, it reacts on the outside of our planet with accelerated ionization, which causes the light. It's like 4 foot office tube lighting. You have electricity on one end, electricity on another end, and a gas inside that tube. That gas, when the electrons that are in that gas start bouncing off of each other, they illuminate because they put off light. Okay, that is self-illumination through accelerated ionization. Okay, now when the Earth gets too much impact from stellar material, it goes farther down the North Pole and farther up the South Pole to meet into a more central equatorial region because of greater amounts of influence. So if it is hitting us this far south, and you're seeing it in Florida and Texas, this shows you that we're heavily being inundated. And this last wave that just went was an X9, and the spectrum goes to 10. So anything in an X class 10 flare, we start to watch transformers and electrical grids and computer systems all around the world start to pop and explode. But we got a 9. And that did hit us, and it was direct central Earth facing in the southern central hemisphere of the sun, which is what we were commenting on last week on the last week's show, is how the sun does not look normal to us.
No.
And I don't recall seeing two separate equatorial regions of sunspots like it is. It used to be a centralized with an occasional northern or southern, but now with this sun, if this is our sun, this is hypothetical. This is where I'm reaching into speculation, and I don't like doing it.
Right.
But there is a possibility that they're showing us the larger standard red star instead of ours, because it's possible that ours might be partially blocked in view of the standard red star. So therefore, in order for them to continue information and put it out like everything's normal, they may have to be giving us the standard red star, because that would explain why the equatorial regions look so bubbly and unusually weird to me. There's something that's not right about it.
Wow.
I can't absolutely say that's what's happening, but I have a level of speculation going here, which is like something, as you guys in the new age call it, sus. There's something sus going on here. And so that, it's my opinion, but I'm not sure we're seeing our sun. But anyway, this activity of the stellar material that blew by. Go ahead.
The last shot I seen of the sun, it looked it did not look at all like our sun. And you could, when you see something so constant in your life, like our sun, our moon, those slight changes, you should be able to notice them. At least most of us did. That's
we've been
why
watching those for years now,
because we've noticed things in the sky which has always been the same, and then one day they changed. You should pick up on that, and I think that's what people's intuition about something is wrong comes from, is that they don't understand it, but something that is a constant every day in your life. When you have a change, you're gonna notice it, whether consciously or subconsciously. But some of us follow that intuition, and here we are. And I really hope that whoever's out there listening to this, and if you're on the fence about something that doesn't feel right to you, just stick around and learn what we have for you to learn. And
we can't discount it.
It'll give you peace of mind, at least knowing what's happening, because again, I almost went mad for 2 years not knowing what was happening.
Right? Yeah.
So
I thought that sun wasn't ours as well. It's just the feeling that I had when I looked at it. It's hyperactive. It's bulgy. It's different.
It's blobbier than any of the sun surfaces we've watched for the last decade. And yes, we are aware that we are in a new solar cycle. And yes, it is an extremely high active solar cycle compared to the last three, for instance. And this is quote unquote 11-year cycle, but the last 11-year cycle, they couldn't make heads or tails of it because the sun completely behaved completely out of normal, and all of their expectations and equations didn't match up, and they couldn't understand. But I believe that in the last solar cycle, that the material and the CMEs, because there was literally no coronal holes developing like normal.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Was way down. I think
we didn't have the sunspots that we usually see.
Yeah,
I think it was being back to the other star in crossing proximity, because we saw back below CMEs in 2012, and I believe that our star has been backfeeding to the other star for a period of time. And now that we believe that they are separating, and this was the controversial one I was discussing with Alexander.
That one. What is that?
New Zealand, I think.
I'm sitting here weighing the size of the two suns, and Alexander was arguing about how the wires on the power lines don't line up, and he believes that it was manipulated. So this is just, and it was from South Africa, I believe. But and the transition here.
But this lady that submitted it would not.
I'm 50-50 on this one. I'm torn in two directions.
She was adamant that it wasn't.
The lady that submitted these is the lady that took them, and she's a longtime member. She's very, serious about what she shares.
Right.
I'm just saying.
They are kind of similar in size, and that's the part that really bothers me. The power line issue, I'm not so concerned about, but with the fact that they're the same size, pretty much.
I was going to say that they look like an identical copy of each other, as where I'm a little iffy about it.
They're moving. There's a series of 4 pics. 4, I think.
It could entirely be that the one on the left is smaller.
I mean, how long was she
Maybe
standing
that's
there?
not even the sun. Maybe that's just two asteroids, and that's not the sun.
No, it couldn't be an asteroid because they're equal. They are equally bright. They are equal in intensity, so therefore they have to be suns or a copy of the sun.
I'll try to find it.
Because if with an asteroid, it is never ever as bright as the sun. Okay, that's how you can tell the difference between an asteroid besides the sun and not being two suns. Is the brightness intensity is different, but the size issue is what bothers me about these. It's great pictures, and if they're real, fantastic, we'll add it to the pile. But I am 50% skeptical on because of the similarity in size. Other than that, I go cool. This is authentic. But we'll see what's coming in. And please, June, if you're listening, please continue to take more video, and of course, never film through glass or lenses or anything like that. I was going to say,
she was on the side of the road.
That'll happen.
In South Africa at 5:57 p.m. outside of her car. It was not filmed through glass. Just those are the questions I was asking her.
If this
she doesn't
is real,
know either.
We would love it. We'll add it to the file.
Always try to take video.
That's why it's 6 instead of 5. Can you say that again, please?
Taking a short video also would be helpful. Like anytime that you come across something that you think is worth, take pictures, but also take a short clip just to kind of, so we could actually look at it and properly investigate it, because pictures are only get you so far. I think video is a little more helpful.
Yes, I totally agree. It should just be like standard when you're out taking pictures. Take your pictures and then at least take a short clip, just in case there's something like a green asteroid, you think, but you can't tell for sure because it's a still picture, usually. So if you have a video and it's still, then
if you colorize some of your pictures, don't go overboard, and always post the original as well as the colorized version.
Yeah. And you can pull stills out of your video too.
Yeah. That is the lead asteroid in front of Saturn, very large, is Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn. And the sun is to the upper left. But yeah, look at there's some other stuff along with the lead. There's other asteroids.
Oh my goodness. A lot.
That might be the green asteroid above the lead asteroid, which would be weird. Saw a picture this week of the green asteroid, and it is very large. There's a bunch of other asteroids coming in now that are getting bigger. Yeah, look at this one. Look at this one.
Great.
A panorama shot may have an effect like that if you're not steady. It's why I started thinking in the beginning. I learned a lot with panorama shots, but I quickly realized that they could be unreliable sometimes, and if you're not steady, you could get that double, view. So gotta be careful with the panorama shots, guys. Some come out great, and then some are questionable. And the problem with questionable things is that it really affects the credibility, which we're trying to maintain here when what we do, guys, which is super important. I cannot stress this enough. Credibility is super important.
Thank you, Audrey. I'm wondering about this photograph, if this is new or not, because that is the lead asteroid. It was just posted
to your group a couple days ago, but I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm wondering how old this picture is, because this would be a picture from last year. Wow. Because if that is definitely the lead asteroid, but it doesn't belong where it is.
Okay. So it's crossed over the other side of the sun, right?
Right. Lead asteroid is on the right-hand side of the sun. And this is absolutely the lead asteroid, without a doubt in my mind. And this picture has to be at least a year old, in front of Atu's moon. And by the way, those look like at least 1 or 2 star destroyers behind it there. And we know that the cube should be directly above it, and lo and behold, there it is. And in the upper right-hand corner, very large bottom scraping of the Texas cube. It's there. You can see the side edge of it on the upper right corner.
David,
dark line that has a straight white line.
You could always tell the lead object because you're going to see some level of stripes in there, which are evident.
Is this Alexander's photo?
It's
Rebecca. Whose photo is this?
The difference between the lead object and...
Trying to find it. I was trying to find it just now. I'll find it.
Posted on Montana Skywatcher too. I think
I saw that.
Sicily.
I have a copy of it. I mean, and it could entirely be that their angle, being that if this is from Italy and on the Mediterranean, perhaps they are seeing the lead asteroid crossing on the left. That's a little mind-boggling, but I know for a fact that's the lead asteroid because of the size and the shape and the shadowing and everything, and the fact that it's completely separate of all the atmosphere behind it. And it seems like, and see, it looks like the lead asteroid, but it should be there in September.
See those stripes.
Or October, is the case. Speaking of which, today is the 12th, and I have got 3 days until the new site drawing.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Dun dun dun.
You just did that.
Yeah, here I go again. It's
time.
Way fast. I'll find it. We'll get back to that.
I got the lady's name who sent these in.
Okay, yeah, and if it is a current picture, I'm not trying to down you. It's an excellent shot. Thank you very much for your capture. We love it.
It's
wow, look at the size of that.
I'm gonna message her. I got it too, Chris.
Zaghy. Zaghy. Okay.
I'm gonna say, when was this
taken?
taken?
It's Saturn yellow moon.
Wow.
And where? When and where?
That is huge. That is literally covering the sky after sundown, and it's hiding the sun. This is a Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon over the top of it. Wow, that's
and for those who tell us that wouldn't it block the sun?
Oh my gosh,
it does. Very often. You're just not
seeing it right now.
Let's talk about February when Saturn's yellow moon blocked the sun. That was
cut off the top half of the sun.
Yeah.
Thunder is here. Thunder.
Hey,
Hey, Thunder. It's not have an R on it, so Thunder.
Amanda Huggins.
Good to see you.
I love what you did with the wordplay there. I love that.
All right, moving on.
Wow.
Look at that. Absolutely unbelievable. That is the bottom of Attu.
Okay.
See how purple it is?
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
It seems like Attu and Attu's moon both has that bubbly effect. Like, how can you tell them apart?
I have a hard time with that sometimes.
Yuri kind of does, but
Yuri does too,
is literally the same, but Yuri's bubbly is different. It's bigger. Yuri's gas giant bubbles are huge, but then you've also mostly got all the asteroids in the mix as well. Where Attu doesn't have any direct asteroids underneath its bottom. And this is purple, very large Attu. We haven't seen Attu like this in quite a while. Usually, her moon is usually in the way. And in this case, the moon is over the top of the photographer, so they're getting the bottom only of planet Attu, my favorite planet.
I really hope to see more of Attu like we did in 2018.
I want your videos, man. You should play your New Mexico video every week, Jesus. I love that video. Every week we got to see that every week, because this is what you were looking at, was the bottom of that, but it was Attu's moon as well, and the dark, and in New Mexico. That was a really cool period of time when Attu and Attu's moon were doing some unbelievable sightings.
I love Nepacity, but I don't know. 2018 when Attu was doing its close passes was just absolutely amazing. I can't say which one is my favorite. It's really a tough call for me.
Definitely.
One of them's dramatic. Nepacity is very dramatic. Makes for great pictures, but Attu is just, the purple is just absolutely amazing. Absolutely
purple. Video.
Just absolutely amazing.
Love the
yes.
purple.
There's
wait till you see this.
That's
the absolute color. the absolute color that you don't get in nature by itself. And the purple skies, and what's hilarious is that most of the world missed that. I was like, how the hell are you missing the fact that the entire sky is purple? Yeah. That's not a normal sky color in any way, shape, or form. And of course, look at the Nepenthe green. Well, it's sometimes green when we're having a tornado. Oh no, not like this. And people just rub it off like common.
Even the energy that you would receive from Atu's passes was just was a good energy in my opinion. I think the Nepenthe kind of kicks
that.
Wow.
Hello, Atu.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you see that in the sky, guys, that's a planet. The normal sky is the white area. That blows it. And I was told not to say this. It's just, it amazes me that this has been going on for 14 years and people don't notice it. It's like, my God, how can you miss this? You should have seen when they were small. I mean, that you couldn't even miss. It's because there's a big planet right there, and everybody goes about their day at work.
I was telling Alexander yesterday that right now they're very difficult to photograph because they're really big and in your face. But just a few years prior, and we'll get to see it again as they move away from us. But you'll be able to catch some great stuff, Alexander. Just give it another year or two as they start moving away.
And they'll be illuminated visually.
And you will be able to take pictures like this one with the curve, where you could just see. Where you can just catch
most of the year.
Entirety. It's going to be exciting, even though it's going to suck because they're moving away. I am not looking forward to them being gone, but it will make for some great captures as they move away. So keep paying attention, man. Keep paying attention, Alexander.
And they're going to be facially illuminated, where we didn't see that before. But, we saw the dark side of them for many years now. And only when it was a side illumination at the angle as they moved did we see the side faces, which has, helped a great deal. And, plotted. That is the side of Uri.
I do believe.
See how white it is? And, oh my God! I wonder what is in the upper right corner of Uri. That's an odd. That could be gastric.
What is that?
That is the side of Uri does that.
Wow, there's that milky white stuff, but with the sun setting, it's giving you that pink hue. Yeah, that's actually sounds about right.
Shining on the side edge. The sun has already gone down, and this is a body in space next to Earth that is being illuminated after our sun has gone down. So they're still being illuminated because it's much larger. Uri is much larger than Earth. I mean, it's a gas giant, for God's sakes, the size of Jupiter or Saturn, and which is massive compared to Earth. But Atu is a small gas giant. And probably the green hue probably comes from Nepenthe in the upper right corner, and I'm guessing on that one. And I hate to guess, but anyway.
Even those clouds,
that would be like space core, that white cloud on the
look
on the
at
right
them.
And there's 1, 2, 3. Okay, I blew it up. There's 1, 2, 3. There's the big 3. So absolutely, yes, that is Nepenthe right there to the right, because there are 3 darkened larger asteroids, and then there's a half round underneath it, and I would bet money that would probably be the edge of Matim hiding back in the whole upper area. There's a lot going on up there, guys. There's planets galore, and there's asteroids galore, and oh my God. And we probably have a ship or two in here as well. They do look up in the dead center of the picture. Looks like 3 tiny little triangles and a support craft, and maybe even a bigger one. I wasn't going to go there with that one, but Star Destroyers are everywhere, guys. They really are. And we got to talk more about that. You need to talk about that. If you're out there and you have been talking to people and you're going, let me tell you the story about these planets, you should also include the fact that there is a shitload. There are fleets, plural, of ships out there, and cubes, and empire orbs, and smaller orbs. And this is the bottom of Uri.
You can always, here's why.
Them are asteroids.
I can tell the difference now between Uri and even Attu is that. Attu is a little further now, but now is that curve? Is Uri's curve right now is just so incredibly huge. That's how
it's more oval than round,
and it's like more to the left of the sun as well. So
yes,
right.
That helps when you see it's coming
it's in the
from
north
the
sky
left
early
of
in
the
the morning.
sun. That's when you know it's
low
left. Down, it's lower left.
The day it's faced to the left,
usually
to the top of us, and then by sundown it's on the left of the sun at sundown in the southwest sky, which is weird to me, but that's how it works. And you got to think 3D instead of 2D, and how all of that spinning thing goes on through the day. It's mind-boggling. Yeah, just look at the light. Look where the light is coming from.
Oh wow.
We're always behind our star, guys. We're not on the side of it going around it. We're always catching up to our sun, basically. We're being dragged by a static whatever, by a static connection behind our star. It's like Sam says, it's like pulling one sock out of the dryer, when you get another one stuck to it. That's basically what we are. We're that stuck sock, that you pick up. We're just statically clinging to our star behind it.
And which is also an atomic placement, because we are a compound. We're a chemistry equation, and we are placed. In chemistry, there's called shell structure. The first ring of a chemistry equation can hold 2, and second ring can hold 12, and the third is 2, 12, 16, 32, 2. I believe. I could be wrong because it's been 40 years since I studied this, or more, probably 45 years. Yeah, and over the years, I may be, and you can't even hardly look that crap up. I mean, I need to go back to class again. I really do.
We can go together.
But it's an equation. It's a placement. We are held in place by our atomic value, the size, the weight, the electrical attachment, the compounding of what we are, what we're made of. And that's why the Jupiter and Saturn always sat wrong with me. But then at that time, I didn't understand the atomic weight value issue of astrochemistry instead of gravitational Einstein theory. And I was always arguing with that. I believe that gas giants are electron clusters, part of the atomic structure of a compound. And you have to look that up in advanced chemistry. Anyway, do continue. I try to explain it.
I love when you talk about those things, Sam, because I just I find it's
confusing even to me, and I have a pretty good handle on it, but it's been a long time since I've been in front of the chalkboard. So I look at all of those asteroids.
I've told myself as soon as I have more time, maybe by the beginning of next year, when I don't have to work so much, I want to teach myself or learn some kind of chemistry so I can put this even more together.
An easy way, a quick reference is go to the Thunderbolts Academy. It's on YouTube. Okay. And look up the Thunderbolts Project. And they have regular science paper, and if you watch enough of them, you'll be moved along forward in their science. And they're actually dealing with the electrical universe. And I was so amazed to see that there was finally somebody out there actually talking about it, because I've known about this for 45 years, and it's a new science, and they're finally getting to that. Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
That is very suspicious. That is it's several asteroids, quite a few. But what else is in there? Yeah, that's suspect.
Yeah, that's got a pointy thing sticking up. There's like a triangle.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing, I'm seeing a whole bunch of real. Because remember, I have a 43-inch screen, and I see many smaller, tiny dot asteroids. So this is a cluster group of asteroids that is not documented.
Wow.
It could be the spiral asteroid, but there's a whole bunch of material around it that normally isn't.
Right.
So this is probably a group under here. Okay, let's look where the light source is. Okay, the light source is above. Midday,
Yeah,
and
where's
then
the
mountain
light?
range is dark because there's probably a planet in the way. Yeah, this is an undocumented group of that small, multiple objects. And then maybe even a craft or two. Because that's where they like to park along that stuff and then hide into the cloud group, because then they don't, of course, then there's times they don't hide at all. And we've seen, I don't know how many sightings where there's absolutely no clouds around. Now, remember, when they come from cold space and they're way out there in space, it's minus 440 degrees Celsius out there in space, give or take. And then they come into our atmosphere, they automatically cloud up because they put off their own little ion tails because they're ice freaking cold on the outside, and they get automatic cloaking from the air, moisture content. They create their own little. It's funny.
I was trying to tell somebody that a lot of this time, and Zane Berry was also, I've heard him say that as well. They don't need to be cloaked. Like the way it happens, it's like it's done automatically. Like it's just nature does its thing, and you don't need. First of all, sea trails couldn't possibly handle these sizes and this amount, but you don't really need it. It's just the way nature works. It's just it does it automatically, basically. In the form of clouds.
Because when they come into our atmosphere, they're ice cold, and that cold, it's the moisture, and then the moisture gathers and it creates its own little misty set of clouds.
So is there a
and plus they do have technology. Yeah, they came out of hiding in 2019. They stopped hiding. They were hiding before, but now they are not, and it's blatant. So they probably figured out, well, shit, half the Earth population didn't see the planets, so I guess we can come out anyway and park here. Although they are parked in convenient, semi-hidden places. The Texas Cube is parked underneath Attu's moon, and there are a series of asteroids that run in front of that in our outview. And the same thing being with the long box cube on the right-hand side, right beside Saturn's yellow moon, and sometimes occasionally dips in and out of the ion tail. Remember, there's an ion tail that comes off the Saturn's yellow moon, goes all the way around both sides of the Saturn. Saturn is the winged planet, the red-winged planet, not Nibiru. For all those folks that learned it on the internet that Nibiru was red, it is not. It is also not beyond the sun, heading our direction. It's been here since 2010, 11, 12, and it came up from underneath us. It's a blue planet. I had to answer that question the other day.
It does look like something from Babylon 5. That
blue planet.
Wow.
Is there any?
Nibiru's a water planet.
People are asking if this is a craft or if there's a triangle craft above it.
Yeah, look at that thing. It looks like something out of.
People are feeling like this is a craft in here.
It looks like. I think I'm seeing the Texas Cube with the side orb. Now that I'll drop it back down to normal screen size in the upper right-hand corner,
right.
That square blue
is it
box. Yeah, well,
suspicious.
it's hard to say. Now, if I was there personally watching that for a period of time, I could give you a better explanation. But yeah, this is a whole bunch of asteroids, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff up above it, which are planets, because the real sky color is light blue. And the mountain range is definitely shadowed for some reason, and it shouldn't, because there aren't that many clouds in the sky. It's a planet shadowing. And we watched that on radar for years, and I was posting that regularly on Skywatcher too. But nobody ever not one person ever commented on those hundreds of postings, because it must scare people to realize that there's a planet that's crossing in front of the sun, and you can visually see the whole Pacific Northwest go into shadow, and it's not part of the daily normal.
You actually were going on one day like, can't you see it? And I thought, well, he's really upset about something. So I went on and really tried to see, but it scoffed up a lot of my data. But I mean, I actually saw a dark shadow going across Earth. And I was so excited when I finally saw what Sam was talking about, that this really does happen. He's not talking out an extra hole somewhere.
Right.
That is real.
Yeah, and I must have posted it that 100 times. You know, I posted it, and we saw example of it after example of it. Now, you know, and I live at this stage where, you know, I see all this stuff regularly, and yes, I am, you know, I'm dull to it, I imagine, but you've got to reach in and grab your science and chase after this information, because there's multiple references of the all of this fits together. There's so many examples of proof that this is really happening from many different media sites and from radar to, you know, the SETI Alpha people, all of this.
Okay, so I have a question, hey?
Go ahead.
I have a question. During the week, see? Yeah, I know, I noticed we lost Rebecca. That's a bummer. She has to come back because I have to ask her to show us something. Well, you know that during the week, they were showing a supposed picture of a skull shape in the Milton hurricane picture. Yeah. Have you seen that thing? Mm-hmm. And then Jesus, have you got that? Yeah. And then Jesus was showing me his picture of the night thing that's skull, and then I seen the skull guy as well. So I thought,
get it?
You know, wow, can we actually see a shape like that on a radar if it's close enough? There, look at that thing. That looks like a skull, man. Look at it.
Yeah. Looks like
there was another hurricane.
The wobble
scan or something.
I did this.
That developed because of the wind shear that was going across the United States in the central U.S. and there was a drag off, which is why the Hurricane Milton took a turn. Otherwise, it would have gone straight out to sea between Cuba and Florida, but it turned because of the weather above us to the north that affected the entire system. Now, that is the shape of part of the wobble. But the one thing about this hurricane that makes it really, really important, this thing was like 890 some odd millibars. And that is absolutely unheard of. 950 or so is like a category 1. And if you get to 900, which at one point in time it was 905 the last time I saw it, but I did see reports that it went to like 997 or 995 millibars, or excuse me, 895 millibars, which is absolutely category Cat 5, almost Cat 6. And they lucked out that because it ran into that transitional jet stream pattern that was coming in from the north, from the southern states, and from, you know, Ohio and Oklahoma and Texas and all that wind shear that did happen actually dropped it down from, because I believed it was going to go Cat 5 all the way straight across Florida, but it didn't, and they're very fortunate that it didn't. And because of that same Schindler shape that we're looking at here, there was a wind shear which also limited the tidal flow volume level of how it hit the bay. So they dodged the bullet, so to speak, in a lot of ways because of that wind shear that caused this shape.
Acapulco didn't.
No, it's not the skull.
Acapulco got hammered. We'll show that in a second.
Mexico really got bad hit. But look at that stuff.
This was Matthew, Hurricane Matthew.
We don't even talk about what happened to the Yucatan.
Right. I got the video. We'll share that here. But here's Hurricane Matthew. So it's not the first time we've seen something like this.
Oh, skeleton teeth and everything. Look at that.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Look at it.
Hello.
And it's smiling. I'm happy to
be a coincidence.
No.
Yeah, I'm happy to show half your country apart. Like, no problem. Just give me that. Yeah.
It's can't be.
It's like the Terminator or something.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, so let's look at some Milton videos here. I got a few clips.
I'm gonna call
another skull. That's right.
David.
Okay, let's see.
I want to meet David. Reality. You better come up to Inverness so he can meet me. You're gonna come up and meet us, David.
Okay.
It's not like I can get down there on an e-bike.
Don't they have a train?
Oh, we've got, it goes right past my window, man.
the size of that thing was just absolutely enormous.
It was 400 miles across, something like that. I heard the different sizes. Some people use different terms, but yeah, it was massive.
So that's just what, natural weather, or because they had them asteroids up above it and accentuated it, or what?
Well, what's going on is the Gulf of Mexico is the hottest it's ever been recorded in history. Yeah. And that adds energy to these storms. Now, there is also the possible formation on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week of a third hurricane. And they're already starting to watch that area. And it is forming off the north end of South America. So keep your eye on that, because more could be on the way. And we are still in hurricane season. Now, you guys up there should be experiencing Kirk right now. Hurricane Kirk over the top of you in Scotland, and that's probably all your rain that you're getting right now. Because the jet stream that came across the United States has also been joined by a jet stream that came off of the Hudson Bay and Alaska and all of that, and heading down into the middle of Minnesota and then curving back up. Now, next week, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, and all that area, and maybe even Nebraska and North Dakota are going to go down, and it's going to be a cold snap next week for those guys. And then we're going to get warm, because all that air, the warm temperature that is in Mexico and Arizona and California and Nevada is all going to head up here because of the next week's incoming low pressure system that is going to hit the middle of the United States from Canada. And that's basically what's going on currently, and it's also handed you all of that cold air that you're experiencing and mixing in with the warm air from the deformation of Hurricane Kirk.
Lo que vivimos hace un año en nuestro puerto de Acapulco tras el paso de uno de los huracanes.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of flooding in the Yucatan and Acapulco and all of that. They're having unbelievably violent thunderstorms and stuff, and formation of a moisture that's coming directly straight across from Africa, which is way farther south than it ever used to be. It used to come across to the Caribbean, and now it's literally coming across from Africa and going right on to the northern tip of South America. Now, this weather is also part of what's going on with the crazy over-raining thing that's going on in Africa, where in the central Africa, they're having a semi-drought. But in northern Africa, they have this accumulation of moisture and greening in the Sahara Desert, which like a month ago went and turned into that crazy-ass storm that went off Africa and straight into south of France and all the way up to Germany, and then did this anti-cyclonic backpedal several times over the Eastern Europe and the Balkans and all of that, and dumped all of that flooding in Poland and the Czech Republic and Balkan states. And of course, let's not forget those folks over there, because they got flooded too. And of course, China is flooding. There's flooding in India and in Pakistan and Myanmar and all of the centralized people at the same latitudes and longitudes as Florida. Literally, everything in that northern region, but in the southern part of the northern hemisphere, everybody's flooding. So our weather is completely
I wondered
different.
if it was a band all around the earth that was flooding. Sorry.
Yeah, it's flooding everywhere in that whole area. Yeah, and it's just in the southern half of the northern hemisphere, because the equator is behaving completely unbelievably weird. And then we're going into La Nina, and that's a transitory pattern change as well, so you can look that up and study that. But we're seeing, if you're not convinced now that we're in major climate change, then you never will be. And if you buy into the fact that climate change is just a passing thing and it's not real, and we're only going to get a few inches of water raised, no, when Antarctica and all our glaciers on the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere all melt, we're going to be kissing huge portions of Florida goodbye. And literally, the southern half of Florida is not going to be there. It'll be underwater. And that's not so far away. And that's going to be, there's countries right now that are watching in the Philippines areas and Malaysia, that every day Every day they are watching the water level rise in their villages. And they're moving and they're stepping back every day. And that's because they're in the mid-ocean bulge. The water is rising faster in the mid-ocean bulge in the center of the Earth, the mid-tropospheres, and so that's all happening faster for them. And the farther north, the slower, so or south, depending on your point of view. It's happening. Climate change is real, and we're in trouble. We are in trouble.
UK.
Remember, for every temperature change of 1 degree or more, we're adding 7% more acquisition ability of our atmosphere to hold 7% more water. And we're already a couple up on that because they're saying, oh, we've already raised 1 degree. And I'm thinking we've already raised 3 because we're seeing 21 to 25% more rain than ever. So mathematically, I believe we're quite a few degrees warmer than they're actually accurately taking into account. And look, I mean, how long can we keep doing this? How long can we keep replacing this? These people are out there on TV screaming, oh my God, I just got the house fixed. I had one more door to paint and I was done after the last one. And here we go. Now they have to start all over again. And the money that's being destroyed here is unbelievable. And that will have an economic effect on us. I guarantee you the lumber business is doing fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's another one talking about geoengineering.
Never hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder is mentioning how much we are hearing. Like, I know on TikTok, it's as I scroll through, it's just constant. It's constant. So yes, I mean they are going at it hardcore. At that angle. But hey, they have to cover it up somehow. They have to explain it away.
That's the conspiracy theorists, the big they. They are doing this to us. They are out to get us. They want to terraform. They want to do this.
Well, who doesn't want us to know about this other solar system? Who does not want us to know? That's who I'm talking about. Who are those people?
Well, but they don't have to. They don't have to do it. It's already doing it for us because the planet is heating up because there's another star. There isn't CO2 sequestration. There's another damn star in our solar system, and it's nearby, and it's heating up all the planets. You can look that up.
So
go to Google Space and look the temperature changes up in the last 2 decades.
There's a reason why geoengineering so hard. I mean, it's
oh yeah.
I mean, they're really trying to indoctrinate people with that.
They don't direct and guide storms. I mean, they have sound machines for war, but they don't have war machines for directing entire storms. That would take more energy than we could produce on half our planet at one time to do that.
Yeah. What about at a small level, just to make it seem more believable that they're doing it, like at a 5% level?
Well, yeah, I imagine
make it rain,
create localized fog. Oh yeah, they can cloud seed and stuff like that. We know about the blue modules they drop in the air and all of that new polyfiber compound, whatever that crap is, because there's reports that they are cloud seeding, and we know they are. But they're not going to guide and direct and create a massive storm. No, this is because the water temperature was 96, 98, 100 degrees in the Gulf of Mexico because the sun is shining on it, because the Earth is tipped more than it used to be, because there's another star and all these planets right next to us. And the fact that Earth is different than it ever has been, we're seeing different effects, and it's hotter. Look what we went through with this summer.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about this last year, the year before this was coming, and here we are. You cannot argue. It is here. It's happening. It's real. And it's all because of the second solar system. They don't have to do it. It's doing it by itself.
Right. Okay.
We're tipped. We're no longer where we used to be.
I feel like they're trying to cover it up. There I go. They.
Yeah.
I do. I mean, I feel like there's a cover up happening. Cover up.
They have to have a story. Sorry, but they do. They have to have a story. They put out the
sea trail because it was blocking some of the incoming light. Otherwise, we would have been fried, and we wouldn't have any food right now at all. Our food production around the planet is already, off by 40%. So the reason they put the sea trails out there was to block the incoming light, but it also has the double effect of blocking our outgoing view. Well, yeah, that was also one of those lesser of two evils. Yes, they know it's toxic. Yes, they know they're spraying shit up there, but that's not good for us. But what's worse for us is if we had a 130-degree temperature day throughout this whole summer. So they put that stuff up in
medication. The air. It's like
not always good.
The side effects are worse than the actual problem that you have, so we're going to give you the medication.
Well, in some cases, but I can see the reason that they did it, but it also has the dual effect. It's, the double-edged sword where we don't get to see the planets. And yes, we have seen that they do directly when they know the planets are coming in and going to be visible. They jump out there and they spray their sea trails in front of the thing. All of us old veteran sky watchers go, oh, hey, they're going to cover something up, so that we should go look now. And because they don't do a very good job of it anymore. And it's cost billions of dollars to keep doing that. And it's not good for us. And that also may have something to do with why we're all not feeling well. But, I don't tread into the they are doing this to get us routine because they're too busy being greedy.
Is that Brandon? Is that
I'm talking about? Sorry, I was talking about who is behind trying to distract people into believing it's HARP, into believing it's geoengineering. Somebody is behind that motion because it's too heavy out there. It's constant. It's coming from channels that are totally sus. That they have. Anyway, but I'm just saying there's a push behind that to steer people into believing it's HARP. That's all. There's somebody behind that.
Yeah, Brandon, I totally agree with you. We cannot give them that credit because we can't let them corner us into a train of thought. We can't be afraid of it or manipulated by giving them that much credit. It's like you never want to mention, if you're religious, you never want to mention the devil's name because then never give the devil his due, as they say. And that's exactly right. Don't give credit. Don't say they are out to get us. Don't believe
Brandon
that they are
terraforming.
Yeah, Brandon, get up here. It is just propaganda. I agree.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, if you don't have,
totally.
Well, remember last week somebody was, we can't believe our own lying eyes. Yes, we can. We can believe our eyes. We should believe our eyes over anything anybody else tells us. Because, the truth is the truth is the truth. Alex says, a hurricane or tornado is not man-made, but by movements of the universe that meet, swirl, and hit Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, because Earth is tipped. Our angle of our sun is different. We're hotter. We're boiling off our water. We knew about boil off, God, all the way back to 2018, when the surface air, where the air crawling on the ground has changed. And that was 2018. And then also after that, suddenly both hemispheres, weather in the jet stream and the upper atmosphere, started going the same direction. And that's never existed. It always went one direction in the northern hemisphere, the other opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. And that's not happening right now because Earth is tipped and we're rolling on our own atmosphere. So we're tipped more. Our axis is tipped more than it used to be. And we noticed that right away when all of a sudden years ago when we were still using satellite footage where you get a direct link and you type into a satellite and you get the direct view. We noticed that all of a sudden the satellite maps and the thing that where the satellite always shown, it showed the same spot on Earth regularly. Each satellite did this. And we noticed that the map had somehow twisted. Like, why did our view change? Was it the satellites? But they all did it at the same time. So we knew that Earth had tipped. Of course, we knew that in 2011, when the second star got here, all the other planets tipped as well. So all the planets in our solar system, when the second star got here, they all tipped to face the big magnet.
Oh, look at that.
That's really interesting colors going on there.
Yeah, Christopher was bringing these pictures to my attention today. It was from a lady, Sarah Sullivan. And look at the left-hand side of the picture at that rainbow area, Sam.
Actually, I take that back. That could easily, because of the purple, that could be the stripes of that too.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That could be.
I made a diagram.
Wow, look
I
at
mean,
that.
yeah.
There's the planet there.
She's
Look.
in Maine?
Yeah, these do not look like Uri stripes. These are the stripes of Atu.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I knew it was
Cool.
like, I knew it was definitely, you know.
Yeah, look at the green and that purple.
One of the
wow.
I thought that was really neat.
Yeah, Atu has far more stripes than Uri does. But Atu's stripes are at an angle where Uri's stripes are horizontal.
Oh, okay.
Depending on the axis tip of the planet. And now that Atu is on the left-hand side in this shot, left hand of the sun, then its axis tip is leaning to. Anyway. Yeah, that's Atu.
Cool. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, look at the
Atu is
purple
getting
light.
smaller. Yay.
Purpling.
We're getting, better shots of it. This is one of the planets, probably Uri over the top. And we know those asteroids.
Yeah, these
That's his moon with the red asteroid dead center and spiral asteroid behind the tree branch and a couple of leaves on the left. And the illuminated area in the center of the picture behind the asteroids is, of course, Atu's moon.
Wow.
That's why it's
Very
illuminated
cool.
there. Because remember, the planets are way high above us. They're way high above us. They get lit.
Wow. I've got to get out of Las Vegas. I'm so jealous of everybody's pictures. It's like everybody's got, scenery and water and trees, and I've got power lines and traffic. It's just.
Yes.
I don't
Me
know.
too.
You have water? You have trees? You lucky. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, and welcome to Montana. Where that's all we have is trees. We don't have a lot of water. We don't have a lot of lakes up here in Montana. I have a few, not a lot. Well, some are glacial lakes, some glacially carved nuggets or dugouts or whatever you want to call it.
I've got a nice
I am in Looney Land today.
So
I've got a
how
nice
about we
big
watch
field with the hay bales.
a video?
And we got a video. Cool.
Yay.
Yeah, I feel like
Let's try and
watching
pick
some of
Kelly.
Alexander's captures. Our friend Alexander in Germany. So let's see what he caught
Good.
this
They're
week.
always good.
Yes.
We're gonna have to start, thanking him regularly.
I totally.
A contributor. Yeah, this is that one I was talking about with the drawing.
See, look at that.
I think that's the red asteroid.
I was going to say, look
There's little
at that
sisters in
asteroid.
front. See the little dot in the center? That's little sister in front of the red asteroid. I'm pretty sure. But what really strikes me as important is look at all the star destroyers right there above it in the background, right there.
Look at those guys.
Those are star destroyers, guys. And look at those bubbles right there. Those are more star destroyers parked in front of.
Let me get your drawing, Sam.
You where the purple
Let me
is?
get that drawing.
You where the purple illumination is in the back on the right-hand side? That's where the cube is.
Okay.
And those
you
dots
can see the line.
are star destroyers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, if you'll come up with that drawing, Rebecca.
Yeah, it's pulling up right now. Wait. Oh, there's an issue. Hang on. Darn it.
Technical
Everything's going so good.
Of course.
And then there's going to be an issue.
Yeah, you can actually
it's what it says.
see the text cube in the background.
Bear with me. Try it again here.
Yeah, I hope we don't get in FB jail again.
Oh, jeez.
Man.
Yeah.
That's
we share too much information and we all get in trouble.
I'm just learning to not get too attached to my pages. Yeah, my account. Okay.
And I drew this drawing in 2019 after I watched the Texas Cube sitting above in the northwest sky, offloading these star destroyers. And so I drew this picture because this is what I saw in the sky. And there were no clouds around it other than minor vaporous clouds around the Texas cube per se itself. And there were many, many smaller craft. I could have drawn in a whole bunch more, but I just did a quick drawing of it because I wanted to remember. And I should have dated this drawing, which is surprising I didn't, because I learned to do so. That way we can tell back when. But I remember when I drew it. But
I was gonna say, if you see the cube in here, point it out for me because I'm looking for it. I'll back it up just a little bit. So now that we know what we're looking at.
Star Destroyer, which is Star Destroyer. Quick support craft. A couple more Star Destroyers. Okay, it's dead center in the middle right now. See the square?
Okay.
Yeah, right there. See the square? Now it's too close. It's down a little bit from here. Right there. See the square in the background? And a little gray square.
All right, and then there's that.
And those are Star Destroyers that are enveloped in clouds. Yeah, purplish.
Wonder where they're going and what they're doing.
No.
And what they look like. What they had for dinner.
What are they doing up there? Where are
what
they
they're
going?
wearing.
They're there. Okay. They're showing. They are here, showing the leaders of Earth that there is a squadron of high-tech invasion fleet, and if we don't do what they tell us, then they will invade and take what they want anyway, because they don't need doors. They do not need, you can lock yourself in your bunker installation 3 miles down in a hole, and they can still get in. They don't use doors.
Friendly, Egg, to me, if they're going to be that way about it.
We are a commodity. We're a herd of owned commodity. They own us. They created us. We belong to them, just like a herd of cattle to some Montana rancher. And they fly in their helicopter and study the herd and take, samples of their hair and their blood to make sure they're healthy and check them. And then they have individuals they like to watch and do case studies on, just like we do with wolves or elephants or sharks or you name it. And how we see the ethical treatment of tagging a shark is how they see ethical treatment of tagging us. We are owned. And to them, it's a whole different point of view. We are short-lived little creatures. We're like pets. We don't live that long. They live thousands of years.
Question. Can they do they have that?
Can they fall in love?
Feeling? Of course they can fall in love. Are they empathetic?
Well, how else
are
do
they
you think they make space eat baby E.T.? They gotta make baby E.T. Of course, they're creatures. They're people. There's many different beings. Some lizards, some humanoids, some elongated skull humanoids. I've never met enough of them to actually stand here and tell you this is this is this is this. But the ones that I have met, I can fully describe to you. But and of course they do. They have to exist. They're a civilization, and they've been around a lot longer than we have.
Right? Yeah, Audrey. We're like a TV show, a comedy, probably. Earth. All right.
It's like raising you watch, horses live, 28, 30 years or so if they're lucky.
Maybe
like owning a horse, and you watch it grow and you take care of it, and then you put it out to pasture when it gets old and all of that.
I think Mittens is cute. I adore her. So what if I think that way about
on
it?
Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the little walking collar.
I know. I'll get it.
And I was thinking, poor Mittens, the gas station cat, is now being led on a leash.
I know.
I wonder how Mittens feels about that.
She kind of takes off. She hasn't earned my trust yet.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think that's the red asteroid right there. But the ships behind it are absolute. Yeah, see the center? There's a little sister. We know red asteroid has a little sister in front of her all the time. And there were some great captures. I noticed that you commented on Facebook this week, Rebecca, with the cloud pattern again.
Oh, yeah?
The really cool reddish, brownish clouds that we see all the time.
Yeah.
And this is a cutoff sun. Yuri is cutting in from the left, and Saturn yellow moon is cutting into the sun from the right, and that's why it's orange on small spots. And we also know that Matim is showing up again. Matim is to the upper right of the sun, just behind Yuri, but poking its face out. We saw a whole bunch of shots this week that came in to match and prove that this is yet still occurring. And I believe Matim is actually getting bigger.
Wow. Did you guys see that? Oh, maybe, I don't know, it looked like a Star Destroyer right on the horizon, just right there.
Back it up. Really?
Yeah, that does. Look at that.
Damn, what was that?
Yeah, that really looked like a big flying train. Yeah, and they right there.
Yeah, look, there it is.
In that cloud.
Mm-hmm.
See, what I always look for is I look for the conning tower. If it's triangle and you can find a conning tower on it, you know, like the Star Wars movie, where they have that big, you know, top platform on the back end, the conning tower, where, you know, where they drive it from, you know, the main deck or whatever you want to call it. And if that matches, and this kind of does, if you can see the conning tower and you see the triangle, you got a very close Star Destroyer, and they go by all the time. I've personally seen one twice in the sky myself. One time, one was parked and one flew over my head, and they're absolutely silent, and the animals don't like it. Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
Yeah,
it stayed the same
cloud,
shape
cloud,
pretty
but
much
if it
the
has
whole
a conning
way.
tower, that's an asteroid. And a whole bunch of other littler ones. I think that's Irene. I could be wrong. That is the bottom of Atu's moon generically.
Wow.
And there's a whole bunches of asteroids underneath. And we're going to see way, way bigger ones and more of them going all the way up to December. And they're going to get very big and very close and very, very fast.
Oh, they're going to freak out and stick all those trails up there again.
Oh, I hope we don't. You know, it's possible we'll have another trail event. This is where they're in Russia, where that meteor came in. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Yep.
Isn't that clever? Yeah.
That's pretty good, Alexander. Excellent job.
Wow.
Excellent job. Well, I want to capture that. Send me a screen capture of that, would you please?
Yeah, we need a screenshot of that
asteroid
thing.
itself. Question, was that skull right there? Was my question.
That's what I thought.
Briefly, that looked like the skull. Like right there, in the just to the upper right of the sun, that looks like the skull. It's still right there, still.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like the skull. But it's got a cloud in front of its face as usual. Zorch. Yeah, the skull asteroid. I often wonder if somebody carved that or if that's natural. But the skull asteroid is quite real. NASA even announced it 4 years after we did. See the spiral? There's the spiral asteroid. It's of course behind a cloud. Yeah, that's probably the bottom of Yuri and Atu. Boy, look at that. That's illuminated.
Ooh, look at that. Sticking out, man.
Now remember, behind Yuri is Saru, and Saru does affect her. Yeah, look at all the asteroids going by. Lots of stuff up there, guys.
There's Alex chiming in right now. Hey.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Crazy week.
I haven't even gotten to the bottom of the list. And I see Katie Joe is here. Hi, Katie Joe.
Katie Joe. Hey, Katie.
Yeah, I really wish that everybody out there would start doing this with your friends. I know it's a hard subject to do, but I looked at the view count again on YouTube, and we're only getting 500, 600 views. And I looked at Christoper's site today, and his view count could sure go up, folks. And please go to Christoper's site and at least watch a couple of his videos. The man needs some likes and some subscribes and some notification bell ring and all of that going on. So please do subscribe to these folks' hard work, and then share it with your friends. And they may laugh at you, but say, hey, there's this group that have been doing this for 14 years, and they're pretty darn credible. At least we hope you think that. And look, a
lot of people have been saying
the sun they're staring at. Look, it's being cut off from the upper right. There's something blocking the light right there, guys. Something that's really happening. That's not your normal sun.
Yeah.
Briefly, there was
I think a lot of people have been coming out and saying that they tell people and they dismiss them, and within a few months they'll come back and start asking them questions because they're starting to see, you got to spark an interest in people.
Right.
Thank
you can
Alexander.
start just by saying, have you noticed the weird dark spots in the sky? Have you noticed that there's something wrong with the sky?
Right.
We've been noticing anomalies that don't make sense, which is how everybody got here. Every one of us, every person that's in Montana Skywatcher 1 or 2 over the years, all noticed that there was something wrong with the sky. And if you start there and you take somebody outside and you actually, if you do have a sighting where it's actually functioning, where you go, holy crap, I got to go tell my neighbor, do so. Now, although my neighbors are probably pretty sick of me doing that. I've done it to a couple, 2 of them out of the 5 that are immediately around me. But there, God, and then the day I was sitting there like a year ago, I was watching the long box cube go right over the top of us. I mean, I watched it so long that my neck hurt. I had to lean against the car to stare up any longer. And I watched that damn thing and all the support craft and the Star Destroyers, plain as day. There they are. Neighbors came out. I pointed it to them. They spent probably 20, 30 seconds looking up. And then they went about their business, jumped in their car, and went off to the store or wherever they were going. So, yeah, it's a crazy nut job topic. And, oh, my God, how can you possibly believe this is really happening? And you're just this crazy conspiracy theory guy. No, it's really happening. And it's really the coolest show you ever You'll never get a chance to see this unless you start looking now. It's just awesome.
That's the hardest.
It's insanely awesome.
To get past is to get people to believe you that it's really happening. It's not just an idea or a theory, but
hell, we'd be just talking about one planet. Yeah, look, it's Planet X.
Right. So it's hard for people.
No, 7.
Right.
7.
Not including Nibiru.
Right.
7.
Oh my God. And we don't even really have the actual planetary count. We don't have the moon count. Right. I know we don't. There's no way for us to call it. We know that, the Tan asteroid could quite easily be a moon.
Sure.
But we've never had a close up enough to actually see the surface. Although over the years we have, but we haven't. And perhaps Alexander will have the opportunity to prove that this end of the month or so. Maybe we're going to see a close pass of, because I know that the Tan asteroid is very big right now, very big, surprisingly big. And I'm going to have to increase the size of all the asteroids in this next month's drawing because they are bigger. And
wow, you think maybe Tan asteroids like a moon
it could be a moon. It could easily be a semi-atmospherically submerged southern hemisphere moon, because we've had pictures going back in 2017, 18, 19, where it's creeping out of the bottom of the atmosphere of that unbelievably bubbly, insane base cloud of Uri, and it sticks partially out, and it is so much bigger than everything around it that it could quite easily be a moon. And now remember, gas giants have many, many moons. So there could be a whole bunch more that we don't even know about between Saru and Uri, because we don't even talk about that stuff. And we know that there's shitloads of asteroids between Saru and Uri, because even that's in the Bible. It's in the Golden Bible as well. So, and of course, the Egyptians knew about it, and the Greeks knew about it, and they had all knowledge of all of this stuff, and the changing of the dynasties in Egypt and everything were direct representations of the passing of Nibiru and the climate changes that happened as well in the 1650 BC. So check your dates, go back in history, and you can see that this and other things have occurred that modern science, or Western science as we sometimes call it, they don't talk about. And it's real. It's real. It's real. It's real. It's real. It's real.
So, for those that couldn't visualize what Mittens looks like with her little harness on, here's her picture with her little harness.
We're gonna get the big awe here. Ready, everybody?
Look at her. She's so cute.
Right.
There she is.
That's some big old eyes.
Like the camera.
I know, man. Look at that.
That's some big,
What's
beautiful
going on?
eyes.
And
Wow.
they're so like yellow green color, like
Wow.
very vibrant.
She looks like a happy cat. That's good to see.
Yes, she knows she kind of runs the place.
Now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is what she looked
gotta
like
tell
when
the
we got her
story.
back in June.
Oh wow.
This is what she looked like when we got her. Somebody found her at a gas station. Bless her heart. I mean it. This was June 15th.
She does not look very
smiling. She was smiling.
Yeah.
She was like, "Oh my God, look who I found!" Woo-hoo.
I mean it. She didn't know what was going on, but she's so cute. But look at her, y'all. She's getting
Somebody
big.
saved me. Yay.
I know. I know. We love her.
Nice and beautiful again. Her face is not so beat up. No, happy.
I know, Jesus. I my only concern is like what happened to her mother and her siblings, like I can't worry about it, but I hope they're okay,
There you go, overthinking it.
I know. It's like
That's
how did she
usually
get
me.
to
That's usually me.
mini queen? Yes, egg. She really is. Like she kind of gets her way around here, that's for sure. One thing she does not like is she don't like to be held. Like she'll come and sit in your lap all day, and she'll sleep right by me every night. But if you pick her up and try to hold her, oh no, you got about 5 seconds. She's fighting to get down. So I don't give her a bath, Audrey. I did when she was tiny because she had fleas, but now that she's bigger, I haven't gone there. She did jump in the tub once though. I had a tub full of water, and she just jumped right in.
It's so
We
funny
don't have
watching
fleas
cats
up
get in
here
the
in
water.
Montana, by the way.
Wait, what?
What, Sam?
We don't have fleas in Montana.
No.
Oh, fleas. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's too high up. They can live up here, but they don't regenerate. You can have a cat brought up here with fleas, and they'll have fleas for a long time, but they do not regenerate up here in the higher altitudes. And we don't have sand chiggers or all of that stuff that you guys have to. Nor scorpions or crystals.
You know what? I love that about Salt Lake is when I left New Mexico, flies, mosquitoes here, barely see any of it. You barely get anything. Sometimes you'll have I had one fly in the house that was driving me nuts the other day, and then I was losing my mind because I couldn't catch this freaking thing and let it out the house. And then I thought to myself, I remember New Mexico, and I was like, God, you've gotten spoiled. You're crying about one fly. But there's no bugs. There's we see snails, grasshoppers, but there's no flies. There's no gnats. There's no. I love that. It's
I did not know that. Yeah, we got tons of all that.
Minimal. It's very minimal. Like you'll see mosquitoes, but it's so minimal, and I love that. So I don't miss them at all.
Well, Katie Jo has. She doesn't have fleas herself, but in New Jersey they have fleas. So,
by the way, Katie, I stepped out a while ago when I heard you say that they were spraying, and there's a lot of big stuff flying around. There's a lot of big stuff. Thank God I went outside.
I'm going to look.
Thank God I went out there because
I'll try it.
My roommate was about to get towed I didn't go out there, they would have towed his car. That's what took me a while to get back. But but yeah, there's some pretty nasty big stuff flying around, and they're also spraying my sky too. So break out your camera. Get ready to take
Rebecca,
Yes.
did you get a picture of that asteroid shape put over the shape of Alexander's picture? Because it moved too fast. I've been trying to go back in time here to take a picture of it, and I can't get it.
Oh, do I have it? I can get you a screenshot. I can do that really quickly and send it to you. You want a
Thank you.
screenshot?
Yeah, I just want to save it because it's quite cool. It's quite cool.
So,
thank you, Alexander, by the way.
Let's go ahead and watch Gillian's video next, since she's in a much later time zone, even though she wants to stay with us the whole show, which is great.
Let's see if I can do it. Do it.
I know. What time is it, Gillian? Like what? One? Oh, not quite.
6 minutes to 12. 6 minutes to 12.
Almost midnight. Okay. It's not that bad.
No.
All right. Well, here's what Gillian saw this week, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. Here
How much
we go.
stuff did you get? That's a moon. It's just the light starting to look gray there.
I figured those were Star Destroyers.
More
Maybe.
Star Destroyers. Yep, one, and the other one was an object. Now, there are some planets in the sky that you will notice there is a new conjunction going on. And I suggest people go look at it. It's called the Box Conjunction. And there's 4 planets that are, well, actually more than 4 planets that are creating. Excuse me. Choking on a donut here. Yeah, those look like Star Destroyers.
Cough drop. Oh.
No, I'm eating a chocolate donut and trying to talk at the same time. It doesn't work.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, look at that. That is an ion bleed off of something. And yeah, probably those 2 upper bodies are probably like Jupiter and Saturn and Venus and all of that are in our night sky now. So do look it up and find out where they are, because they are in a new conjunction. And I had some questions about that this week. And somebody said, well, what is that? And I said, I think you're looking at Venus. So you also have to take into account where the normal planets are too. And I occasionally forget that myself. I got chocolate frosting all over my fingers. No!
The moon does exist, by the way.
Yeah, I've heard the moon is real.
Yeah.
Although it's tipped.
Yes, let's look at the tip.
You know, somebody
we have
posted the other day
from Australia.
Somebody posted a picture of the moon, and then they kind of edited it. And it looked like there was a shadow right next to it. I think it was Christine Colvin. She posts some
look at that
interesting things sometimes.
I didn't see that
possible.
one.
You know, we know there's a mini, the mini moon and the other 4 asteroids that they don't talk about. It's entirely possible that something has gone closer than 265,000 miles between us. It's very large.
Bigger than 15 meters.
Yeah. We you know, and I think that, you know, they're talking about the mini moon and why they announced it so they could distract people, and from what they, at the same time, that same day that it was supposed to start, because I had the countdown on my computer running. And I watched it happen. And then that night or that next morning, I went outside and looked, and I saw 3 crescents. One of them was our moon. And the other 2, I couldn't tell you what the hell they were, but I saw 3 definite absolute crescents of illumination, like our moon was. They were all matching illuminations, but I wasn't looking through a camera or anything. This was by eye. And I counted 1, 2, 3, and I went, holy shit, what is that I'm looking at? And of course, there's no way to try, you pointed out to the guy at the gas station, at 5 o'clock in the morning, and they go, oh, that's weird. And then that's the end of the conversation. And if they even see it at all. And so I'm still reminded of a couple weeks ago, I asked that one guy at the truck stop, it's like, if you knew that there was these giant cube ships parked above Earth with many, many star destroyers in our atmosphere, orbiting a couple of fleets of ships, would you want to know? And the guy said to me, well, I don't know if I'd want to know. Which I thought was a weird answer. Because to me, I would want to know. And oh, by the way, there's these cube ships that are here with fleets of star destroyers and smaller support craft and a space tube and an empire orb and everything else. And they're freaking here. And they're real. ET is here, boys and girls. By the thousands. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of them up there. I mean, people-wise, or beings on these hundreds and hundreds of ships. They're real. They're here. What more do you want to know? Go find out. Just look up. Oh my God. I sound like a nut job coming up here. I know, but we've been talking about this for years now. When is this going to go viral, people?
Last night that I was out in my backyard talking to my roommate, in between halfway through the conversation, I started seeing something. I started seeing the V shape as something was coming in, and it just got bigger and closer and bigger and bigger. And I just blows my mind that nobody noticed these things, because there was nothing else in the sky. It was clear. We've had blue skies for months, right? So if you see an anomaly like that, to not notice it is just, I can't wrap my mind around it. I would look back to my roommate and I'm like, I just thinking to myself, how are you not watching this? How are you not noticing that? It's right in your field of vision. I'll never understand that about most people. The thing is that, unfortunately, most people, their peripheral vision is down here. And I don't get that, because I gotta stop myself constantly, because I'm always looking up. I have to basically make it a point to not look up sometimes, because I drive for a living, so I have to. But it is insane how much happens so obviously in our sky, and not a soul seems to really question it. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. Audrey, yeah, I have a little bit. I'm working on it. It's been a work in progress, but thank you very much. That's very nice of you to say that. That'll make my whole week, honestly. Thank you.
I sent you some pictures now, Rebecca. Things that I took. Okay. Like, it's the skull thing that I took, and the picture of today when I came home. That Yuri shot. It was just huge.
All right. We'll get her.
Yeah, guys, let's practice. Let's practice not living down here so much. And I'm not saying don't. Worldly Absolutely. Things are good. It's good to continue our life, family, all that. But let's make it a point to be more aware of our place in the sky and in space, our place on this amazing place that we are right now, in the middle of a bunch of planets. It's time that we just pay more attention to that and be more aware of our surroundings, because I feel like very few people out there really are aware that we live on a freaking rock that's flying through space, right behind our star. I know that people know that, but I don't think that people really know that. And it drives me crazy, and I really wish that we can start doing that, and being more aware of that stuff, because lots going on, and a lot is being missed by most everybody, and that's a shame. I'm really glad, Chris, that you're on board, because God, I'll tell you, it's lonely out here. Like, it's lonely.
Yeah.
I'm sure you know that by now. It's lonely. It's so much cool stuff that you just really want to share with people, and you want to say, like, God, look at that. That's just so cool. And you can't, like, you can, and we do,
right.
but
people just want to say weird comments, and or they just want to deny the whole thing without even looking at the information first. It's like, how are you going to comment and say, no, this isn't happening, and then just move on? It's like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Take the information and use it and see what you can see in it.
Yeah, I tell people, I dare you to just look into this information. I dare you. Come on here and try to disprove us. Come on.
Oh boy.
Do it. I dare you. I think this is a difference between those who learn and those who don't, or those who actually take the time to say, I'm going to look into this. If you're one of those that'll just say no, and I know, and I get where that comes from, because there's a lot of crazy shit out there. You have, as Sam says, QAnon, you have crazy conspiracy theories, which I think I think the floodgates were open for that kind of stuff, purposely to flood the internet with disinformation. That way, the real stuff is easily dismissed. And I get where that comes from, because there's a lot of crazy shit out there. I get it, but this isn't one of them. We're not conspiracy theorists. Like, you won't see me going down that. And people who know me for 6+ years will tell you I'm not one of those crazy conspiracy nuts. I'm not. I do question things. I know that there's a lot of bullshit that we live with on a daily basis, but personally with me, a lot of these conspiracies, they're nothing compared to what's really happening. So I really don't bother with them. This is so big that who cares about the rest of this stuff? That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, get on board, people. Get on board. They're missing a hell of a show, and I'm a sharer. I want to share this with people. Like, it sucks walking around not being able to share this with people. It sucks. It really sucks, because
it does.
We got a lot of cool stuff to share too.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Very cool stuff, and you're missing out, guys. You're missing out.
Purple planet, the green planet.
We're very fortunate to live in this time and be able to understand, to have the presence of mind and the knowledge. And imagine what the ancients must have thought, when they saw this stuff in the sky. At least we have some kind of context, of what it really is. So
the archetypes.
Take advantage of it. Take advantage of how far we've made it here. Oh, here we go. Sam,
this one is what you sent me.
This is a little slightly brightened up a little bit, but this was just above me. Right before that video that we played earlier. Look at those lines. What do you think? And there's a lot of.
Yeah, it does look triangular, but there's also a round object behind it. You've got most likely Atu with a Star Destroyer right over the top of you.
Okay, all right. Because Atu's moon,
the dark looks like Atu. It's too dark to be.
I do feel like Atu and Atu's moon were definitely present for sure. We're definitely there.
Yeah.
And if you look,
that does look very triangular. Now remember, they're huge when they go over the top of you.
Yeah,
and they're absolutely silent. They don't make any noise.
No.
And when they go over the top of you, it's literally like 3 football fields long, and they're 300, 400, 500 yards long. I mean, they're huge, and the animals freak out underneath them, and there is a harmonic vibration that goes along with them, but it's barely noticeable. But I've seen one of them go over the top of me before that was completely not in any clouds whatsoever, because it was really close to the deck.
Well, last night I felt electric. I almost feel like my hair was standing up.
Right. You feel a harmonic. You feel something.
It was definitely not. I didn't just see it. I felt it. I felt what was happening last night. And
yeah, you were really amped. You were emotionally amped.
I was.
I could feel it.
Yeah,
this guy's seeing something, man. He's seeing something. I better go look. I better just go look and see as well.
Yeah, very interesting, and there was times where my heart was just racing. But it's very exciting stuff, guys. Very exciting stuff. And there's no ride out there. There's no Six Flags. There's no nothing that'll compare to the rush that you get when you see something like this. And I really welcome you all to come and join us in this amazing time that we're living through. Years from now,
they are here. They are here.
Decades from now, this is, and hopefully fast, but this is going to change the course of our history, guys. Be part of that. Absolutely. This is huge. This is amazing. This is something that's going to change the way we look at the cosmos and our place in the cosmos. The biggest thing
is cube right there.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, this is a series of pictures.
You can even see the framework on the facing of it. I'm gonna blow this up. Yeah, you can see the outside framework of the actual Texas cube. Yeah, that is definitely the tech. It's purple too, and it's different than the rest of the color of everything because Attu is behind it and above it. And the Attu's moon is on the left.
And
wow.
Can you see craters? I mean,
I was gonna say that looks like there's texture here and surface.
I don't know where the light is on this one.
This is all nighttime shots.
Yeah,
between 11:30 and 12 o'clock at night.
And those white dots are probably not stars.
When was this?
Those are probably minor asteroids.
I'm sorry, when was it?
Two nights ago.
2 nights ago. See, this looks a lot like my last night.
Yeah.
It looks a lot like last night.
And there was
totally
a lot
would look like stars, but
they're not stars.
It wasn't
stars. You can see these illuminated dots in the sky are way closer.
And they look way closer. Way closer. And they didn't resemble any constellations. Because I have the Little Dipper just outside of my house.
If you look here,
I direct myself from that, and I know what is what because I'm always watching that stuff. So the importance of paying attention.
The Texas cube is also in this one.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's above the word R.
This is the thing.
R. If you go straight up above that.
Yeah.
Look at how much bigger than our moon it is, guys.
Well,
this is the scale of things, guys. Yeah, you have to wrap your mind
around. It blows me away every time.
They're huge.
I mean, yeah, we're looking at a gas giant and a very large moon, and we know it's a moon because it has craters. And we watched it come in from 2017 on, 15, 16, 17. And yeah, oh my God, it blows me away. And yes, these planets do get that close to us, and it's amazing that, we haven't been crushed or broken or anything like everybody. Oh, we'd be dead by now. Well, no. I thought that all the way back in 2013, but no, we've learned.
We're still here.
Yeah, look at that light reach. The reason that those lights are going up is because that's the ion superhighway of the bleed off between a passing planet and us.
Love that.
It's an accelerated ion pathway.
Wow.
That proves that everything is connected, guys. We're not separate from everything else. We're all connected.
Because lights don't normally do that. That's not normal. That's ion bleed off coming from. And now remember, light is accelerated ions. That's what and that's reaching all the way up to the other planet. Because there's a pathway connection, electrical.
Sometimes when you get one of these night passes, to tell what is what, it's like, and catching it with your camera is not always the best, but some of the best stuff I've seen this cycle has been at night. There's been some really cool stuff at night, but I really wish, hopefully to get me like a night vision camera or something, just to get it a little. I don't know if that would work because I put everything like in a green spectrum. But it would be nice to get something that's a little bit more better at catching at night. There's a lot.
The problem is that you have to come to it.
So much. There's so much here that I feel the camera is not quite catching. But I saw this last night, very similar to what I saw last night.
Yeah, me too. I've seen that as well.
The light. I mean, here these trees are being illuminated from behind us as the viewer. And yet that area up there in the upper right corner is just absolutely pitch black. And that is not the normal sky, you guys. That's Atu.
So
big old think, dark purple
is that keeping to make the drawing, Sam?
Yes, it will.
I thought so.
It will be.
I can't wait. I've been looking forward.
It'll be in the upper middle, and Nepenthe is going to be in the upper middle, right next to each other, and then Uri's going to be up higher, and Saru is going to be more prominent, and Mitim is going to be bigger, and the red asteroid is going to be bigger, and the lead asteroid is going to be approximately the same size, but the green asteroid is going to be much bigger this month, and then Lorraine and Pappy are also bigger, and the asteroid is huge. So that's going to be interesting trying to fit all of that in this month's drawing.
Gonna need a bigger sheet.
Yeah, I'm not.
Should be fun.
I'm not leaving much out. Everybody will be in there, including Saru. So however, you're only going to see a smidgen of Nibiru. It'll be in the bottom corner because it's pretty much gone past Earth. Yeah, look, you're pointing at that dark area. Unbelievably dark area, and look at the illumination on the hand. That is not a normal sky up there, you guys. You're looking at the dark shadow back area of a planet. That's not normal. It's not just the storm either.
Leave the cat.
Yeah. Oh, we lost Christoper. Oh, he'll be back.
Come back down to
my internet connection has been horrendous for 3 days now. Horrendous. Like I can't even.
Your internet.
Gillian sent me some pictures that I have not been able to see because it's not coming up. It shows me there's a square, but it's a blank square.
Yeah.
It's been horrible internet so far. Which I imagine has something
a video
with our solar flares.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say this auroras. This is from Planet X Hunter or Dave's Waffle House. I saw this shared on YouTube, and this is what he caught in the UK in regards to the auroras. I thought it was cool. I don't know if you all saw this or not yet, but
I have not.
This is Planet X Hunter. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he ever goes by that anymore or not.
Go, Dave, go. Go, Dave, go.
That name sticks.
You know, I gotta say something. The importance of a name is under, I think, underestimated because I find myself not watching this channel as much as I used to. I don't know why.
Well, the name changed. He doesn't do this sky stuff hardly.
I don't know. I don't know what happened, but I don't like the change. I'm sorry, David. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest here. I miss the old stuff. I really do.
Me too. This reminded me of it. Wait till you hear the music. You'll be like reminiscing. Yeah.
No, I like this music too. I like this. Yeah.
He needs to go back and make his sky videos.
I wonder how it's going. Like if he's gaining more views or more doing what he's doing as opposed to what he was doing before.
Well, I'd love to have him on the show so we could ask him all those questions.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, red aurora.
Again, I feel like me and him and Rebecca learned at the same time. Because when I started watching Dave's channel, it was new. Like he had maybe 20 subscribers. And then it looked like he didn't really know at the time what was happening. And as he involved. It was really interesting to see him involved into it. I think Andy played a big part in that because he's the one that introduced him to Sam. So I think once he understood, because that's when you really start. And I was telling Alexander this recently, or I was going to tell him. Once you understand the skies, once you get that through your head, right? Once you understand what's happening, you can take the coolest pictures, the coolest videos. You can take some really cool stuff. Once you understand what you're looking at, anybody could take some crazy shit, like crazy pictures. Once you understand the skies, it's not a perfect photographer thing. It's just understanding the skies. Once you understand the skies, you can take some really cool stuff.
Look at that!
Wow.
I'm gonna have to
very large
you more
object
stuff,
that's illuminated.
Chris, to overlay. I really love how that last one came out. I did change the music. I changed the music because I wanted something a little bit more dramatic. But I loved everything else. It just came out so great.
Edge of Uri is green on the left. See that edge? See that definite line of green? That's the side of Uri.
Wow. That's incredible.
Can you imagine what Earth looks like during these storms from space, man? I bet you that's a cool show.
Yeah.
Man, I can't tell you how often I'm annoyed at NASA because they don't share the good stuff. You know?
I wonder if there is some footage from the
space. They point the cameras out, not back.
Could you imagine what you would be seeing from up there, Chris?
Oh
God. I try not to think of it because it kind of pisses me off, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm like, you greedy bastards. I want to see that. But can you imagine seeing that shit from up there? Oh man, I would die a happy man if I got to see a view from up there, man. I'd die a happy man.
Could you imagine being up there with when a space station or a Star Destroyer drives by? Can you imagine what they're probably up there on the space station going, God, I wish I could tell everybody what I just saw. And then there's non-disclosure.
And could you imagine, Sam? Could you just imagine?
I would probably be bursting at the seams.
Jesus Christ, that would be that would be it for me. And that would be like, okay, I can die now. Maybe maybe one day, we'll be offered a ride up there. That'd be nice. They could round us all up and take us up there.
And depending on
round us up. I don't like to say that. Round us up.
For our efforts in making this, being the only ones trying to awaken the public.
Invite me.
There you go. We can do the next weekend show from.
That'd be, yeah. Oh man, one can only dream, man.
Star Destroyer. Sorry. Having a fantasy biscuit.
Yeah. Boy, look at that. And that could easily be the bottom of Necessity right there.
Where is Dave? He's in the UK? Is that where he's at?
Yeah, in the UK. In England.
Yes.
England?
He listed the town at the beginning of the video.
Okay.
Oh, did he? Mm.
Yeah. I read it, but I can't remember exactly what it said. So
500,000 for a ride on SpaceX. They probably go on a day when there's nothing going on up there,
something like that.
When everything's in darkness. I really doubt that the people they're actually getting a view of what's really happening. I bet you they
Andy's
take a
been
day.
sending in a lot of really good stuff. Andy's been posting an awful lot of pictures. They're getting good captures in the UK.
That you changed the profile picture to the group, Sam. Holy crap, that was an awesome picture. God, that was so cool. That was so cool. I don't know if that was Petty's.
Wow, look at that.
It looked like Petty's, but wow, that was awesome.
Yeah, I think it probably was Petty's. Oh man, I pulled that out of. It's the one with the Satum Jello Moon. Is that what you're referring to?
I think it was a Satum Jello Moon. You're right. Yeah, that was awesome.
Okay, yeah, I believe that was Petty's shot. We haven't heard from him in a while. I hope he's okay.
He had a loss in his family. I think one of his parents passed, so my condolences to him, and I know he's probably dealing with that. So, I know it's tough to lose a parent. I know he doesn't speak the language, but hopefully this gets to him somehow. But I feel it for you, buddy. I hope you're doing all right. I know that's tough. And
no Aurora Borealis we ever saw 20 years ago. Not the same. It's not even in the same ballpark.
Sam, so the fact that we're seeing the Aurora further south than usual, does our tilt play a part in that, right, as well?
Yeah, partially it's because of the tilt. Yeah, that we are on a different plane than we used to. But these are larger. I mean, these are big solar CMEs. I mean, an X8 and an X9 in the last month, those are big, and we should be concerned about that. And we should continue to watch the approaching coronal holes as they round into Earth facing. Now, you have to remember, if it bursts on one direction or the other, it's either Earth facing or not Earth facing, and you need to learn the difference of it. And of course, stereo A and stereo B, of course, is two different views of angle. So you have to kind of learn a little bit of the background science and knowing what's coming our way and what's not. And they have a tendency to just spread it out there with a big paintbrush and say, there was a big CME and it went off. And sometimes it's not going to affect us, but other times it could be quite dire. And of course, a Carrington event.
Did lose the power, Sam, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure where that was, but there was some people lost power.
In Hawaii, there was on the Pacific Ocean area, in Malaysia, Japan, Hawaii, and all. It was direly affected, and they lost radio signals and everything. They couldn't, no shortwave radio would reach anywhere from Hawaii in that whole area. So, and then of course there was the electrical events that were registered and documented in the middle of the United States as well at the ground, which like I said before, we got to look into that science a little bit deeper. I wasn't aware of that. And it is affecting us. And the material did get through, obviously, in order for our ground to become charged and for our radio signals and everything to be shut down.
I saw that our ground is charged. That's what Bill had sent me, William.
Right.
I don't know you by Bill, so I can't call you that. Sorry, but William sent me a really interesting link to that, and that's what I was talking about earlier about how Fox. There was a little clip in that explaining how our electrical properties in our ground are way higher than they should right after this event. And
usually ground is negative plane, and if our ground is turning positive plane, that's weird.
Fox News was trying to normalize the fact that the auroras are, in their words, common. As far south as they are, and they're not. The top north
that CME, the X9,
US, yes, but not as far south as we're seeing this, guys. We're not supposed to see it.
That X9 burst was direct Earth facing, and it went right dead center plane in the southern hemisphere of the sun, and it came right at us right away, and it was very quick by Earth because it goes by in the octopus arm, and this big rolling wave of coronal material, which is radioactive and plasma charged and all sorts of electrical stuff in space. And no, it is not normal, especially at the level of the X9. Now, remember, the scale goes to 10, and that's when we start frying, including our electrical grid and all that sort of stuff. And if the ground got inundated, then Earth's magnetosphere was overwhelmed. And you can look that information up, too, by looking up the magnetosphere data from that date when the X9 hit, and 2 or 3 following days after that, because it
Sam,
takes time to get here.
That reminds me, I wanted to ask you because Jamie had a theory, and I don't know if he got it from you or probably because he got most of his knowledge from you, if not all of it. But okay, so Earth is more charged electrically, right? Is there a correlation between that? Is there? Okay, the way he explained it to me is that when you have that, the way Earth gets rid of all that extra whatever is by volcanic activity. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Is that really how it works?
Well, we have a metallic core. We have a rotating metallic inner core, and it's metal. And we are a positively charged planet because we have water, and water is positively charged. And because of all of those building blocks, we have an atmospheric magnetic electric field around us. It's called our magnetosphere. It's also what holds in our atmosphere, why the oxygen and all of that stuff stays here. Now, the core on Mars, for example, Mars does have a minute atmosphere, but Mars core is no longer rotating and electrically generating that magnetic field. That's why Mars does not have oxygen on it any longer. At one point in time, Mars's atmosphere was much different than it is, but we believe, and scientists believe, that the top half of Mars's atmosphere was burned off by a dire explosion of atomic nature or some celestial occurrence of great importance, because they believe by the patterns in the geologic patterns that the upper atmosphere of the top half of Mars was burned away somehow. It's all speculation because no existing human was around when that occurred. But being that it doesn't have that electrical field around it as intense, it does have one because it is a planet rather than a space body or a moon, which is negatively charged. No inner core, no rotating magnet, no battery. So because the planet spins and it has the core on the inside, it has a minute electrical field which holds in its atmosphere. So if you went to Mars and you took a major iceberg with you and you drop that iceberg onto the planet and it melts and it puts off oxygen and water and hydrogen and everything else, it would slowly vaporize outside of the atmosphere and drift away because the core. But if you somehow got Mars to spin faster, in a faster rotation, that electrical outside field would hold in the atmosphere, and that is why it is feasible to actually terraform Mars by introducing an atmosphere to it, and you'd have to increase the speed of the rotation of the planet to hold that in. I hope that explains that for you.
That is
and volcanism, of course, it would be a hotter inner core, where the liquid core of the center of planet Mars, for example, would be hotter and have more volcanic activity, and then that core inside the thing would rotate, and therefore the planet would spin faster, et cetera, et cetera. It's all a bunch of conditions that are all related to each other. But generically, it has to do with our liquid iron core on Earth. So we have this electrical field around our planet, which is the blue thing that, that's our bubble. And when the stellar material hits our bubble, most of it goes around us and it's dissipated. And that electrical dissipation and how Earth handles it is what causes the auroras, the accelerated ions in our atmosphere bouncing off each other, and they generate the light. Because accelerated electrons, when they bump into each other, they discharge light and transfer of energy. I hope that explains it for you.
Yeah, that's interesting. So what are the implications of being more charged like that? So I'm like, what can that cause? What can
if we get too much, it goes through our shield, and then we have accelerated stellar material inside of our atmosphere hitting our ground, which is why the electrical charge on the U.S. continent happened. And in actuality, we're lucky we didn't have a Carrington event, and that would mean telephone wires lighting on fire and transformers blowing up all over the place, and big, like those big power generators and dams and stuff like that. All of that material, home computers, you name it, would all start to blow up, and that's or explode or catch fire, and that's called a Carrington event. And there's plenty of information on YouTube.
That makes sense. That I get. Okay, I got it. Now I can wrap my mind around that explanation. And thank you for clearing that up, Chris, because you had me a little confused.
I'd look it up. And they expect it. We had one in 1850, and we had a Carrington event in 1850, and there was, at that time, there was very few telephone wires, and there was a lot of telegraph wires, and the generators, the electrical power boxes that had to go to power the telegraph wires. Now, in the Midwest, literally from Missouri, in that whole area, all of those things lit on fire, and all sorts of transformers and Morse code centers lit on fire all around the country. Just the whole area, just everything that was, radios, things like that, all stopped working. They all fried and burnt up. And that if that happened today, we could see just a wipeout, send us back to the Stone Age, where nothing works anymore. Like a CME, where it could even fry spark plug wires, depending on how strong the blast from space is. I mean, if we got an X-15 that directly hit Earth, we'd all die. But there's variations in between that where we'd be radioactively fried and turned to dust at a certain point. But of course, we've lived with that for 6 billion years. So give or take a billion years or so, depending on what scientists you're talking to. Because averagely, they believe we're anywhere from 4.6 to 8.6 billion years old. Yet they've recently found stars that are 12 billion years old, so that they don't know what they're talking about. But anyway, I put my hand beside my, sort of whispering to you that, they don't really know what they're talking about. They constantly
find something that makes everything else they think not valid, basically. Yeah. Well, they're still discovering things, and these assumptions that science lives off of, like gravity, for instance. Well, if these planets were this close to us, we'd be dead. Well, we're still here, and those planets are here, and they're big. I remember. Big. I can't. I'm going crazy. When I first came across you, one of the videos that I saw you talking, you said that we will get hit by these asteroids eventually, and as things evolved, we realized that wasn't the case, at least not easily, at least not
the large stuff won't hit us. Now there could come even in the next 2 weeks, because we are coming to the end of the quote unquote 180-day cycle, which is the most volatile period of this transition as we move into the winter orbit. And we're seeing evidence of it in the sightings, where all of a sudden there's undocumented large groups of asteroids that are even way bigger than we've ever seen before.
It's happening right now.
There's plethora more of them than we've ever seen before.
I'm seeing more asteroids than anything else. That I've been seeing
tons of them that we've never seen. Now, even Lorraine, which used to be tiny, and Little Pappy used to be tiny. Now they're big, and they're regularly seen, and oh my God, they're huge. And so, we're about to see we're pilgrims in a strange land, as I say all the time. We're seeing a new show we've never seen. We've never seen the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon in close past before. Awesome sighting. We've never seen Nibiru go beyond us. It did. It's now beyond us and staying beyond us, and so that's cool. And I don't think we mention it enough, because we've been skipping it because we haven't really been focusing on that, because the other ones are so huge and blatantly obvious, and it's kind of hard to even see Nibiru in the background because it is so big, and it is on the right hand side of the sun, but way on the right hand, and we should be seeing it facially illuminated, so it's also lighter blue. So it's easier to see the big black things that are robbing the light out of the sky, and it's cutting into the sun. But the stuff that's actually blue, like the rest of the sky, can actually fall into not being seen as easily. Anyway, I'm going to run to the little scientist room. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. All right. Here's a little short clip of what it looks like right now in Tulsa. I stepped out back for a minute.
Okay.
Just to see if I saw any clouds. So far, here's what got my attention through the windows. I thought it's cloudy. The lighting of the sky looks like it's cloudy. I look back there and it's like really milky.
Yeah.
It's just milky color.
That's when you know Yuri's coming. That's when you know Yuri's coming.
Exactly. So I saw that and I had to go research it. I was like,
I bet you it's going to get really wild.
I think so too.
Check it again in like 30 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
I change it fast because I went into the shop and it was blue sky. Did have a couple of clouds, and when I came out, there was that giant big poof. It was just purple everywhere, like literally purple puffball, like thick clouds, like purple veins up there. And the two religious guys, you know how you get these poor Seventh-day Adventists or something standing on the corner? They were right next to the bicycle rack today, and I was busy trying to shove my bike in between two other ones. And these guys look like, well, they were really hoping to have a wee chat, about Jesus and stuff. So,
but I hear you.
I had stuffed my bike here and just split really fast. But when I came back, they were really quite sweet guys, because one said to me, "Oh, I think your glass bottle fell over." I'm like, yeah, it did, but it was luckily inside the biker bag thing I've got, because I've got something to cover the saddlebags now with this new bike bag thing I've got. But it still flips over to the side, because I never seem to get the perfect size for these little bikes of mine. But anyway, so they were quite nice. They looked like they were hoping to have a wee chat, But fortunately for me,
regular moon is in this shot, I think.
Look at that. Where? What's that?
Okay.
Look there. There's a curve.
Sam. This is
what's that
this
curve?
is our back door. That's west. And like I was telling them from the windows, I thought it was cloudy because the coloring, it looked like it was heavily cloudy. And then I step out back, there's not a cloud in sight, but the sky is milky color.
Yeah,
there's not a cloud in the sky here either. We have nothing in the sky right now.
Yeah, and then there's this, and Katie Joe confirmed
that's what's
in New
happening
Jersey.
with my sky right now too. You have a lot of blue, and then you'll have these.
It's here.
Yeah.
Opposite of the sun.
Yeah, but look there, just above the telephone wire. There's a thing there. Go back. There's a thing there.
Like an ion drop tail of some sort.
Well, I get a better view right here.
I think that's the cube.
Oh.
And see, in the back of the house, look there. There's a curve. There's a curve.
Sorry for you, Rebecca. I think that it's going to get pretty wild.
In fact, there's two curves. Look
there. This is
there.
how it happens for me when it's not coming for days on end, and
That's
then
the edge
all
of
of a
your
sudden it starts to come in, and it's like faint like this, and then it blows up. It's gonna get good.
Yeah, but look at that. In between that house is like a stripey and a stripey and curve and a curve.
Asteroids.
That is the side edge of Uri right there, and there is one of the rings is sticking out farther. That is a cloud ring of Uri. If you look in the literally from the middle left over, that's the side of Uri.
All right, look at that.
Oh,
I did say to Rebecca, Uri rising. Didn't I say it was Uri?
Yes.
Yeah, that line is atmosphere
I agree.
edge of Uri, and then the cloud sticks out to the right of it. So that's the edge of Uri.
It's definitely
and
a
the circle
color
next to
blues.
The circle next to it is Matim.
Wow.
The smaller circle just to the right of it is Matim.
Okay.
Oh, that's Matim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, cool.
And that little rounded white area is the backlit crescent flare of the back of Matim.
No way.
Nice one. Hi, Matim.
See how that happens? We just went outside just for a second. It's so weird.
I think that right there is the Texas Cube. And a few Star Destroyers parked in screwy. Because sometimes they're parked up and sometimes they're parked down and sometimes they're parked sideways and left and coming towards you and going down. But that looks like the Texas Cube with a couple of Star Destroyers parked next to it.
Wow.
And they are there. It's the only clouds in the sky, guys.
Right.
Those are objects. There's absolutely nothing in my sky outside right now. I looked, and by the way, I am paying for that last Coca-Cola I just drank. Wow. I know. I remember why I don't drink coffee anymore, because the carbonation, it sits in my body and then I get uncomfortable. It's like CO2 bubbles.
Ouch.
And I had one Coke. I'm paying for it.
It's sad, isn't it? You just get bubble.
Oh, I'm not the spring chicken I used to be, so I'm suffering from, I can only drink half a cup of coffee without getting indigestion or terrible coffee. But our coffee has gone downhill in the last 10 years as well. When was the last time you had a really good cup of coffee? And folks down in South America are all leaving because their crops aren't growing anymore. And oh my God, that reminds me about the Amazon. Everybody go look up what's going on at the Amazon right now. This is going to be so it's going to be so important and so dire and so, oh God, we're screwed, because the Amazon produces a very large portion of Earth's oxygen. And if it's dry, it ain't making it. So we could all be feeling tired because of our oxygen level. We could all be less oxygen than we normally are, and they wouldn't tell us. Now remember,
Rebecca,
only 25% of what we breathe in.
Will you highlight Kenneth's comment?
Okay.
Because that's just...
Got it.
This is a problem, guys. This is a huge problem. This is the kind of crap that I get when I talk about it, too. People just focus on the wrong.
Oh, I know exactly who he's talking about.
I don't know. I don't know if we do that by default or what the hell it is that we think. But I mean,
property.
So more beach.
Well, the man he's referring to. We've got some serious disinfo being spread by majorly prominent folks out there that are talking. And do you know that some of these people that are actually in Congress recently got their high school education? And I won't go into details, but it's scary who we have put in Congress, and we need to start studying the people that we're putting in power right now, folks.
Yeah, stop voting because somebody's got a freckle on their cheek or something, or blonde hair. It don't make sense.
Well, we can go on about the woke, and I'm not even going to go there, but I did. Mm-hmm. But there's a good side to it and a bad side to it. So we have to come back to a level of old-fashioned civility and common sense, where we don't say shit unless we know what we're talking about. And there is a lot of people with a lot of telephones and cameras and a microphone, and they develop a platform where some people, like-minded people, follow them. And you should be a little careful. Sandy, I just read it and then it moved. Asking about pizzas. The girls are napping right now currently because they got up really early this morning to play a new game on PlayStation 5. They didn't want to interrupt the internet feed by downloading the game, so they got up really early, and I believe they're napping right now. So dinner time is out the normal window, which is okay.
That's teenagers for you. There is no schedule.
I see Maria's photo.
Yeah, Maria's just sent photos. She was just
pictures, and Katie Jo sent me some pictures and a video just now. I just want to tell her for some reason, she's the only one in my messenger that does not give me the opportunity to respond back. I cannot reply. It says something went wrong, continue, but there's nowhere I can't message her back.
I've had that.
That's weird.
I had a bunch of that happen this week.
And Maria,
there was a bunch of videos I couldn't even like.
Yeah, I can see your videos. I can't respond, Katie Joe.
You just send me some pictures,
Yeah,
and this is what I've been getting.
Hit hard.
This is what I've been getting all day. Blink, just blink. I can't.
Weird.
This has been happening to me all day long. I don't know why.
I can't never seen that.
I've never seen that either. Wow.
It shows me the pictures are there, but it won't let me see them. I'm hoping maybe later they'll come in. I don't know, but I'll check them.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? But I think it's got something to do with the signal.
It's probably has something to do with the solar storms we've been having, because it's never been this. I mean, it's bad, but it's especially bad today and yesterday.
So this is what Katie Joe, here's some of the pictures, and she just sent me a video clip. I'll get that. And this is right now in New Jersey. Oh, 3 videos. Okay. Oh, I'll get them.
Atu's moon?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look what Maria sent. That's incredible.
Yeah, we'll do Maria.
That is
next.
the asteroid. That's the Salamander asteroid group. And probably Pappy.
Looks like crossed swords.
By the angle and the placement. A white line in the back is the edge of Uri, and then the coming down one from the left corner to the middle right is an asteroid. It's the smaller one, and I believe that's Pappy. But the background, dark line, white line in the middle, from middle left to upper right, is the edge of Uri.
Wow.
Incredible.
Cool. So Yuri's over the top.
I'm on a 43-inch screen.
And I want to say to our
also
friend,
getting up higher. It's raising up.
I know Irene is not with us today because she's in Florida without power for like the 3rd day now. But she's safe.
Bummer.
But no air conditioner, no cold, no hot water, and that sucks. But
Ew.
I'm glad to know that you are okay, Irene, and I know that you'd be with us if you could. But hopefully you get your power restored and your air conditioner.
Viral.
I know the humidity in Florida can suck really bad when you don't have air conditioner. So.
Oh God, I can't even imagine.
Yeah,
I'd be complaining and whining.
Yeah,
I cannot handle.
She was the only person.
Yeah,
I knew in Florida. I was worried for her. I'm glad things got less, treacherous.
Destructive,
because that storm was so terrible, and then it hit land. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Way worse than Katrina, and by the way they were talking. Yes, I was mostly relieved.
And we have to watch Tuesday and Wednesday. Next week we have to watch for formation again. That kind of looks like the spiral asteroid to me.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. It could be that. Remember that group that we talked about that we saw that it's not documented, and this is a similar shape as well, but it does look like asteroids. This looks like an asteroid or several asteroids as well. Now remember, those faded background clouds are the ones that we're looking for. The big bright, cumulus nimbus are not the ones we're looking for. And often we talk about stuff generically, and I'm sure there's a lot of people going, "Oh, they're just clouds, man." But this could easily be the Tan asteroid. The shape is the same. We've seen the Tan asteroid come in, and it looks like a winged dragon. And this could be the head of the dragon on the side of Uri, which is part of the Salamander asteroid group. We call it that way because it looks like a salamander holding onto the side of planet Uri. And this could easily be the head of the salamander.
I've been trying to explain this to people, and this is where I always lose people, and I try to explain this to them. And I get the look like I'm just trying to explain things away. This is my way of finding the truth in what I believe, right? Because that's what everybody thinks. If light, guys, is not shining on these objects, you will not see them. You will see the clouds around them. You will see the shapes, but you won't see it. And this is why we see stuff like this. You'll see the shape of it, but it's still in darkness, and it's not as easy to see. If you don't know what you're looking at, you will easily miss it. So if you see
on the bottom edge of your rig
up there, it's probably a square up there. It's in darkness, and you can't. Space is pitch black. It's not black like it's pitch dark. It's not black like we see in space movies. It is pitch dark. Like it's dark. So lighting is everything, guys. If you're not gonna, if the lighting is not right, you're not gonna see it. But if you do know what you're looking at, some of us that have spent so much time doing this, we do it automatically, where we just see the shadows and we know what we're looking at.
We've seen the patterns for so many years that we've gotten used to it.
That's the last one.
Exactly. As you see this more and more, guys,
one of those is a seatbelt.
And you'll see that reoccurring, and once you start seeing the patterns reoccurring, you'll start learning and being familiar, with your skies, and it's about picking up on those patterns, which the only way you're gonna do is if you're actually watching the sky. The pictures that we show you guys, sometimes it takes hours of watching the sky.
Yeah.
I'm glad I drive for a living, so I'm always outside. So I get an opportunity to sit there and watch something as it comes in, and I watch it all day. Sometimes it's quite quick. Last night, it came and went so quickly. But sometimes you have the opportunity to see it come in, getting closer and bigger and bigger. But the only way that you're going to spot these occurrences and these patterns is if you watch the skies. Nothing will replace you watching the skies. That's a must. If you want to understand this stuff, you're not going to do it all on paper. You have to get out there and start watching.
I was wondering how to explain stuff to people that, you get older people, they really want to be able to go out and take pictures, but sometimes it's physically not possible. But you can sense that they have this real longing to have been able to do that. So that's why sometimes I feel I do what I do, so they can see through our eyes. But it's still, like you say, nothing beats it. Nothing beats going and doing it.
If you're physically capable, get out there. If not, we try to get the good stuff and show it to you. But if you're physically able to and you want to learn this stuff, get out there, watch the skies, guys. Use your camera. Because, again, our eyes are very limited. Very, very
it's
limited.
Amazing what your camera phone can see. I mean, I never realized until I took pictures of the Northern Lights as well.
Yes, that's a perfect example of how much our eyes miss. Is that the Aurora Borealis, a lot of people are seeing it through their camera, but they can't see it with their eyes. That's a perfect example.
And everyone says, oh, that's the fake lights then. That's fake lights that you saw. But technically it isn't. It's just the way that it is. It's just the way that it is, I mean, obviously other people for years were taking pictures with their cameras, and we didn't realize that that's how they saw it. But we always thought that, it's going to be all over. But it is to a certain extent. Sometimes you see the colors, but
and sometimes you're not going to see it right away. The video that Chris edited partially for me recently, I had that video for years, guys.
Wow.
Years until once, and it's funny because we subconsciously we see things we see, but we don't, because we don't have any context to understand what it is we're looking at. You don't really see it, and then once we understand what's there, once I got with Sam, once I started learning all that stuff, you go back and you see your old stuff, and you're like, holy shit. How did I capture that so perfectly? It's just follow your instincts, guys. Sometimes if Sam says this all the time, follow that thing that feels wrong, or just follow that intuition, because it's what led me here. It's what led Chris here. It's what led Rebecca here. It's what led all of us here, is that we followed our intuition, because I know that a lot of people out there are having these feelings that something's not right, and I think that intuition is strong with us, because we're very connected to our surroundings. Only we just don't understand our power. We don't understand our abilities. The only way you're going to do that is if you just give into it and just accept it and trust it, and see where it leads you. Because some cool stuff when you're true to yourself and how you perceive things. Just give into that, and even if it sounds crazy to you. Because I thought I was crazy for 2 years recording shit in the sky that I did not understand. And later on, when I was given some context, again, I'll always thank you, Sam, for that. When I understand the context of it, it really put everything into perspective, and I understood everything that I was watching without understanding. And it's every day I think about it. There's not a day goes by that I don't think about it. And I'm like, that's crazy. Right? It's just the craziest thing. And
interesting soundtrack.
A lot of people are people rather inconvenient. People would rather a convenient truth than an inconvenient one. An inconvenient lie. Right. People would rather a convenient lie than an inconvenient truth. And that's.
Yep.
That I think is by default in our way of being.
Well, as people said, some people are scared to even take this on. Yeah. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. This scares me, and like, oh my God, I don't even want to hear about it, and then they just distract themselves and keep going on.
There's a lot to the saying, as you say, Sam. Ignorance is bliss. That's
it really is.
You said that in one of your interviews, and I'm like, holy shit, that is so true.
It is.
Well, in the Matrix movie, the guy takes the blue pill and goes back to eating the steak, and he doesn't want to know.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to endure.
That movie was the greatest. What is that word? You do it all the time, Sam. Metaphor. That is the best metaphor for it. But I think people kind of took it a different way. But when I see that, I take it as the system that we live in. Like, people rather live in their safe fantasy, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I'm the red pill kind of guy. I would not even consider the blue pill. I wouldn't even consider. I would take the red pill without even thinking. I'd rather know the truth, even if it isn't convenient. Maybe if it isn't pretty, I'd rather take the red pill. I'd rather the truth, regardless of what that does for me. But I do know that there's some people in my life. One of my brothers, for instance, I don't bring it up anymore with him, because I think his quality of life may be affected. And because, frankly, I don't think he's really interested. And there's some people that I just don't think can handle it very well. But one day, I try to leave little tidbits here and there. I had a conversation with him last night about our solar flares. I asked him, how have you been feeling lately? He said, I've just been feeling like crap. He tells me. I said, well, yeah, it's just that we've been having these solar flares, and he had no idea what I was talking about. I explained it to him, and it seemed like I got through to him, and he kind of, so I try to give him a little bit at a time, without freaking him out, because he's my brother, and I care for him, and I don't want to scare him. I know that we have a level of understanding and acceptance of all this that maybe not everybody has, and that's difficult to. It's difficult to deal with that sometimes, because on one hand, and I've said this before, on one hand, I kind of understand why the government isn't forthcoming, but at the same time, is who the hell are they to tell us what we can and can't handle? Nobody should have that right,
It's for control. It has to be.
And also,
if we knew too much,
and it also doesn't come from a good place. They're not doing it to, out of a good place, as I am with my brother.
Well, it could also affect religion.
We have a very Our way of life, Sam, is very volatile. And at the center of it is religion. And that is a big thing with life on Earth, is that our belief system is very volatile. And mess with that belief system, it won't be pretty. I mean, look what's happening in Israel. I know there's probably ulterior motives, but
superstition.
A lot of that is religion, and that's a big thing.
A lot of it also has to do with education base. I saw an example of this is like just to sidetrack Israel. There's a Russian thing going on in the factions of inner Russia. And one of the commentators that I regularly watch, he was commenting about this group of people that were in this other region from where he lived in. He doesn't live there anymore. He's in like Poland or something, because otherwise he couldn't even be broadcasting out of Russia. But anyway, he was describing the people that live there as very vicious and violent people. And they're a bunch of hotheads, and they're a bunch of badgers, and this and that and the other thing. And a lot of that has to do with education. A lot of that does have to do with religious aspects as well. So if you're an uneducated person and then you believe that systemic violence within your society is acceptable, then you've been schooled and educated along that way. Now, we've also been schooled and educated that extraterrestrials, ET, funny little green men and little flying saucers, was either psychotic crazy or a violent threat to us. So there's a lot of automatic, instantaneous superstition that's in the way of this topic. And I never held that, because I, of course, have met extraterrestrials face to face, so I know they're real, where other people have this supposition and fear. So part of the government thing would be where they would not tell people, because there would be people running screaming down the streets and probably trying to stock up on everything, and we'd have mass chaos, and we'd have riots, and we'd have store theft, and people trying to head up for the mountains and all of this, because the aliens are coming. Just the same way that they're sitting here saying that, they are directing the weather against us now. And that is that same mentality where people don't really know a good level of science. They aren't aware of the capabilities. And unfortunately, currently, a very large percentage of our population is living in the negative spectrum of, they're out to get us. And we have to actually spend our time looking forward to the future and the possibilities of the kindness and the things that unite us more than the things that divide us. Right. And we have to, the moment you catch yourself being in the negative realm or pointing the finger and saying, well, it's they did this to us, or they're out to get us, or the Israelis are bombing the Palestinians, and the Palestinians are doing this, and the Shiites and the Sunnis, and the moment you start pointing fingers, you need to go to another page. You need to come back to reality and be kind about other people, because we're all
You're
human.
not going to learn anything out of anger or fear, guys. It doesn't. Nope. Our brains just don't. We're not wired that way. And Sam, you said this earlier. Right before I got on, I was listening. You were saying how whether it's media, movies, news, everything, it teaches us to fear aliens, to fear other races, and it shouldn't be that way. This is the reason why I hate any Hollywood. Any depiction of aliens in Hollywood really pisses me off. I hate it. I hate watching how they always depict them as malevolent. And I'm not saying some ain't. There's good and bad everywhere. Even out there, there's good and bad. Well, agenda. There's always agenda, as Sam says. There's always people who will put their interest above you, but we can't take it that way. We have to look at them as just another being that could be good or could be bad to you. We can't be in fear of it, because we may have to share this planet in the future with them. And if we can't even tolerate each other, what could we expect for something that looks like a lizard or something that looks like a Pleiadian? We need to get our heads out of our asses and understand that different doesn't mean bad. It just means different.
I'm okay with it if they're not like mean
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
I can get along, I think,
Yeah.
anybody. Really, it doesn't matter what they look like. I can get past
It
that and
is
look
a
at
little weird.
inside. If they want to eat me, that's different. Then I don't feel so good
Yeah.
about it, you know?
It might take a little adjustment. I'm not gonna lie. If
Yeah,
as
and
much
that's of course
as an
another
innocent
fallacy.
boy comes at me, I might be afraid, a little uncomfortable. You know, it's normal. But if I always pictured, because Sam always says it's not as easy as you think it is to meet another species like that. But you have to practice.
It's really
guys.
weird.
Not freaking the hell
It
out.
screws with your head. You're staring at them. You look at them and you look at them and they don't look right, and yet they're talking and they're real and they're beings, and oh my God, look at this attribute or that attribute that's so foreign to anything that we understand as normal, and yet you're supposed to be respectful and stand there and have a conversation with this person and not keep cranking your head around trying to look at the back of their head or their web fingers or whatever. You know, I mean, and you have to be polite, and yet it's really difficult, and it is mind-boggling. And
I
it's
tell
like,
myself in my head, I'm like, don't react.
Yeah,
do not react. Just stay calm and see what happens, and try to. I know that if it ever happens to me, I don't know how I'm going to react, but I've tried to, in my mind, like, just tell myself, if that day comes, you have to watch how you react to it, because it is a possibility. Like, it is a possibility, guys. It is a possibility that it could happen. It's not beyond us
what would happen?
To meet another race. It's not beyond us. I mean, they're above us daily.
Maria says that there was just a rain
I wouldn't
bomb
be
in
too
Alaska.
surprised.
Did you see that she sent it to you, Rebecca?
Hey, there's Chris.
Sorry.
Hey, what? It's okay. What, Gillian? What'd you say?
Maria was texting me about how there's just been flooding in Alaska. Did she show you?
Oh, I hadn't seen that. She sent me some pictures.
Within the last 4 hours, as we were talking, a place 200 miles away from her has completely been rain bombed in Alaska, and it is just flooded. And an earthquake.
A bunch of earthquakes today up in central Alaska, and I can look at that. I haven't seen. There were like 5 of them this morning, but I'll check real quick to see if there's been any new ones. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, there has been. There is a 3.8 in Kaktovik, which is northern Alaska, and there's been a number of them there. Holy cow! There's quite a. Oh wow, there is. Wow, there is 3.8, 2.8, 2.9, 3.4, 2.7, 2.5 in northern Alaska that has happened within. Let me check the time here. Well, it's been going on for a while, but I hadn't seen those earlier. But yeah, there's a bunch of earthquakes going off in Alaska today, including down
just had a rain bomb too, like a major rain bomb.
Yep, and while I'm looking, okay, there was a big one today in Yucatan, Costa Rica. There was a 6.2 today in Costa Rica.
That's pretty
significant. That's big.
Yeah, and then over in the New Zealand area, they had a 5.4 offshore to the north of them, and in the Solomon Islands in the Fiji region, they had a 5.0. And off the coast of Kamchatka, there was a 5.3, and a whole bunch offshore of Japan. The Malaysian area, Indonesia, is quite active also. So yeah, there was another big one in the Mediterranean, in Galaxy. I can't even pronounce it. Somewhere in Greece, Galaxion. Sorry, Galaxidhion. Can't pronounce that, but yeah, that's rare. Mediterranean on there was just a brand new one, a 4.6 in Kuga, China, just happened. Anyway, get off that page, come back to reality here. that's the end of the earthquake report. But anyway, being silly.
Maria
I
says
just
she
looked at the
feels
clock
better
for the
now.
first time. We're already past 4 hours.
It's flying by, as always does. I do have some pictures, and Audrey has a question, Sam. She wants to know if the alien that you met, the ones that you met, were any of them wearing clothes, especially the lizard.
The Greys were not wearing. Well, wait a minute. I have to take that back. I did meet a Gray in a scientific lab coat in Washington D.C. and we'll leave it at that. But that was the only one that weren't clothes.
I chuckle every time
around without.
Sam. I chuckle every time I think.
Well, you've seen the Nibiru Followers Anonymous logo, the little scientist Gray.
Yeah.
And
the white lab coat.
that's what blew me away. A little 4.5 foot tall Gray alien wearing a science lab coat was rather interesting. And I had to get over that rather than saying anything about it. But, of course, I was not in a joking scenario. And he did my
Can you give me a little context on what Jules is? Jules, is that like a TV show or movie or something?
Who, what, where?
Nicole was telling me I should give Jules a watch. I think it's adorable. I'm not sure if that's a show or what.
Oh, it sounds like a kid's movie. I think it's a kid's movie.
I
think it is a movie. I think.
Well,
no, it might not even be one.
TV.
I think it might be real.
Yeah. I don't have TV.
Well, I'll give it a try. If not, Nicole, could you send me a link?
It is a movie.
I'm gonna have to go. Now. I'm gonna go to work. Much angle it a little bit. I can't really. It's not.
I'm trying to get it to.
The other way.
Okay. Yeah. I'll look it up right now. But guys, before you start the pictures, Rebecca, I'm gonna have to say goodbye.
Okay, Jesus. Well, I'm glad you were here.
Yeah. Always my favorite day of the week to hang out with you guys. Always nice. But glad you got your package, Sam. Nothing huge, but it did come from the heart. And
I mailed you a letter back. I dropped it in the mail this morning.
I appreciate that.
So it's on the way. Take about 4 or 5 days.
I know you're. You said one
time.
Yeah,
I do. I've used it a
bit. Guy. You said one time that you're a mountain guy. You need to be by your mountains, and so I thought you would like that one.
Yeah, I do very much. Thank you, and I've used it already for a while.
I know anything. Star Wars is your thing, and I hope that you get your controller. I don't know what the situation is with that, but hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. We'll see what Providence will accrue.
Yeah.
Right.
And you be careful out there and how you drive today, because there's weirdos out there.
Yeah. Definitely. And I sent Carol Ann a little turtle. I heard she likes turtles. That's what she got. I know she's been busy with us with her side project, but hopefully we'll see more of her when she gets that done. But I sent her a little. I think you sent her a turtle, right, Rebecca? Was it you that sent her a turtle? I don't know. Somebody sent her a turtle.
No,
I'm not sure who it was.
I did not. I sent a turtle to Irene. I've sent her a couple of turtles now. Yeah. So.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, all right, guys. Bye.
All right, Jesus.
Great hanging out.
Bye,
I'll be listening.
Okay.
But it's great hanging out with you. See you guys.
Good night.
Bye. See you next week.
See you next
Bye.
week.
Drive safe.
Yeah. Well, there he goes. Okay. Yes.
I wonder when Brandon Copeland will come on with us.
Yeah, Biko. He's being quiet about that. But he knows how to reach me. So we should. I don't know. I know the feeling of being nervous. It took Sam like a year to talk me into having a show. I was like, I can't do that. I can't go live on people watch me. And anyway, I can't hardly watch the videos again. Though.
Well,
like Sam has trouble.
I have to convince you know what you're doing.
Here.
You know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're aware. You're 99% accurate, and so I figured that
and you had the ability, and you have the skills, and I knew you'd be really good at it. Here we are.
But I'm shy. Did you know that?
Until you start,
Yeah, I know.
Let me chuckle at that one. Let me chuckle at that one. Let me chuckle at that one.
I'm shy. Anyway, but it's actually, since you're here with all my friends, I'm here with all my friends, it's not as bad, when you get to, going like that. But look at this, guys. B. Cope. He says tonight is a good night for him, to be honest.
Do it.
See that, Gillian? Look at that. Our dream is coming true. So that's wonderful, B. Copes. Let me know how to send you the link. Probably, which do you prefer? TikTok, or email? I can do either way. So you tell me how the best way is to get you a link, or Messenger if you're on there. Hey, here's Angelina. Hi. Have you seen all this? I caught onto this. When Idon was passing. I'm not sure what that means. Have you seen all this? Seen what, Angelina? Let us know. Yeah, she's going to retype it probably. Okay. Also, I have some pictures from Maria and a video or two from some clips from Katie Jo. So we still have that. And we have videos from Christoper still to show.
Oh,
so
cool.
Coming up. And
yeah, I especially like the Atu.
Good
Atu's
stuff.
moon
All
one.
kinds of stuff still. Okay, so let's go ahead and ISON. ISON.
ISON.
When ISON. ISATM?
No, Ison
I don't know.
I believe Ison was a comet that went by here like a while ago.
Oh.
Like
I'm learning something new.
Yeah.
The Atlas and I can't remember the first name of it because I just call it the Atlas. There's another name. The comet is visible.
The Shenshin or something like that.
The planet comet. Wow.
The planet comet. Now that's an interesting combination of words.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. Boing.
Yeah.
Carlos predicted what? Oh yeah, Carlos predicted what was going to happen. What is happening? Oh, Carlos
was sadly wrong.
Uh-oh.
Carlos was sadly wrong. Carlos based his opinion off of information that came from 1985, 1986, and some actual classified NASA footage depicting the red gas giant, or what they were referring to. I can't even think what the hell they were calling it for a long time. But basically, his information came from a distant photograph that they didn't have any of the base information about the binary solar system. And all of that they were describing basically was Nibiru or Hercules as the red dwarf. And you got to be careful where you cross your mixing science, unfortunately, and that happens with human information and the internet. And Carlos was close, but he was really close, and he was good at what he did way back when he did this. But that was working off of information, and he didn't have all of the facts, and so therefore,
what was he, a remote viewer?
No, I think he was exposed to some classified information through NASA.
Oh, okay.
In the mid '80s. Now, see, when I gave them in the information in 1980, they stopped at me and called me names to my face and etc. And I don't see anything from NASA about that for well over 3 years. So I think it took them 3 years to cross-reference the information of my story versus now. It's entirely possible they had all that information before. I'm kind of making a supposition, but I didn't hear anything much about it. But I did hear, and I had people mention to me that Dr. Harrington of the SETI Alpha project, which is why I went down to Australia, because they knew that the first visible incoming of these planets would be below us. That's why they went to Australia, so they could film it rather than Antarctica, and they could, be warmer. And unfortunately, Dr. Harrington died under suspicious circumstances, along with all of the rest of his employees. There were like 3 or 4 people connected in rather unusual accidents and occurrences to their demise. But the rumor was, and I'd heard a major scientist actually say that he was running off of what the quote unquote was a young man's paper. And I truly believe that they were taking my paper. Wow, I was going to say I was seeing 2 of Rebecca's there for a second. There were 2 of you, Rebecca. I don't know if she can hear me or not. You had 2 feeds going. Oh, it's like weird. It's like,
did I do that?
A doppelganger. Oh my God.
I was looking to see if I could send B-Cope the link from my cell phone onto TikTok. I'm figuring that out.
Different angle.
But I didn't need to go on camera.
Wow, this is weird. What am I looking at?
I don't want that to happen.
But anyway, back to that.
Sorry.
I believe that my paper was shared possibly with Dr. Harrington. Although you got to remember, we struggle with the planet names because that group of people actually came up with their own names for the planets as well. And one of them is Planet Harrington, believe it or not. And so we struggled with that for quite a few years, where people were coming up with that information and cross-referencing and say, well, this is what it's really called. And they're all talking about this single pass event where Nibiru comes by us and goes by us and continues on and is done. No, this has been here for 14 years. They're right in our proximity. They're slowly passing us. We are passing through them. They are a larger solar system. Our solar system is spread out. We're smaller in this immediate area, and we are crossing past the biggies. Now, I'm not sure about our outview or the distance between these planets, but we do believe that they are spiraling very close to each other generically, whereas we are spread out. We've noticed differences between where their asteroids are placed, where their moons are placed. Most of their moons and everything are in the southern hemisphere on those other planets of the binary, and ours are on the northern hemisphere, which leads me to believe that the polarity of these solar systems are opposite, which is why we do not steal bodies, why Nibiru doesn't grab us and take Earth out of our solar system, or we grab Atu's moon or anything and take it out of their solar system, which is why those asteroids that are attached directly to Atu and Uri do not really separate and come in and crash into us, but they electrically repel and hold on to their chosen placements within their solar system. However, the minor, smaller stuff, like I can almost talk, is possible that we could get some bleed off of smaller debris. And then there's always incoming asteroids that are burning up, and we see it regularly. And there have been a lot of them. The way you can check that is going to the NEO list, Near Earth Object List, and look that up, neo.gov. And I use it regularly, and I'm always checking stuff. But the big stuff they're not going to tell you about. They're not going to admit to any of the debris that's attached to Atu or Uri. Otherwise, they would have to explain why we see it every day for months and months and months and months, when the asteroids are like the one that we're worried about, which we're calling the moon, the mini moon, is going to be around for 56 days. But that's an example of things that stay in place. And the question, where did that asteroid come from? Of course, They don't give us that information. But then there's 4 other ones in the whole proximity as well, and that's all listed on the NEO list. And I gave those the names and the designation numbers last week, and I don't have that sheet of paper in front of me, and I'm sorry. Otherwise, I'd give it again. Exhale, breathe.
That was a mouthful.
I said that all without breathing.
Yeah.
I'm out of breath. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm working on it, B-Cope. We're getting there. So, gonna get him a link.
Referring to 3 orange angry men. You lost me on that one. Orange men never ceases to astonish me. The dumbest thing.
Y'all want to see Maria's pictures?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep. They're beautiful.
Yeah. I'm sure she's dying. I mean, she emailed all of us on Facebook. I'm sure she's dying to get it out. And this one is who?
This is Tuxie.
Who's this?
This is her. Tuxie.
Oh, okay.
She's wearing a little tuxedo. See her little white neck?
Right.
Oh no, it's like a little white bow tie.
Yep.
She showed up on our front porch when she was really little. But what's interesting, she was born down the street. There's a house that has several cats that look just like her. So she took an adventure and made it to my house one day and never left.
So, and she came around the same time.
Not long before Mittens. Yeah. She just appeared, and she was so wild.
You basically got baby twins.
Basically, yes.
I can't remember Carlos' last name, Audrey.
Is it Ferreira or something? I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's like Carlos. I didn't want to mispronounce it and be wrong, but yeah, it's Carlos Ferreira or something like that. And his description of what his sightings were and his knowledge, I stopped listening after he started getting things wrong. But generically, I believe he was exposed to some long distance, long range NASA footage that was probably classified at one point in time. Which it would still be today. It would still be classified.
Sure.
And one must be very careful when discussing classified things, because you could go bye-bye and nobody would ever know it. Because I know that happened to me. I was gone for 3.5 months and nobody around me knew it. And they were, you were gone? Like, that was pretty, it pissed me off. When you're not noticed that you've been abducted, and you're back and nobody noticed you're gone. It's like, what? You're kidding me. I'm
pretty sure they would notice if I didn't feed my animals, man.
My family, was, the only thing I got from my dad was, what, you didn't take the job? And he was disappointed because, well, you're here, you have a great chance to work and make a good life for yourself. And it's like, yeah, I want to crawl into that mousetrap from hell. And I knew they were lying to me. And when people lie to you, it's not somebody you want to go to work for. And I knew it right away. I knew that when I knew it the day I went in for the interview, and then the next day when I went in for the second interview, it was like, I'm not so sure these are people I want to do. And then I did get, basically abducted once I hit adulthood. And my experience was not pleasurable. And they were pretty violent with me, screaming in my face and calling me names, and they invited me there. And so, and I kind of spun that on them, going, I'm the asshole, right? Yeah, I'm the arrogant little shithead, right? And they call me an arrogant little son of a bitch and all of this. It's like, well, hey, you guys are asking me, and this is my opinion. And they took that as like, how, and I am like 20 to 40 IQ points higher than those people, and they know it. And so that bothers the little man in them, and you get this upstart kid, and that was even in a series of The Big Bang Theory, where Sheldon Cooper met another kid with a higher IQ that was working on his equations and correcting him, and he was 12 years old, and Sheldon was pissed. God, Sheldon was pissed. I might as well just quit. I have nothing to work for, nothing to live for anymore. Just shoot me now, that kind of thing. And I even remember the guy. Now he's recently retired, but he was a major senior climatologist in later years. And God help us if that was the guy that was in charge. And he was, and I'll never forget him, because I will never forget his greasy hair and all the dandruff that was falling off his head, nose to nose, screaming and spitting in my face, "You arrogant little bastard." And I've never forgotten him. And I could name him here, but I will avoid to do so. And he's retired now. He was a top senior climatologist. You can look that up. That's a hint. Look up who those guys were for the last 20 years or so. And he's one of them. And they're, by the way, their climatology equations aren't working, and they don't know why. Well, that's because we're not dealing with CO2 sequestration alone. We're dealing with that extra big ass star that's heating up all the planets. I'm amazed that they don't publicly put it together, but I'm amazed more people don't put it together. What warms up a planet? A star. What warms up space? A star. Okay, Earth is dealt with CO2 in different ways, and we've been hotter before than we are right now, and we've been through many ice ages, about 14 or 15, and we generically fluctuate in different
climatology spectrums, including 96-degree temperature around the planet, which is stable. That is the average temperature of Earth throughout its history has been 96 degrees, including North Pole and South Pole, previous to ice ages. So basically, we're a tropical planet. Yeah, we're a tropical plant. Also, yeah, we're a tropical planet.
All right,
and we could have tropics everywhere. Bananas and pineapples and papayas and around the world, and coffee beans and you name it. But we're going through a climatological change. Our forests around the planet are changing and dying. You may have noticed they've been dying for quite a few years. We have infestations and stuff like that, and we are headed toward a more grassy period in the future. And our climate, we are at the swing of the ending of an ice age. So we humans don't even really know what normal Earth is, because we're at the end of an ice age and we're still coming out of it. And this is that glacial period where we've got poles where, South Antarctica is covered in ice and the North Pole is mostly covered in ice. By the way, it's not anymore. It's patch ice. And I feel terrible for all the polar bears. They're going to move to Canada or Russia, Siberia. They're going to have to go on land. And they are actually sighting mass groupings of polar bear in one place, which is weird. You don't normally see that. They're usually alone.
Never. I've never.
But they're gathering because they got food source issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen
there have
polar
been
bears.
recent studies where there were like 80 or 90 polar bears on the side of the road there, or on land, and they're filming from the water, and they couldn't believe they'd seen that, because normally polar bears don't hang out together unless it's some breeding migration thing. Of course, the tundra. Let's talk about reindeer and the caribou all over the planet are also not doing well. They are direly suffering from climate change as well. And let's talk about the camels swimming in Saudi Arabia. Remember the flooding and all those camels having to deal with all that flooding? And it's still flooding in Saudi Arabia right now as we speak. And Indonesia and India and China. And there was flooding a couple of weeks ago in Japan and France and Germany and Poland and Czech Republic and now the United States. And guys, this is happening every week around the world. Climate change is serious, drastically here now, and we all have to prepare for it one way or another. And where the cars we drive, and the food we try to grow, and to the cars needing different tires, the houses needing different materials being made out of this, that, and the other thing. Roof tiles, roofing, etc. How we build buildings, businesses. I mean, how many times can a convenience store replace those big T awnings that go flying down the street all the time, or over the top of the gas pumps? They need to rebuild those differently so they don't rip up. Instead of just 2 legs, they got to have 6. And they've got to put unfortunately, got to put a pole on the corner to keep it down, in a big rounded fueling station, where you're going to have to change how all of that is done. We're going to have to change businesses. We're going to have to change how we live. Maybe, rounded cement roofs rather than flat, angular things that are with roof tiles that are going to blow off. I'm a firm believer in a geodesic dome, because they can handle 325 mile an hour wind.
Wow.
And we are, one of the greatest, mystical stories when I was first learning about, the internet Nibiru. They were talking of upward of having wind speeds of 300 miles an hour, if these planets are passing by, and all this crazy chaos crap. And that made me think, oh my God, and then here, just a month ago or so, we had that 75, 80 mile an hour, 90 mile an hour wind that blew through Lolo all the way into the Missoula Valley and ripped the living hell out of the whole county. And we didn't even have a hurricane. We just had this out of the blue thing that formed over the top of the fires in Washington State. It created freak weather, and then it went through here like wildfire. But there was no fire, but it tore the crap out of this whole area, including our house and our yard. And we're still picking up parts of those trees. And we had another thing come through here the other day that was weird, and we had 70-mile-an-hour winds. And so how we live is, high winds used to be 35 miles an hour.
Right.
Now they're double that. So, expect it at your house. Wherever you are, it's coming. Okay, cough drop time. Brought to you by Ricola. They better start, sponsoring us, because we're mentioning them all the time.
I mean it. I know. It's free advertising.
Yeah, Christoper, you could, you could go to your local Las Vegas store and get a sunglasses store to back you,
Yes.
and
You
say,
could
hey,
model the
today's sunglasses are brought to you by. Start your own line of sunglasses, dude.
That's your look.
Right. We'll
Your
I'm
own
a big,
line.
I'm a wayfarer.
Nibiru,
and
print on the front of them or something.
Oh yes, we could do that. That would be so cool.
A picture of one of Sam's Nibiru shots on the lens or something. That'd be cool. Yuri on the other side.
Right.
There you go. Laser etched.
Right.
So they get different angles. They change colors. Oh, dry throat.
Y'all want pictures?
Yeah. Let's.
I keep going outside because it's cold in my house, so I'm trying to go outside, but then the phone doesn't work. It's too hot outside for the phone. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you have anything to show in your sky? Is it?
It's sunset right now, and there's nothing.
No.
You can see, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
Yuri's
we don't
right
have any
there,
clouds
'cause
either.
You can see the edge of Yuri, and the sun. The sun isn't round. You can see it's kind of clipped off. But
yeah, that was my sky a little while ago. But I sent you a picture of that, Rebecca. It just is so big.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, let's get Maria. It's just a short clip of her pictures.
See a flat edge to the sun. It's being clipped off on the right or the left or above. Or it's, even some people are we're having again, asteroids are crossing in front of the sun too. So we're having sightings that come in where they're going, what is this with this picture? And I mean, oh my God, let me write you 3 paragraphs to explain that to you.
Right.
A lot of, we went through that for years where people were going, oh, well, it's 2 suns. Look, it's 2 suns. No, that happens to be an asteroid crossing in front of our sun. Right. Rebecca and I both went through that with our sites for years. It drove us nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to explain to people, no, that's not a second sun. That's a crossing asteroid. And
I mean, it just looks so cool. It's so bright, and sometimes it stretches the whole sun thing out.
Yeah. And we've had, dozens of examples of that where, it happened, 5, 6, 7 times. And of course, hundreds of sightings going throughout the years. When you combine all the people from around the world putting it all together. But yeah, we watched what these things are doing. Oh, you have to excuse me. I guess it is pizza cutting time. I'll be right back. Please show your video.
Okay, Sam. For sure. Here it is. It says I sent it. I'm not seeing it. I'll get there. But what I'll do is let me go ahead and show Katie Joe's, and then I'll get Maria's saved again because I have hers ready. Here we go. Okay, good.
Volcano in the sky.
So this was just about the same time I went outside and was filming. This is what she was seeing in New Jersey.
Yeah,
all those asteroids.
Yeah, it's wild how you can be in one part of the country and somebody else is in another part, and you guys are matching basically the same thing.
Yes, is it that?
This morning Alexander posted a picture in the Sun post on Facebook, and it looked it could be the exact picture that I took the other day. it is so
Sometimes
close.
you
And
have
he mentioned
trouble.
something about me posting that. So if you guys have a chance, go on Facebook and the Sun post for today, and you'll see how similar those pictures are. It's wild.
It's crazy. You
possible?
just sometimes get confused between your own picture and somebody else's one. But luckily, you've got a tree or a building or something too. That's mine.
I know he's not posting my picture. He wouldn't do that. But why is my picture there? It's like, that's not my picture. That's his sky.
I remember at first that I did an accident like that with somebody else's one, and they freaked out. And I was like, but I didn't mean it. It just it got in there with mine, you know. It's like an oopsie. But sky pictures belong to us all, you know. It doesn't. It's difficult to explain that to people. Like, oh, that's mine. I'm like, well, but once you share it, it's like going to get squished together with a whole bunch of other pictures that look the same. So, you know. Sometimes exactly, Katie Jo. You just have to take like a double look again and go, oh, all right, yeah.
That looks like the edge of Uri. The illuminated clouds on the side face of the backside of the planet, and the sun shines on it, and then it does that. Ooh.
What kind of pizza is it this time, Sam?
They always have the same. One Chilo has a cheese pizza, and Nova has a pepperoni pizza.
What's your pizza?
I usually like pepperoni. I sometimes will have a Supreme, sometimes Meat Lovers. You know, of course, we don't order from Pizza Hut any longer because Pizza Hut here was too big of a hassle. They apparently don't want to sell any pizzas for some reason. I couldn't call them anymore and get anybody that could actually speak English to order a pizza through. And they had a service that was just horrible. So I drove into the store to hand order. She told me I had to use the app, and they wouldn't take my order through the window.
Oh, I had something.
And that was the last time I went there.
Wow.
And I said, I don't have a cell phone in which to order the app. Well, you can do it on your own computer. I said, no, I can't. Last time I tried to order off my own computer.
Everybody's got the app, and everybody's got a phone, and blah, blah.
Well, it's just it's their way of, getting this all implemented. So you do all your own work, so they don't have to hire anybody to take your order. Or it's really sad. It's like
like self-checkout at Walmart.
I don't want to have.
Oh
to do
yeah,
that.
those are everywhere as well now with their cameras and stuff on you when you're doing your shopping. Just watching.
Never heard of
everything
JB Rhyme. Kenneth. And 60 cents over there to turn all ESP cards and a book, Research of the Mind. No, I've never heard of JB Ryan. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't do a lot of research into the occult and all of that because I've done so much over my lifetime already that it's kind of I go back to me saying, well, this is human information, and because I've been given off-world information, I've kind of grown past a lot of things. And I do study psychology, and I study geology, and or as my daughter says, all the oleologies. And I do study a lot, but I don't. Well, like for an example, Rebecca was saying, "Oh, this lady's a psychic. She's a remote viewer," and I don't study a lot of those other people because they're not as right as I am. They're not as accurate, so it becomes uncomfortable for me to watch people make mistakes. And I've watched a lot of people, and once they start throwing those inaccuracies in there, it is quite difficult to continue watching them.
And I mean, that's why I love Suspicious Observer. He was always just absolutely wonderfully accurate. And we love Mr. BBB 333 and all that. Even though he doesn't put the pieces of the puzzle together, he does gather information. He does his job very well. And then, of course, there's the earthquake guys, and then Ryan Hall, y'all, and he does the weather. And, I have a lot of these things I do study, but I don't study into research of the mind, and I don't read as many books of other people as I used to. Let's put it that way. And I actually read a lot, and I don't do a lot of that anymore. I'm busy working for you guys here on the internet, trying to collect all the. Oh God, I started counting pictures in my file. In my one file alone, I have 10,900 photographs in one file.
That's it.
Yeah, that's just one
pictures,
file.
Sam.
And I have A through Z twice.
Right.
Files, and going back years and years and years worth of files, and I sort of kind of know most where everything is. It's amazing. Sometimes I'll scroll down and boom, stop out of 10,000 photographs. I stop exactly on the picture I'm looking for. And then other times I could spend 2 hours looking for that damn one picture. And that happens to me all the time too.
Oh, I hate that.
Every once in a while, it's just perfect. I'll just, there it is. Like, hey, that's pretty cool. I've done this so many times. I know exactly where it is. And it's odd and it's cool. But it's usually the former where I spend an hour looking for one stupid photograph. But yeah, I counted in my AA file. I have 10,900 and some odd, 980. I'm gonna have to go to 11,000 here in that one file alone. Or maybe I should open another file.
Maybe. Maybe.
Go to AAA.
Right.
I try to keep them concurrently stacked so that I can, and I started at Z and worked my way backwards. And that way I could always open the file and be on the most recent pictures rather than having to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the file. Because there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures in different files. And God, it's the stuff that we've watched over the years. I don't even know where it was. Maybe even Rebecca, you posted something from a few years ago that just blows me away. That we were looking at, I think, Attu and Attu's moon from Mexico or New Mexico or and seeing that old stuff, it just amazes me that it hasn't become topic. And oh my God, we've forgotten that one photograph or that one video, and yet there's been 14 years worth that we've been stacking together. And I'll never forget when, the arrival of Attu's moon and Attu, and we went, oh, wow, Attu does have a moon. Because at first we didn't even know Attu had a moon. And then all the asteroids and everything and the learning process therein that we've gone through over the years. And, that's part of the craziest. Like, our information base is so huge. A, it must be daunting. B, it's proof that we're not making this shit up because there is so much to learn. And Christoper, he's been recently added, and he's already come a long, long, long way and done very well. And you learned it faster than Jesus did, even. And Jesus had trouble with placement of the asteroids, and you seem to have it just fine.
So, I'm sorry, I wasn't on the thing. I was just looking for Wendy's pictures in the group.
Yes, I just got them.
Okay, cool.
I was speaking in general. I didn't need.
I'm gonna add. Here's a few more. So there.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I can't believe how this is all playing out. I mean, just watching let's say from February to now, how Isatum's yellow moon has gotten so much larger. It's just you can't deny all of this information, and it's absolutely insane in my head. Sometimes I'm the other day all day long.
Use that exact
all
word.
Day. And I just sometimes I just can't believe it.
Right.
I go through that every week.
Yeah.
I am on both sides of the fence every week.
You think about it, but then I think about all those comparisons and how I've studied like every square inch. I'll just sit there and look at all the little details, and I'll see it. It's just like Sam's drawing, all these little, you know, what you would think would just be, you know, unimportant little marks in the sky really are significant. You know, it's not just some random, you know, cloud. It's actually an object, you know, and that, I don't know. I never get tired of it.
Nope.
Ever. So it's so
and that's why you produced as many videos as you did. And I suggest to everybody out there, you got to go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube and see this massive volume of work that Rebecca has created over the last few years. It's insane. I mean, she's got so many videos up there. Some of them are a little weird, and a lot of them are really good. While you were putting things together, and I you know, it was a off topic for me, and so, but I mean, it's fine. It's great. You did great work. I mean, it's just, to me, it's a little something I wouldn't have thought of. So that's why I said it's a little weird, you know. But no, everything you did was great. I mean, you do great work, and I love the layovers, and I'm glad that Christoper's now doing that as well.
I do too.
Keep adding the humor, and if you can add more middle people laughing or whatever.
I know. I got to keep that video. I got it.
And show that yet? Did I miss that?
We're getting ready to. I haven't. I still have Christoper's. Mm-hmm. We can do that right now. Sure. Let's get it.
Let's
do
watch
that.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't even know which one it is.
I hope you have the.
It's several.
I think I made like
hey, Audrey,
3
good
or 4
night.
Saturn Yellow Moon videos this week.
I did. Yeah, you have several we're going to look at. Hey, there's Brendan. Bye, Audrey. It's 3 a.m. Oh my goodness, girl. You got to go sleep.
I loved it.
Check in with us when you wake up.
It's 2 a.m. here.
Yeah, I can tell by your eyes.
Are you ready to go?
I mean, like that.
Yeah, well, you know, your hand has been holding up your chin for the last hour or so.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's B Cope. I was going to send you a link, B Cope, if you want me to. Just if not, though, we can do it another time. Just like whatever you prefer. Okay. Okay, let's get Christoper's videos, and then I have Maria's after that. That's not it.
We'll just send you a cool breeze your direction, Christoper. I'm up here blowing out the door. You know,
Christoper looks hot and red.
Yeah, you look like you're quite warm.
Gillian, I am burnt. I don't know how I got sunburned in October.
Because it's a very large sun that's bigger than we're used to. A monthly
Sam, how are you going to make the drawing bigger than it is already?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to make the planets smaller and the asteroids bigger. Because I have to include more.
Yeah, don't you have more little asteroid jobbies to
the
put
blue, that's Saturn's yellow moon right there, and the ion tail is all that white stuff on the lower right. There's the ion tail. There's
you
the
can't
ion
even
tail
get
again.
all of it in one frame. It's
it's big now. It's so huge now, and you can see the round of the biggest Saturn's yellow moon. Now, right there is the long box cube. Yeah, that's the cube, and boy, it's high up. And some ships and all sorts of stuff flying around up there. Now remember, everybody, the normal skies used to be just normally blue. They were boring. Most of what you're seeing is atmosphere outside our planet. Our lower normal clouds are at the bottom, at the horizon, up 2 inches around the trees and everything. But everything mostly that you see straight up is space clouds around these planets. That's back when the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon were smaller. These are two, look at the dark areas first. These are 2 big planets pinching the light. You have to learn to look in the opposite of what we used to. Everybody always just sees the light. You have to look at the dark areas first. And once you train your brain to do that,
You will start to see these planets and you will be amazed. Mesopotamian, Nibiru.
Did you see this picture, Sam? I just thought that
And would we be
this
connected
photo-
to them? Yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay, okay, look where its illumination is, where it is. It's on the far left.
Yeah.
And this
Has
is
to
way
be.
over in that. Big
I love
blue
that
Nibiru.
picture.
That has to be Nibiru.
Yeah. It's so good. That. Wow. Yeah. That
It is
good.
so big, it's
Already
unbelievable.
on Earth, being facially illuminated, and you're looking at a landmass.
Beautiful.
In the middle left, upper middle left. That's a landmass.
Yep. Yep. On the side of planet Nibiru.
Wow.
Way
Wow.
to the people.
Left. Oh, okay.
It's undeniable.
Middle
I
left.
mean,
That is a landmass on the side of planet Nibiru, and there's a dot there. Now, on that side, there should be Nana and Amel Saru should be visible on the left-hand side. They may be visible,
looks
but I
like a
don't
mountain
really see
range.
them, and I've got it blown up. But there is a circle above the townhouses, above the road, on the middle left, that could quite easily be Amel Saru. Because
That
Nana
tiny
is
little
smaller,
thing.
And you are correct.
centrically orbits Amel Saru and goes around. And I in 2012, I got to sit there for hours watching that.
Did you get this from that Nibiru video?
you could actually see them orbiting each other.
Yeah, except Nana is a little bit bigger than portrayed in this video.
Yeah, I got this off that
And Nibiru
video.
is way bigger than what they're portraying in this shot. I would double the size of Nibiru versus Earth. There's two planets and the moon there in that shot, just like this. Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, Christopher.
That was cool.
Yeah, I saw this and I really enjoyed it.
That's
Look
just
at
incredible.
And if you don't see it, I feel sorry for you.
That's perfect right there, that one.
Look at the dark area first. That is the light shining on the back. It's shining on the other side of the body, but it's the light is shining through the atmosphere and focaling out the center. Now we see that in our double rainbow. When we here on Earth have a double rainbow, that's what the effect is. The light is going out the far side of the planet's atmosphere, and that's why we see a double rainbow. Because there are two suns. One bigger than the other, and that's why we see two different rainbows, two different light sources. Look at the dark area. 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 Those are planets. Back then, that was Yuri and Nibiru. And welcome to the electric universe. Yeah, I love this one.
Based
And I
out
chuckle when I
of,
see these old drawings.
Wow. This is snail
Wow,
foot.
love them. I did them so well.
This is snail foot. This is the red asteroid and the bottom of Atu and Atu's moon.
Nice.
Wow. Look how big that damn house, and it's just off the deck. This is
Right.
welcome to September 180-day cycle. This is
very, very large red asteroid underneath Attu's moon. Look where the sun is. Behind us to the left. This is beyond Earth.
Yeah.
It has to be Attu. It can't be Nepenthe, otherwise it would be farther to the south. And it's not green. And the drag-off shape, that had this just been a snorkel dropping there without the thing that's going on the left, I would have said it's Nepenthe. But being that there's that coming from the left, going to the right visible, that's the red asteroid pulling the snail foot under Attu's moon. Beyond Earth, because the illumination is coming from beyond, behind us. Facially illuminated red asteroid under Attu's moon. That white illumination in the top middle left is the white illumination of Attu's moon. And we got a ton of those photos in this week, matching like that. And God, we've seen that I don't know how many times over the years. I love this one.
So cute.
Which matches the drawing.
Right?
And that was your side crescent illumination. As the light changed, it moved and went away after a certain movement, because we knew that Saturn gel moon was visibly moving from the right to the left. And a few months ago, it actually cut off the top end of the sun. And that we had not seen that before. But then Saturn is a much smaller planet than Nibiru, and it is, I believe, like twice the size of Earth. It is bigger than Earth, I think. I don't have any way to measure that. Well, my security on my computer just went off, and I have to, it says dismiss it or what? Let me. Okay, I hope nobody's trying to hack me. 2 seconds of your time. Go ahead, guys. I'll just deal with this real quick here.
Okay.
Okay, Sam. I was telling B-Touch.
I'm just going to clear my browsing history.
B-Code. I'll be in touch. We'll plan it out.
I'm not disconnecting. I just needed a second to be away from the screen. I'm done.
Okay. All right.
It occasionally happens that I get warning from my computer, and it's been more frequent, at least recently. See, I can almost talk. I've only been talking for 5 hours.
Kenneth, congratulations. He's been listening to our audio in double speed to get caught up to be current, because he like joined us late.
Musketeers or
like mice or like chipmunks.
So be entertaining.
That's clever. Yeah, that's clever.
Be entertaining.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, thank you, Christopher.
Yeah.
Awesome as always.
Cool.
I love it.
Yeah,
I like. And what's nice for me is to see somebody else making videos about it. Because there wasn't really anybody else. There wasn't.
Christopher, tell these guys where they can find your YouTube channel.
Oh, it's Nibiru System Skywatchers on YouTube, and it's the same thing on TikTok and Facebook.
Like and subscribe. He needs his viewer count to be raised above 10. I was, a couple of those are mine. I watched them.
I think it'll pick up eventually.
Oh, I think they will too. Because they're good. They're good videos.
I thought you were doing pretty good. I saw you had over 100 subscribers on YouTube. I think what you need to do is
come up with a catchphrase shock value that you throw your face up first, say, "Hi, it's me," and then have a brief soundtrack, and then go into your titlery.
Yeah.
That way you have a catchphrase where people get to know you.
I was going to say, I think people like to see a face with the,
that teaser that brings them in to click on it rather than just, and that plays on YouTube on smart TVs for 20 or 10 or so seconds. You'll see the beginning of your video on the smart TV. And if you went, "Hi, this is Christopher," and then you can come up with your catchphrase and do your intro, and then add your and your text and title name, etc., and date.
Okay, cool.
Because you have that charisma value that you get to play with.
Yeah,
you get to play with videos and edit them in and all that.
You need to grab people at the beginning, or they're just gonna fall off real fast.
Right.
That's true.
Right. Have you ever watched Beekman's World?
No. What was that?
Beekman's World.
Maybe I don't know. What is it about?
Write it down if you got a pen and paper there.
Okay.
I love Beekman, man. I thought that I watched that show. I loved those guys, and they were absolutely insanely wonderful. And they had this one girl that it was his, science secretary or helper or whatever, and they had this guy in a rat costume, and it was of course a really paltry, lousy rat costume, and he was an obnoxious cigar smoking, alcohol drinking rat, and loved the characters, but they actually did some real science. And I have a few captures from his show that I've used over the years, saying, "Duh, Nibiru's been here for a decade," and so you can come up with your own catchphrase for that and run with it. But do look up Beekman's World.
Okay.
Great series of shows. Might give you a whole bunch of ideas to play with. You can even probably steal a few of his excerpts. Minor clips. Get away with it.
So is Brandon only going to get on next time, maybe?
That's what I understood from his message, that he had some computer problems, and it'd probably be best to.
That's understandable.
Plan it out.
And that's why you guys don't see me talking. I have computer issues. I have a great computer, a really fast computer. I just have crappy internet where I get great download, but I don't have good upload.
Yeah, you've been a bit
sort of
itchy, scratchy. It's been a bit sort of jerky tonight for you, like tick, tick, tick. And I always thought it's every time you try to tell us.
My ears are ringing.
I just wanted to show you this picture.
My ears are ringing so loud I can barely hear myself talk.
Look at that.
That was really cool.
Oh, come on, what is this, Sam? Look at it. It's like 2 planets up there.
I can't see it yet. It's still pulling.
Okay.
There's my download or my upload, right? Okay, that. Oh, awesome.
I've seen a lot of those.
Oh my God.
Look at it. Oh, wow. Just look at it. It's 2 planets, man.
Okay, see the stripes? That's, wow. God, I want to say this, that, and the other thing, but I would, wow. That the red is on the wrong side. It's right.
It's gorgeous.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
They're facing the green asteroid?
South. No, the green. Yeah, it could be. It quite could easily, because it is more of a yellow green than a green. That could easily be a Saturn and the green asteroid. That could quite easily be red planet is Saturn. The size is right too. Wow, what a picture. God, send me a copy of that on PM.
Okay. Yeah. And then this one was
what a picture.
posted with it. Yeah.
Okay, I think wow. Is this in a really northern country? Is this like Iceland or Germany or Sweden or?
I'll go back to it.
Or
get it.
It's definitely on a water area, but Alaska, something like that, something really northern.
Right.
I'd bet dollars to donuts we're looking at a Saturn there, and the green, and the pointing out now. Remember, Saturn, Nepacity is moved in a really weird placement just in the last few weeks, and it is above us and yet slightly to the south at sunset. It's overhead of us, but it's gone from the right hand side of us overhead at sunset to now being on the left hand side over the top of us at sunset. So that's entirely possible depending on where this picture was captured from and their outward out view angle. Wow. Mind boggling.
Right.
What an wow, what a shot.
Those to you,
that's
so I don't
beautiful.
Forget. Isn't that neat?
That's what I was trying to tell you. I've seen something like that this week. They took one like that from here, Sam. They took one like that from here.
Yeah, well, you know,
but it wasn't my picture, so I couldn't show you it.
A little further north than I am, I believe. We're about equal, but I think you might actually be, of course, I haven't actually, done the work on that to compare Montana versus where the UK is on the latitude longitude thing. But anyway, longitude.
Okay, now here's a few pictures from Wendy, and then I'm going to do Maria's pictures. Wendy posted this on Montana Skywatcher 2, and she wants to know about this red. She's wondering if the red asteroid had anything to do with that red color.
On that, and no, that is the side of his Saturn cutting into the sun on the upper right. That's where the red's coming from. It's just a slow flip into the light. That's why it's flaring.
Views.
And that is that's the base cloud of Nepacity cutting in there on the tipped axis, and the reach cloud between Nepacity and Attu, and Attu's moon is farther to the left. And then on right where the telephone pole is the lead object.
Yes.
Yeah, and then that whole area right there in the upper right corner is the dark side showing Saturn yellow moon. But that's just Saturn cutting into the edge, the right edge of the sun, which is where the orange and the red is coming from.
Wow.
Yeah, because I'd seen one during this week as well.
And there is an asteroid on the left. There's several asteroids right there above, and that's leading away underneath Yuri. Rather interesting blue dot, but most likely a lens flare.
And those draggy marks upper right
that
of our sun.
Because I see two dots, so I'm thinking that's the blue asteroid.
Yeah.
Let me blow it up. It's got a dot in the center. I bet you it does.
But let's look and see, because if it hops around, I don't know.
Well, yeah, because I was thinking it was lens flare. My first thought was lens flare.
I just wonder if it stays consistent.
But
like that one seems to always
have a
stay.
lens flare dot below it, which is a camera effect of the second lighter object. So I'm tempted to say that's the blue asteroid, and it could be moving quickly. Now, over to the left, barely visible here in the middle left, is Lorraine, and then the tan asteroid is in the upper left corner. And the bottom of Uri is there, but I think we're staring at the bottom of planet Nepacity, moreover. And then to the right is Saturn's yellow moon. All crammed together in one little out view. And Matim should be back there behind the cloud to the upper right of the sun. And there is a sort of a rounded circle there. It's kind of hidden in the back.
Going to tell Katie Joe bye-bye.
It's great to see you that you're here, Katie Joe. Thank you.
All right.
We'll see you later if we're still on. If not, we'll see you next Saturday. Thanks for sharing
Somebody
your
was
videos
asking a question, and I was sort of reading it, and I got sidetracked.
Angelina, her internet's gone down 3 times since tuning in. Was that?
Okay, yeah, it was her
Usually
question.
Usually it does have tech problems.
There is no way to know how far away or how close they are. We have just watched them get bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller, and then over the years, and then when they come over the top of us, we pretty much see how enormous they get. The funny thing about Nepacity, even for example, Nepacity is a very small planet compared to all of the rest of them. The only one smaller is Matim. But when Nepacity was over the top of us, for years, Rebecca thought it was a huge, massive planet, and it's not. It just appears very big because it's close. So there's no way for us to judge distance or size other than what we saw when we first saw them coming in from 2011 to 2012. And that gave us, in some of those photographs prior to that 2009, 2010, was where we get most of our size comparisons from, because we have the whole solar system in one shot. And we have quite a few pictures of that going back many, many years that we rely on. And I feel like I'm going to sneeze. So anyway, somebody else talk for a minute.
Oh, boy. Okay. In advance, right?
Yeah, you know,
okay.
Cat allergies going on. Yeah, in the upper right corner in this shot is, of course, Saturn's yellow moon. It's the flame-like white clouds, which is in front, and then Saturn is behind it, but blue, and we can't really see it.
Rebecca, I just sent you something that I was sent with that red thing in the clouds.
Cool. All right. Let me get this.
You look tired there, Gillian.
Tired, yeah.
Sleepy. You're sleepier, sleepier.
Are you trying to make me go to sleep? I wanted to show these pictures. I couldn't remember where I'd put them.
I was joking about that. Yes, I was kidding. I was kidding. Just teasing you.
I'm trying to stay with it. Look at these ones.
And from now on, anytime somebody says Nacogdoches will bark like a dog. No.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Good job.
Yes, okay.
Like when you're a kid trying to stay up for New Year's, man.
I know. It's like, and then there was 2 New Years in our household when I stayed in South Africa. Wait for our one and then wait for the Scottish one. You know, oh, okay.
Scottish New Year. Yeah. I don't even celebrate New Year's anymore. I just go to bed.
No, I think we all just go to bed now. It's like, well,
you're older. Oh, no.
I do not. I've been there and did that.
Not only that, I don't want to see terrorists blow up New York City at the ball drop. I'm bad joke. I've actually expected that for a few years now, and I'm not trying to hand out any ideas here, but I've actually expected something crazy like that to happen. So I don't even watch it anymore. I just don't. What a world we live in. Holy cow.
It's not good.
It's like the commercials on YouTube, they're slapping at you anymore. They don't even sell you anything. You have to ask 3 times, what were they trying to sell in that 15 seconds? It's spooky.
Did you get those
and yet somebody paid money for it. Anyway.
I'm saving a video and then I can get to it. I got something I'm saving.
Yeah, I've been trying to send things to people all day and it's not been sending stuff through.
I'll have to look and see.
Irritating the life out of me, but I think it's probably I've stuck.
Yeah, I've had a lot of trouble even clicking like on some people's stuff. It just told me it couldn't do it. I was like, wow.
Yeah, it just goes dead.
I'm starting to wonder if those guys are bots or what.
Half the time you think, oh my God, did they block me?
But we got any. Yeah. Well, I was wondering if I was in trouble with Facebook again. It was weird. I started jumping from site to site going, no, I can post here. No, I can post here. Okay, I'm all right. But yeah, I couldn't like some people's stuff. It was weird. So some weird shit's going on. And who knows, maybe there's another level of censoring about to happen because we know that now that you can't even say certain words on Facebook anymore. Otherwise, they blurt them out or they demonetize you. So, or any excuse so they don't have to pay you, I guess, Maybe they got to the point that YouTube was paying out too much. Wanted to stop that. I don't know. Thank you, Maria. That looked like the 10 asteroid. This looks like the bottom of Nepacity. It could be the yellow moon, but it looks more like Nepacity. It looks like an asteroid coming in from the upper left. It's close to them. And that could easily be the 10 asteroid. Now remember, this is Alaska, so the view is a little different. Yeah, okay, I'm going to take that back. It is not Nepacity. That is a Saturn's yellow moon right there. The base plate was slightly deceptive.
So is that the yellow moon?
Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
Yeah. The flame-like cloud, it's reaching. If that was Nepacity, it would be flatter. And that's asteroids coming in from the left. As a matter of fact, there's a big one just on the right side of the sun. And there it is again. And that is very possibly the blue asteroid. The blue asteroid should be that big by now. It is getting bigger.
Look at that thing with the pointy nose on.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I didn't want to jump across the street on it, though. And there is the lead asteroid in front of it, Saturn's yellow moon, and this is beyond Earth, so that is Attu's moon and Attu. And judging the light, ooh, nice ocean beach front property there. Probably a little cold up there right now. Of course, it's probably warmer than we are. Yeah, that dark object above the sun on the right is definitely Saturn's yellow moon. And it's a repetitive pattern, guys. Clouds don't do that every day.
Every day.
Clouds. Yeah, for months and years and years and months.
That was quick. All right. Thank you, Maria.
All I see is clouds, man. I don't know what those people, those crazy conspiracy theories talk about them planets, man. I don't see nothing. They're just clouds. Like, okay, now watch. Tomorrow that cloud will be exactly the same, but it'll be right there. And then the next day.
It's like that worldwide.
Then 5 people in different countries are all going to see it.
Yeah.
Right. That one cloud. Yeah.
Or
which would tell you it would have to be a very, very big cloud way high above us.
Clouds that look like that.
For the whole world.
Like that. And clouds are not round, perfectly round.
Or square, or
with trails.
Yeah.
Stripes in them.
Or triangle starship.
Okay, here's some pics that Gillian just sent me, y'all.
Oh.
Yeah, I just find them really eye-catching.
Where are these from, Gillian?
You can see it's from one of the sites where they have the standing stones. I probably shouldn't have stolen them, but I tried to get hold of somebody, but
it's the internet. They're for everybody. Huh. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Look at that! Look how red that is.
Hello, planet Isatum.
Yeah,
hey, it's entirely possible we're going to see a lot more of it. I've been expecting it. Look how it's illuminated from underneath. This is past sunset. I love that stone too. Holy cow! Standing stone. Yeah, that is Isatum.
Nice.
Planet is Saturn. Oh my God, I'm so excited! We're gonna be able to see it. Yay!
Yes, nice.
That is as red as it comes, boys and girls. The Saturn's yellow moon is moving out of the way because it's going farther beyond us, and so we're seeing the red of Saturn. Cool. Now I absolutely unequivocally can say that's the Saturn. The color is right. And it's behind the clouds. The clouds aren't red. It's behind the clouds. That's a planet, boys and girls. There is your winged red planet that everybody's been looking for the last decade. And she's come to visit.
Those are the ones.
Right in our backyard.
I just found it on one of them Scottish sites, so obviously it's from here.
Yeah. Those are good ones. I mean, really, I've never seen.
I'd never seen that before, and somebody must have sent them or dropped them to one of them Scottish groups. You see, I'll probably get.
We've seen glimpses of it, especially in the auroras as well. We're seeing that rounded edge in some of the auroras, and all of this deep, deep red. So and now I've seen it. A couple in the last couple of weeks that look very similar to this. So yeah. It's time to see red planet Isatum over the top of us now. And wow, what an awesome shot.
Yeah.
Send me that one too.
You can just see all the illumination underneath. It's right there.
It was pretty wild. It was so eye-catching that I thought there's no way that's the lights, that looks like a planet to me. And if people like us know what we're looking at different between there's northern lights and a planet, hidden in clouds. Like, why is all these clouds here on that night? It must be because that's the planet's own clouds that appear in our sky with the planet.
Yeah, they have their own atmospheres, and they're not like Hollywood shows you on TV that when you're flying up to it, you see nothing but the planet. Each of these things have multiple layers of clouds and atmospheres, and you're not going to see a perfect ball with no clouds unless you're flying down to Earth currently, and we have all this weird cloud situation where we don't have any at all. So I imagine there are times that you do have a clear aurora, but you'll still see a set of northern pole and southern pole clouds, the jet stream and all of that going around our planet.
Yeah,
and I've got numerous photographs
with the clouds around us.
We do. I was just saying I have numerous photographs of the Earth wrapped in clouds from space. I have one. I know pretty much where it is. One or two of them for sure that I know where they are. But yeah, we're wrapped in clouds too. And the pictures that we usually get aren't great ones. Where we're wrapped in clouds, they'll usually cherry pick through the photographs that they've gotten so they can show more of actual planet Earth and probably show us the clouds with the least amount or Earth with the least amount of clouds. Excuse me. Putting myself in circles. I can almost talk 5 hours, 25 minutes later.
Yeah, well.
Hello,
I know.
Andy
We've
Williams.
done really well. It's 5.5 hours, man.
Okay, Sam, I got you these two here.
You go to Facebook and probably clip my feed so I can't even talk.
Alrighty, look at that. Wow, we've been through a whole bunch of videos today.
Yeah, but it's been a really satisfying week, hasn't it? It's been full of...
It has. It really has. There's been so much between the hurricane and, just everybody's videos.
Yeah, we need to watch the weather, in Saudi Arabia. We need to watch the weather in Europe. We need to watch the weather over for China. Oh, my God, we're Chinese. And I can't even imagine how those people are going to grow a crop this year if they already hadn't. I think we're going to hear reports, maybe, depending if China actually releases that information. But I am sure that the Chinese people are probably starving right now. They've had so many floods and so many providences and so much destruction over the last few years. We think we've got it bad with these couple of hurricanes and all the. Now remember, a lot of the tornadoes that went through Florida is what caused a lot of damage as well. And the 19 deaths were mostly associated with tornadoes, and not necessarily the flood damage. Of course, I don't know the figures on that, but I assume. And this is going on around the world, and we need to all find links that you can look up regularly if you're interested. And I type in European weather on my TV and on my computer, and I type in HK Hong Kong weather, and I look at the Japanese, and I, of course, there's plenty of video coming in from China with their flooding as well. And if you want a really good, and I didn't really even do September, and I should, SOT, S-O-E-T Media, SOT Media on YouTube, and they do a monthly video in chronological order of the storms and where they happen, and you can go back for many, many years and check the weather through them, and they do a great job, and I look forward to it every month. And it usually takes somewhere about the 15th of, like, say, for instance, October to get September's, because they actually do a lot of work, and it does take them a little time to pump it out. But I recommend SOT, S-O-T-T Media, SOT Media. And that's the best. They're the best. I'm sure there's other people out there that do a lot of that, but they're the best. And I've watched them for years. Yes, David, we live in very interesting times, and there are times I wonder how long we're going to be able to do this. I mean, it may come to a point where we lose the internet, or they shut us down, or Facebook boots me out, and I don't have a clearinghouse and I worry about that, where we, because we have to get the information and we have to stay up on top of it. And only when we look through a lot of photographs from a lot of different people around the world, then we can do our job. But if we look just plainly out of our own front yard, it will work, but not as well as what worldwide sightings do. And I don't even know what I'd do if I didn't have pictures to save. I mean, that's half my day. I'm gathering pictures and and these are usually members. I don't go hunting on the internet to grab pictures. I collect member photographs usually, and only on occasion will I take one in out of the side, but usually off of Facebook or YouTube. But that's about as far as I don't do or anything like that. So I bet there's a whole bunch of information I'm missing. No, Maria, thank you. Great work. Nice to see what Alaska looks like. And keep your fingers crossed on all those earthquakes going on up there. Mount Adams and the Seven Sisters in Washington State, the volcanoes there, Rainier included, murmuring in an odd way. We know there's underwater volcanoes off the coast of BC and off the coast of Oregon that have been highly active lately. So there could be outs, and then in Italy there as well, and that's really active. And of course, we did have a earthquake in Greece today. So looking again, and a nice, lovely 6.2 in Costa Rica today. Let's see. Has anybody ever figured out UTC? It always drives me nuts. Every time I get UTC figured out, I get confused again. Oh, and there was another one, a 4.1 in Turkey, since we started doing the show within the last hour or two, and a new one in China as well. So it's going from west to east in a straight line now. Interesting. And there was another one in
Pictures
Vietnam,
are from Bill or William. And these are edits that he made of Christoper's. So they're Christoper's pictures that William, added some edits to. I don't know if he filtered or what, but this is. Yeah, so this is what.
Oh, okay. As long as he doesn't add or okay.
Oh no, he just darken whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one.
That's insane.
Is
October.
that Atu's moon on the left side? That round.
Oh.
I'm sitting here wondering what I'm staring at.
The white area, the whiter, the light round.
I made a video for the original photos earlier today, but that's how bright everything was. Like, you can see how the yellow in the sky. It was that sunset, and it was a totally yellow sky, and you can tell the atmosphere above had no sunlight in it. It was all illuminated. It was really wild.
I just figured out what I was staring at. Duh. The dark line in the middle, the left corner, and the middle of the picture threw me off. But that dark line is Atu purple. The upper left corner in this shot is Atu's moon. That dark line is purple Atu, and in front of it is Uri.
Yeah.
And you're looking at the orange circle is the base cloud of Uri. Wow, that's being illuminated. Uri is rising up because we're now looking at the bottom of Uri behind those two big fat palm trees in the middle. That's Uri's base core. And that white illumination above the three trees right there, that's the side of Uri and one of the stripes. Yeah. That's weird. It looked like a mix of two. Okay, it's stalled on me. Interesting. Yeah, tell me, everybody, what is those dark blobs on either side of the upper part of the picture? How could that possibly be? And look, both of those shots look
Yeah, I just found some more that they took from up here, but I asked these people for permission, but nobody ever gets back to me because they all just lock their accounts and don't want to talk to you. But they take these incredible Northern Lights pictures, so I asked permission, but I saved the pictures. That's why I had that bunch of red ones.
Well,
but there's also another bunch of colors.
That there is the presumption of that once they post it becomes public domain. So under the presumption of science and public domain.
Yes.
I just feel that we can analyze these pictures, and we so desperately need to analyze these pictures.
And you're not profiting off of it. You're not getting paid.
I feel
you're not using them in a promotion to make money off of. So
I'm not sure if anybody, here is going to see
they need
them,
to put their names on it if they need, recognition for, but
I don't say to them. I want to be able to use the stuff, but if it's okay with them. And then the other guy had an incredible time-lapse video I wanted to show, but like I said, they don't get back to me, and it's in a locked group, so I would imagine they don't want anybody other than people around here to see it, which is really tragic because, surely you want to...
Skywatcher 1 has a setting we can't share from. You cannot share from Montana Skywatcher 1. And I have that set for a reason. And that the way people don't pull information. Because we went through it, the trolls were yanking info and then changing it. And and so that's why I formed Skywatcher 2, which is, it's more public, but you have to be a member, but it's not public. And
so maybe Rebecca can then send you the pictures,
public.
Sam. So maybe she can send you the pictures, Sam, and then you can tell me privately what they are, because I don't know if I should show the person's stuff.
Well, you're allowed. If they post it.
It's just that they're so cool.
I've had people mad.
I can't imagine someone posting it and saying, no, you can't have it to share. I mean, that's the point of posting, is for people to see it.
The thing is, everybody's going to save something by screenshot that they really like to see, and then go and show it to a mate or somebody, like, look at this, and so it is going to get out of that group anyway. And then the mate might show it to somebody who shows it to somebody and goes like, wow, look at that Northern Light thing. But the thing is that something inside here is what I really want you to see. It's really freakishly bizarre, and you really need to see it. These other ones, I've found some more now. But
why don't you send me a copy on PM? Gillian, send it to me on PM or content stash, or just yours, and I'll look at it and I'll look at it and go from there.
Okay. I'll try and send them on.
If I have a copy of it and I post it, then they can be mad at me.
This is perfect, Sam. Wait till you see this.
It's pop drop time again. Number two.
Watch this. I'm making a comparison real quick of that picture from Christoper. You'll see. It's perfect.
Christoper was oddly frozen with a rather odd, unusual look on his face.
Dark for him.
Odd camera. Yeah. Are you running that off a phone, Christoper?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to get a computer.
No, this is all the stuff that I sent to the one where I sent to the new one on my new phone. Sam hasn't actually made me a friend on my new phone yet. So.
Okay.
Have you got it? I have so many
Sandy,
friend
my
requests.
little light bulb
I can't
died.
scroll through them.
Sorry.
Rebecca sent me a friend request, and it took me a half hour to find it. And I think I'm being underestimating the time period I spent looking for. I had hundreds of friend requests, and I don't know these people. So on my personal page, I don't
want to do that.
people on.
Like you don't have a clue who they are.
Well over 5 and.
No.
Yeah, I have over 5,000 friends already, and most of them I barely ever talk to, and I'm sure a lot of them have me blocked. Going, I don't want to see his message. That guy's nuts. He's, that's that planet guy. Keep seeing Plant out there in those clouds. Why, yes, I do. And it's a pity you're missing it. It's the greatest show of all time.
Yes.
Truly, truly is.
Okay.
I can think of worse things to be messed with and crazy over or mocked over or, This is my one thing, I guess.
Well, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
If that's your one thing, I'm impressed.
Yeah, this is my one thing.
I think it's impressive. Yes.
I find that I'm very good at it, and I wish to share it with everyone. And I'm not specifically charging money for it, although maybe I should have. If I had written a book right away, they would have probably offed me by now. I don't know. I feared that because when I started doing this, my kids were so little, I didn't want any trouble. And so we pretty much, I've gone off my reputation and my face, my real name, and as trying to lay out a credibility scenario. And then now, of course, a lot of people go, well, what's this remote viewing crazy shit all about? Well, it actually does work. So much so that the U.S. government had a huge program of it, and so do the Russians and probably the Israelis, and God only knows. And if you're out there reading me, remote viewers from Israel, hi, how you doing? Or any other country out there, whoever you remote viewers are, whether you're professional or amateur, it's okay either way, because it is quite real. And we've had many examples of it. My friends know that it does work, and because I'm good at it.
There it is, y'all.
And
it's perfect.
Things I shouldn't know. Yeah, exactly.
And
that's what it is.
I knew it
and
when I saw that. I'm like, that's
now that
the
you
drawing.
draw that out, it makes perfect sense.
Wow.
Yes.
And behind that bottom line is where Saru is, which is probably why the whole sky.
Yeah.
That bottom line below the trees at the horizon line.
Oh my gosh, that little sliver.
Yeah, our sky is that tiny little yellow sliver at the bottom there.
Tiny. Wow.
The rest of it is nothing but planet. Now remember, Saru has a very large open core. And it probably goes from October on the right-hand picture all the way to right where it says Atu's moon on the picture below it on the right-hand side, the A, and all the way to the other end of the picture. It is probably the open core of Saru. It's huge, but it's very thick and it's very bright, and it's way different than the open core of Nepenthe. But Saru is what prompted me to know about open base cores. And then, of course, in the early years of the arrival of Nepenthe, we first saw Nepenthe. She was really tiny and small, about the size of, I don't remember, the size of a quarter. If you hold a quarter out in front of you at full arm's length between your two fingers, that's how big Nepenthe was when she first came in. And we have pictures of that as well. And it was tiny, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. But during the process of it enlarging and getting closer over time, we would see these illuminated nighttime open cores that were rainbow colored with that little Swiss weird back eddy ion drag off tail at the bottom of the snorkel. And then over the years, it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then in 2018, it started its first original close passes of Earth, where we had many, many close sightings of it, including some reports from off the East Coast and from Arizona and from Montana and from around the world. And they all matched, and they were all awesome sightings in the early years when 218, 219, the first passes, the discharges. And this is also when we learned that Nepenthe had this one majorly huge, central, massive, intense single discharge where the planet would just zorch the crap out of this big, huge bolt of lightning and shove smaller planets Nepenthe away, and it had less discharging. Where At2 and At2's moon came in, and it was just nothing but discharging, trying to keep pushing it away, pushing it away, pushing it away. And then Uri was also that, because At2 and Uri would come in, and there must have been this superstorm from hell in space between all of these planets. And I would love to have been able to be out in space and film that. Oh my God. Because I'm sure some of these lightning bolts are, 5,000-10,000 miles along, or I can't even imagine the distances between the close paths, or the distance between how close or how far away it is. It's mind-boggling to imagine that we don't crash into each other, and yet these planets repel electrically because they're stable. This is a stable compound that happens cycle after cycle after cycle, and they don't crash into us. Otherwise, we would have been dead 2 million years ago, or a billion years ago, because this has been going on the entire time, the entire 3 billion years that our solar system had been solidly formed, or 4 billion, or whenever formation was. And then at first we were a bunch of hot stuff, that all kinds of asteroids crashing in, and the Earth was really hot and molten. And through all that transitionary time period, once all space cooled down, and that took a couple of million years, if not 8 billion, where shit was crashing into each other and creating all these craters all over the place. And we were having catastrophic breakup here and there, but that was so long ago. But I imagine there's an amount of transitionary that does go on, degradation of the compound. But generically, we're stable. And so we know the planets push off, because we've watched it 1,000 times. And the planets
I sent you all those pictures, Sam. I sent them all to you now.
I tried to go to Facebook and look, but my whole computer stalled out real bad because my feed's bad.
Okay, but it's in Messenger
so I will look
for
at
you.
them later.
Yeah, it's in Messenger for you.
Okay, well, let me check. If you guys want to talk for a minute, go ahead. But if I click on to Facebook, I'm going to cut out.
Okay. Well, I just thought that these ones from here were so cool, but they're definitely Isatum, the color. And also I thought that Uri was maybe making things gray, because at one point it's as if there's a big grayness as well up there. I mean, what color would Uri be as a northern light?
Well, it's white, but it does have gray stripes.
So it would be gray stuff, dark gray. I mean, there's all the stuff there that people
those are
from
cool.
up here. Yeah, look at all this stuff.
I got to Facebook, and it did let me look at the bottom ones, but the top ones. Okay, I didn't see those until just now.
Yeah, that's
I
here.
think those are the, oh boy. Yeah. I think those other ones with the gazebo is like the red asteroid, and At2 and Nepenthe with the red asteroid. Those smaller red blobs. Just for your information. Now everybody's going, what's he talking about? I want to see him too. But
what is it?
If you feel comfortable about using them, I guess you won't use them. Yeah.
I
Anyway,
just sent them to you, Rebecca. You can have a wee look.
Oh, you did? Oh.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I'll check it.
I just didn't want to use them unless the person had given me permission, and it's just,
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
It's just that these other ones were really, really incredible. They're so incredible. I mean, some of them are just that little bit extra, and we know what they are.
Okay. Bear with me.
Come on, Rebel.
I will admit, somebody said, Chris, you're being quiet tonight.
No,
Look how lounged out he is, man.
You can't see me. My light bulb died.
Yes. Uh-oh.
I need to get some more batteries.
Y'all's gone over to the dark side.
You need one of those. You need one of those professional Walmart light rings for your phone. You actually plug into your cell phone and run off of a USB plug, Oh, I don't know if that plugs into your cell phone, but I know they have a USB plug. I've got one of those rings, and they're only $25 at Walmart.
Yeah, they're not too expensive.
And and multicolored, and you can go purple and red. And you have one of those, don't you, Rebecca?
I do. I was gonna say that's like mine right here.
Yeah.
Ring light.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
great.
I mean this.
And you can.
I've got one.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's one.
That's
Yours is smaller, but mine is
show
bigger.
business stuff.
I've got cell phone.
My little
bracket
G
in
ring,
there.
but it's dead currently.
It's knocked over. It's on its last leg though.
I've got one
I
of those
keep
you can't
knocking it
use it.
over.
Yeah, we really,
Yeah,
we
mine
really
fell
got to
over
get
as
this guy
well.
pro here.
Tuck it up in the cupboard, man.
Let me know,
We need
Angelina,
to do a
when you
Christmas
send that.
fundraiser for Christopher.
Yeah, we can do that.
I'll send him
Let
one
me
for
go see if I
Christmas.
got some batteries upstairs.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
I
dear.
think we should do
I think
that.
And
we're
we
all
can find
wiping
your
our
demise
noses
while you're
this
gone.
week.
As much as he contributes,
Not me.
you know, he really deserves to have
Yeah, well, we should.
some equipment.
If I had the money, I would just go out and buy him a computer and mail it to him. But I don't.
know.
And speaking of which, you could while we're
You know
in
what?
the momentary low, you can put the address up.
This is the time of year that we did the donations from my laptop. You know, it was about this time of the year, and
Right.
I saved up enough, and it was the day after Thanksgiving at Best Buy, and I got a really good price. It was marked down like by $400 that one day.
Wow.
You know, so yeah, I got like a $900
Wow.
computer for $550. So
I've never had one, so it's like
yeah,
I don't understand how much things would be that
if he
are
timed it
that
right,
a
he
good
could get a
buy
good
or
deal.
what, yeah.
Right.
Just if
Right.
you
I got
use
that.
it-
I got that laptop mailed to me, and I still can't use it.
Bummer.
Every time I
could
turn
use
that
it.
thing on, it crashes my internet. I don't know what's going on with that thing.
wonder.
It's got either too much drive or pull or whatever. I turn that laptop on in the house, and it crashes my internet, my Wi-Fi module. And I could probably
Right.
direct line plug it in to the internet, but then it wouldn't do that. I hadn't even thought about that until just now. I could direct line.
You should
Plug it
tinker
in.
with it. Tinker with it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm
but
annoyed with
it's a laptop.
Or not Facebook. I'm annoyed with StreamYard. Have y'all noticed that the music just keeps turning off? Like it'll play for a few minutes and then it just goes silent. I don't know if you all have noticed, but I have.
I actually hadn't noticed, but
It shouldn't do
I do
that for
enjoy
as
it.
much as this
it's
service
sort of some
costs.
background stuff.
It should just keep looping.
Yeah, get that
but
boy
it doesn't.
handle.
There you go. I can
I
see him
apologize
now.
for calling you a boy. I meant that in a nice way.
Yeah.
Ah, there he is. I can see the
Hey.
beaming smile now.
Right,
Hi.
right. Looks like he's stalled.
So I think Angelina is in the process of trying to email me some pictures. So I'm waiting to hear back. Or let me just check and see if I got anything. She wants us to see what she called.
I sure hope we can go into caller where people can call on the phone
Yes.
and call
Okay.
in.
Hey, how about let's just test it. Let me just try it and see what happens. I'm gonna call Taylor. Is he awake? Who can I call? Who can I call? I
You
can.
don't call.
I know. I'm like looking at my. Well, I could just
You
call
gotta
a
call me.
recording. Oh, can I?
You can call me.
Can I call you right
Yeah,
now?
call me.
Would it work? Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't know
why not?
that. All right, let's try it.
I don't
Let's
know.
Test it.
I grabbed the phone and answered. It's right in front of me here.
Speaker.
I'm on a landline, so when I reach over, probably talk way too loud on them. Yep. Hello.
What are we testing? Like StreamYard?
Let's turn that off. I can hear you. I gotta turn you on speaker. There. Okay, say something.
Okay, now can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I can even hear me. I'm delayed here.
A little bit.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Let me turn this down. Wait. Can you all hear him talking?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Aloha from tropical Montana and Sam's Cave.
Louder.
Clear as a bell. Tropical Montana.
It kind of works. I mean, I think if we had, somebody call in and I hold it up to my mic, it would work, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Y'all hear it? Okay.
Yeah, 'cause I can hear myself.
Tell me in the notes what you all think. How does that sound on your end to the listeners? Because if so, this could open new doors, especially for people that don't want to be on camera or who want to just call in and say their piece.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is you're going to be handing out your personal phone number.
I can't do that publicly unless I get like a dummy number, and then have it attached to mine, which I should be able to do.
You can get
That
like
way
a cell phone
it
at
forwards
like
to my
a
number.
gas station or something.
And they won't know my real number. Anyway. Okay, well, good. All right, Sam. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Well, that works pretty good. I think we can pull that off, y'all.
That's mind-boggling to hear
call
your
in.
echoing, circling
Let me find out what it
conversation
takes
with
to get
yourself. Wow.
an extra phone number that's hooked to mine. And
I think I broke something in my brain.
it could be like, I gotta think of a clever
There's
number.
definitely apps on your phone that you can use to have like a second phone number.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think
that's
some of them are
perfect,
free
Chris.
too.
Like Text Now and
Something like
There's-
that. There's a whole bunch
free
of them.
phone numbers. They're all, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I
That's
don't
perfect. We
recommend
could do
giving
that.
out
That way
your
you don't have
personal
to use your
address
phone number at all.
either.
Okay, y'all. By next show, we're gonna have
That's
some
that's why I have a PO box. Even the trolls did out me as to where I really live. I hope everybody didn't catch that I was outed years ago, but I haven't received any. Nobody's been knocking on my door, thankfully.
Speaking of PO
I have had
box,
quite a few
there you
people
go.
fly out to Montana to meet with me, but I pretty much stopped doing that after Susan came. And I won't say her last name, but we miss her, but she stayed a little long. And it turned into a 2-week vacation for her, but it was
your
was
friend.
like I got like travel guide for 2 weeks.
Your friend that wanted the pie.
Yeah, that's exactly her. And she was
The pie.
insistent.
Pie lady.
And I have not baked a pie since either. And I used to bake pies all the time. And that was the last time I
Bad
baked a pie
memory.
because she literally insisted that I make her a cherry pie. And
Yeah.
it was a great pie. The pie turned out really well. And
Sounds good.
her last name started with a G. I don't know if you remember her or not. We lost track of her a few years back. I think she may have passed on. I'm not sure. But she sort of just she ended up, I believe, in Arkansas, and she moved out of Maine and then moved around a lot, and then we lost track of her. And she also was she did go through some difficulties dealing with the topic, and I think it was a very large emotional strain on her because she was also listening to the other people. And the QAnon stuff, and that can be really stressful to some people. It can raise your blood pressure and all sorts of stuff. You've got to be careful what you research. If you're uncomfortable with it, don't do it. Take it slowly and don't get wound up and get overthinking things. And oh my God, I have to do this, and this, because that's not informed reaction. That's panic reaction. And don't buy, $4,000 worth of things on your credit card because you think the world's in trouble. Well, yeah, we know the world's in trouble, but you still have to pay those bills.
Right.
And I went through that at Y2K. Oh boy, did I buy food. And boy, did I give a lot of food away too, because we had so much flour. And unfortunately, I stored it poorly, and half of the flour was good. The other half of the flour was
pickle flour, although there were no bugs in it. I was just telling everybody before the show here, I tried to use my brand new bag of flour and it was all full of bugs. And it's like, holy crap, you got to be kidding. And I think a bay leaf or something in the flour will fix that or something. But I am not happy about buying a brand new bag of flour and having it immediately full of bugs the day I get it. And I imagine, I don't know, maybe I haven't been using enough flour recently over the years to expect it. But it's either that or I have to buy a very much finer sifter because I was getting larvae, but not the big bugs through the sifter. And I went, I'm not using this. So in the garbage it went. Anyway, this too can come from climate change as well. Temperature rising.
You know that?
Yeah, but if it's infested day one, it's just like gross to even think that they're in there.
That's true.
You don't want to eat them.
They must have been in there.
I can't consciously, knowingly eat that.
They must have been in there.
Because I just opened the bag and 2 weeks went by and they're just going crazy. Like,
But you could have gone to them and shown them and complained to them and got like 2 bags.
Okay, I got your pics, Angelina. I'll get them ready.
It was gold medal. It was top of the line expensive flour. It wasn't cheap stuff either.
Yeah.
And I was highly disappointed. But yeah, the freezer sounds like a good idea.
There's no telling how long it sits around in some warehouse, before it ever gets to us in the store.
Infested warehouse,
Yeah.
Cockroaches and God only knows what. Well, that's like cans of Coca-Cola. You're supposed to wash the top of those cans off before you ever consume them. Because you don't know what's crawled over the top of that can.
Right. Or cans of vegetables or whatever.
Vegetables. Yeah, I always rinse my can of vegetable before I open it.
There you go.
And here we are, side talking crazy stuff.
Well,
5
it's
hours
that time
later.
of night.
Oh, wait a minute, 6 hours, 1 minute.
Another one,
Okay.
thanks to me. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, that is beautiful. Yeah. Hey, I bet you if you look close enough, there's land masses on that. Look for craters. Because we know that Isatum does not have any water on it.
Wow.
Hello, peekaboo. Like, oh my word.
We've got there are shadowing, facial shadowing to Isatum. Then we could, if we see it large enough now, then we could actually match those up. So I'll be looking for that. And we can do comparatives, which is what we do, because we further the science. We are not taking anything for granted, even when we are sure what we're looking at. We keep fact checking and I've made some mistakes over time, not many, but I do that. I do make mistakes, and it is slightly embarrassing when I do, but I don't take it too seriously sometimes, and other times I do. We go through our moods. Oh God, by the way, people, planets can change your mood too.
Sure.
And I've been having these upwellings of moments in my past that I deeply regret lately. Didn't at the time, years ago when I was behaving as a younger man. I've had some shit come up, burping up in my brain lately that I just went, oh my God, you're kidding me. Why now? Why have I thought about this 30 years later? And that is part of the talking about the astrology, how we're going into Sagittarius and all of that now, and the planetary alignments and the box constellation alignment of the normal planets and the comet bringing the harbingers of war. And look what's going on.
Oh dear.
I'm concerned about, Israel turning a major war with Iran. And of course, hopefully you folks are all up to speed on that show that's going on over in the sand regions. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just meant that in generic. Over there, and those folks, the breast of the human, because most of our society and civilization comes from that area, Mesopotamia, the Hittites, Egypt, etc. Although I'm sure the Asians will say something different, but anyway, and Africans will say another. But they're all together because that was the middle ground. So anyway, they're fighting again, and of course, that kind of boils into Armageddon too, which is not a good thing. And that's fearful enough, and you don't want to jump into the Bible and be afraid either. So don't live by fear, live by science. Let's never remember that one. Don't live by fear, live by science. Common sense. And stay in the middle of the road. If something is extreme and it's bothering you, taper it off. And find the good in it. Find the common ground, not the fearful ground. Okay, we lost everybody, Christoper. What are we going to do?
I know. I don't know.
Oh, went vacation.
I don't know.
Hey, nobody told you could go for tea or go for soda or.
I know.
Hey, let's sing. I'm joking.
No, God, you don't want me to do that.
What do you want us to do? Kumbaya. Woo.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Rebecca just about. Oh, here she comes.
Yeah.
Where did you go?
Problems with those life, pictures. That's anyway. Here's pictures from Angela.
Remember, the old Ed
I'm not
Sullivan
sure where
show.
she's located. Tell us where you're located, Angelina, where you are. And there's 4. There were 5 altogether, but one was a kind of a duplicate. So there's 4 pics.
Don't give out.
Don't give that. All right. So there's this one. To me, that looks like
Eric, you don't have to. You don't have to say exactly where you are. Just know what country or what state or.
Yeah.
What continent?
Is that Ice Adam, Sam?
I'm in Asia. What? Excuse me.
There's these clouds. I don't know. To me, they look like Ice Adam, like signature Ice Adam.
Right. Correct. Yeah. Saturn's yellow moon is Saturn. Yeah. See where the light is coming from above, and yet it's coming in from the upper right. And they do have the flame-like clouds. Although it's really those are Saturn's yellow moon clouds.
Cool.
In the Saturn.
That reminds me of one of my old videos. I have a good one.
And this is light shining underneath the bottom of Nepacity.
Wow.
With the tipped axis going to the right now. Yep.
That just the tilt
and off
always
in the
gives
distance
away.
above the sun is Saru orange and green blue in the background. I can't wait till we see more of Saru. That could be spooky too.
What?
She's big. Okay, that's easy. That is Atu's moon because the light is behind us to the left.
Yeah. Again, signature
the rounded bottom.
Parents.
Yeah. Yeah, we have watched it for 10 years, so we know what we're looking at.
Let's find your drawing. Let's compare that.
Okay.
With your drawing, because it's too perfect to not.
Baby.
We gotta do our science here. Let's get it.
Look at that pretty baby.
You can see the curve.
Oh yeah.
That's
I think you're gonna love baking.
Like that.
I mean, well, this is kind of like it, but that's not the one I'm going for. But you can. Shoot. Let's see. There's another.
I wonder
one
whatever happened to that actor. I think Bill Nye, the science guy, got too much credit, and Diekman should have got more.
That kinds of work, kind of. Oh, here it is. This one. That's it.
I'm scrolling. I can't see it yet.
You see it, Angelina? You see that?
Yeah.
You see this? And then boom. Yes.
That's what that is.
You can even see 2 curves when you get to looking at it. The darker one towards the top, middle. There's a darker blue round. And then, of course, the obvious one going across the sky.
And asteroids always coming in from the upper left down towards the center on the left-hand side.
This was the last one here.
Boy, look at that.
Asteroids.
That is the base cloud bottom of Uri cutting into the sunlight from the left. Look at all that stuff coming off of Uri. And that is where the asteroids are, is on the left-hand side. And that's all that cloud stuff is all about, is asteroids coming out from the bottom of Uri. And she is spooky. Well, we're going to see her at the end of the month here doing some scary things. And then we go into November and And we'll see if we go like last year. We literally the 180 went all the way to December because the activity was crazy, and then it calmed down for a couple of months, and then started back up again in early March, earlier than normal, like 2 weeks earlier in March than the 23rd date. It usually runs from the 23rd of March to 180 days, and I hope that's correct. But we've always called it the 180-day cycle. But that had to do with the summer angle of the orbit and all of that.
Golly, how real is that stuff?
Summer orbit, and that's pretty green. And that is entirely, very possibly, Nepenthe-based green. Although, look, the two top greens are green, and the bottom green is a dark green. So it could be the difference between the green asteroid and Nepenthe.
Yeah, but it's got like a circle thing inside it. The person was saying that it's
that's really cool.
geo something. Yeah, but the person was saying it's geo something. Can you see the circle inside it?
Yeah, I can see that circle on the. I don't even know what that is. No clue. I'd have to look at the picture per se and then blow it up.
So they're saying, you know what? You know that musical instrument that we play.
Oh, yeah. That you know the you know what the
of course.
The orb that came through Norway spiral. Possible. Send me a copy of it. I'll have a look at it. Maybe not today, but I will. I will look at it.
All right.
I mean, you know, yeah, that one. The Norway spiral orb, or what we refer to as the Empire orb, because it looks just like the Death Star. It got here before the planets did, and I've said this 1,000 times, maybe a few hundred. It was right when the G7 countries were all gathering together in Germany. No. And the G7 world leaders were there, and it was perfect timing that on that weekend was the arrival of the Norway spiral and the object that came out of it. And that was an opening of a wormhole. And I believe it was Earth directed, meaning that we were part of that. So, and there's more information behind that, but I dare not publicly expose it. So I've heard some rather interesting things about the science behind that facility that helps do that, and they've had some troubles lately, so we'll leave it at that. Hint. Give you more reason to go out and study things if you want to be an inquiring mind who wants to know. Lots of study shit out there going on, and don't entirely give man credit for being all wise and knowing, because we sure aren't. And we're pretty stupid compared to these folks that are here. So we should never take that for granted either and get too big for our britches. We do not want to piss off our visitors, and we have very little right to do what they tell us to do.
Like they don't.
I'm sorry, Rebecca, I did not hear what you said.
Us. I said they should not hold that against us.
They probably expect it from us. We are obviously stupid.
Right.
You know, we are stupid.
I know.
Me
it's
included.
Hard. Right. I mean, but considering what we were given to work with, you know, and how we've been lied to so heavily, which is not right. What do they expect? I mean, they're doing that to us on purpose. They, whoever they are, there's somebody out there that's calling the shots, you know.
They that are pulling in all the money and maintain and retain the control, and where they have all the money. And I could point fingers. I know pretty much where this started from, and unfortunately, even the transition of the early races moving from one region to another, there were a lot of civilization that left records and hinted at information, but I don't think that was handed down to the people per se either. I think the gods were supposed to remain the gods, and the priests were supposed to remain smart, where the people weren't, so that they too could have all the money and all the control and all the power. And now you have to have rules. And you have to have a level of citizenry that follows a certain belief pattern, you know, through either through God or through kings. And because that way you don't have pandemonium, and then you get people to work together and have, you know, sewage facilities and water and grow crops and all of that, and organized chaos, so to speak. But I'm not so sure that, you know, we've had a fair ride of where we've come. I wanted to tell everybody in the 80s all of this information, and they wouldn't let me. So, you know, I only see it through my eyes.
Right.
Sorry, guys, I tried. I really tried, but I had to follow the rules because the threat of what was going to happen in the device setting, and they, of course, quoted that no one would believe you anyway. And look what we're dealing with today. No one, not no one, but very few people believe us right now. And the government was up to a point, they were correct. No one will believe you. And that's why my, you know, because I did ask, why not a 50-year non-disclosure agreement? But they said after 30 years, no one, you know, it won't matter.
We ran out of those forms.
And right at that time they were arriving. You know,
unbelievable.
From 1980 to 2010 was 30 years. And right after that, it was like, wow, they're here. I knew they were coming too. And I just sort of placed it in the back of my mind, like, yeah, okay, they're going to be out there. You know, I didn't expect close passing planets. I expected, okay, I'll see this really cool planet way over there, you know, and like we see Jupiter and Venus and Mars and all that, you know, all way off there, you know, it's through a telescope. Oh, cool. I'll worry about it then. But man, when I saw that first planet go by in 2009, 2010, I think it was like 2010. And I saw the first planet go by. It was big, and it was like, holy shit, what do we got going here? And it was, you know, I was filming the blob before that of what was in space that the camera could see that we couldn't see by eye. And then there was a period of time in between where I didn't have a working camera. And then boom, I saw that first planet. I just, oh shit. You know, there's way more to this. And that's when I started talking Montana Skywatcher 1. And like I had 80 members for the first year, you know, and 100 and 200 and 300. And we went up big, and then we've lost a lot of folks over the years too. And then Facebook played games with our membership, and we gained a bunch, and then we lost a bunch. And a lot of them were probably bots. We don't know. I know Rebecca had a great deal of trouble with bots.
I mean, it just makes sense based on how many people I have in my group, or how many people you have in your group, compared to how many people we have posting and commenting. You know, we got a few hundred people commenting actively, right? You know, but there's 96,000 members. I
wonder. I think about that all the time, because we, you know,
there's a thing
between
called the dead internet theory.
100,000 members, and
I don't think it's a theory.
All of our sister sites, we have a couple.
Because they're saying the majority of all accounts throughout all social media platforms, all of them, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere, all of them are not real accounts. And they are just, it's like to guide people into thinking, you know, if you see enough people commenting, it's this. And people don't realize they're not real people. They're programs of comments, and they communicate with you. It's way more technologically advanced than people think is possible. So a lot of people comment aren't real.
Keyboard and actually type and carry on conversations with you.
Yeah, I seen a meme of them making a whole wall full of cell phones that was put up, and two people, Chinese people, sitting underneath them and tapping to them. So it's only.
Yeah, I had
that was kind of freaky.
From India.
I mean, that's why I'm so careful. I used to have 5,000 friends on Facebook.
India trying to get in.
No, I mean, if I don't know and communicate with you, we're not going to probably be friends, on that level. I'm not going to just invite or accept friends of friends and I don't know you never. Because,
when I have somebody that I have a friend request and I have 53 mutual friends, well, I'd be more inclined to add them. And if I don't have any mutual friends with people, I don't have any reason to add them. I do look at their eyes and stuff and then wonder, okay, who's this person? And I'll go look at their page. And I vet everybody still. That's why it takes so long to add new members. So anyway.
Cool.
But you said you went through all 2,000 of those people and you didn't just hit them all at the same time?
I didn't. I went through, Wow. I did.
Yeah, all of them.
I did. I went through every one of those 2,200 people, one line, and read their information, and they fit a criteria before I let them in, and a lot of people didn't make it. But because I sat there for, about 6 hours. I think it took me about 6 hours to do that. Well, I'd fallen behind. I wasn't adding people. I realized I stopped adding people like a month and a half ago, and I went, I fell behind, and so I felt guilty. So I devoted an entire day to doing it. And it was it can be chaos, but I have not suffered. Knock on wood, and let's hope it doesn't start. But I haven't had a lot of trouble. It was odd. It's odd that it's too quiet. It's weird. It's like, wow, okay.
What about Caroline?
I booted somebody yesterday, and excuse me?
No, I thought she said Caroline.
I was just saying, Carol Ann has been a big help in my group. She got me caught up because I had gotten behind like you. I had thousands of requests. It's just so time consuming, to do that too. So
she was explaining to me what she was doing one night, and I thought, wow, she just does.
And she's
so
thorough.
much.
Sometimes I leave them for her to. I'll let her decide on some of them. I'm like iffy, and I'm like
a total space mission. She just treats it like a mission from start to finish, and it's like success of the mission or don't even start. Because that's the way she thinks. She's got it all planned out, like head teachers do. It's like it's all planned out. It's got a complete time frame, and it's sorted. You just know it's sorted. You don't worry about nothing. Because and if you ask her for an information on something, she'll go away and you'll think, gee, it's been ages or whatever. But she'll come back to you. She knows exactly what you asked her.
Oh, yeah.
Even if it's a day later, she always came back to me and said, by the way, I found that book or something. I'm like, no way. I thought I got you this time. I thought I got a book that you haven't heard of.
She's on the ball. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought my latest book that I found, she hadn't got one. But no, she comes back all smug and she gives me like a photostat copy of the pages, and I'm like, she's got one. She's got one. It was the history of the world. I found it for £2 in a shop, and it tells you the whole history, but interesting stuff, like really interesting stuff. It's like Nephilim and things like who really created us, it says. And I'm like, wow, where did we get a book like this from? Wow. But
really,
they do exist, like strange random books where you think, how did this one get past? Wow. I don't know how. I put it somewhere because it's got my card from Jesus in, and I put it down somewhere in my bedroom, but I put 10,000 clothes on top of it because I did heaps of washing this week, because I did all my blankets and all my uniform stuff and early in the week already, but lucky for me because it's been wet. Anyway, so that was my random vent off at the side there. I must be getting
your midnight
tired
ramblings. It's like 3 in the morning.
Time to go to bed. I'm rambling about my washing. I'm busy talking about plants. Please,
that's what you know.
Don't rain bomb my garden with my last blankets in it
she's
again.
carrying her laundry.
Yes.
That's funny.
Yeah, that double fleece blanket took ages to dry because apparently my 7 kg washing machine tumbler did not like it. It just carried on going round and round. I thought, wait a minute, that thing's been in there for 2 hours and it's supposed to be 20 minutes. And I went, isn't this a bit long? And I went back and looked, and this thing's like floating in water, and I'm like, oh, it must be heavier than 7 kg, so I'll have to get it on the washing line. Can you imagine getting a blanket that's now heavier than 7 kg?
I know, right?
Out of the machine without dripping everywhere, hanging it on a washing line in Scotland that it's got shit dripping off already. It sat there for 3 days on the washing line. And then it started raining on it, and I thought, no way, this is not happening.
You would have hung that blanket outside in Vegas this summer. It would have been cleaned in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's got like a washing board. It would have been like cardboard dry. Oh, gee, right. I'm wishing
sandblasted.
It's finally hanging over the gate here, and only one edge of it's wet now. So yeah, we're getting there.
Hopefully, it doesn't rain again.
Oh, gee, no, not in the house because it's in the house now. It's managed to get so dry I could like stand having it hanging over the baby gate here. So long as a visitor doesn't kick over the baby gate again. If they kick over the baby gate again, I think I'll cry. Like, that was to keep the dogs out the lounge, man.
Yeah.
Supposing you do get a visitor.
Well, the ins and outs of laundry. I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, don't try to dry a blanket in Scotland, people.
Yeah, probably not.
I don't have a clothesline, so I don't have that.
Especially now that you get the jet stream directly over the top of all of the UK.
I would use one if I had one for certain things.
At least you don't have the North Sea blowing in from Iceland right now.
Yeah, that's not going to help dry anything.
Coming all the way from the US.
Yeah,
it does do that from occasion in the winter weather in the UK.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
You go to the UK and you're getting cold North Sea wet, nasty that comes in from Sweden and Iceland and Greenland all the time, and that's nasty weather coming down in that certain time of year.
Oh, good.
I don't envy anyone that goes into the North Sea. Thank you. No, thank you.
But you see people going up there to have a wee swim in the sea. Like, we're just going for our morning swim,
No, thank you.
Okay, Skippy. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's Viking stuff, man.
I did try it a couple of times.
Oh, I've come out of the sauna and jumped in a snow pile before, but
I thought my legs would freeze off, but I tried. My wetsuit's only like to my knees, like it was for the summer for the paddle boards, and I thought, oh, that's cool. We'll do paddle boards, no problem. That was 2 years ago, Now my paddle board has only been out the bag once, and it's still got stuff stuck to it from then, I think, because when I moved here, I thought maybe I should take it out and have, thing up in the garden and sort of rinse it off and stuff. And when I got here, I realized there's no tap. There's no tap in your garden. How do you water the grass?
It rains all the time.
How do you water the grass?
You don't need to because it rains all the time.
Yeah, it rains all the time. And I'm like, all right. Well, scratch that one off the list there. But they also said that, you won't really need to because in winter, you don't have to worry about stuff like that. Or like watering it or cutting it because it freezes as if it's evergreen forever under all that cold. It's just there. And most of it is like
getting the autumn leaves now and our grass is coming down.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'd never experienced that before where you could leave your garden for like 4 months and not cut it. But then I'd never cut my grass before. My daddy or my brother or the garden man came in and cut that stuff. Now I'm like, oh yes, I've got a lawnmower.
I wish I had one. I have not done my yard at all.
Out there, like, yes, I'm just being in the 6 hours at work, but I was going do my lawn, shall I? Because everybody else in Scotland's a real trooper, and they'll go and do like a work shift and come home and do the lawn, But it was fun. I did my lawn a couple of
Trimming the
times.
birch.
Trimming the trees, man.
Yeah, no,
not the
I'm
trees
wise.
yet.
Anyway.
Mhm. No. Anyway.
Have you got
so
any
we're
more
getting-
material?
Are we finished?
I was talking to Angelina. We're talking about having bot conversations about bots. I feel like we've covered
Okay.
pretty much everything. Actually, would you believe I actually have 3 videos we didn't cover, so I'll save those for next week. You know, they're not time sensitive.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm just
Okay.
saying we covered.
Well, I think this would be a good place
quite a bit.
place for you to put up
Let's do
your ad for where you can get donations and my PO box
Right.
number, because we do
let
thrive
me
off
get
of
that back
your
here.
donations, and it really is important. And I do think that we need to do a fundraiser for Christoper.
Oh,
I do think
I
so.
do too.
She was-
I do
computer.
too. I really do.
that's
I
thoughtful.
mean,
Thank you. I mean,
yeah, as much as he contributes, for real.
it's my pleasure, you guys. This
What he does,
has
gives us
absolutely
the
changed
most
my life.
amazing videos.
Yeah, I believe you. I see it from when I first met you to now. I mean, there's such a huge
It's been a
change.
year.
Uh-huh.
I can't believe it's been a whole year now.
It's so
I can't
cool.
believe it.
Yeah,
Right,
it's your
I know.
anniversary as
Fast
well, isn't it? It's your anniversary as well, really. I mean,
a year in
we've
October.
we've all got an
That is
anniversary
right.
of something.
I
Yeah.
don't know what day or week, but yeah, it's been,
Let me see if I can tell. I'm gonna look and see. But yeah, a whole year, and look at you. You got your
it
own
just clicked.
channels.
Like the first time I saw you on TikTok and what you were talking about, it just all clicked for me right there.
Yeah.
It was so weird, and I didn't
I'm
know
so
you guys.
glad.
I didn't know that you hadn't started the podcast yet. It took me 2 months to figure out Sam draws monthly site drawing. Yeah, I had no clue about the monthly site drawings. Then once I found that out, that's when it all started to really come together.
Right.
David says I'm dissing our green lawns, everybody.
I bet.
Sorry, David. Is your lawn green too? I've got a really cool lawnmower, a McGregor one. I'll come down and do yours too. I'm really good at this now.
My lawnmower died.
You joined
Oh,
the group
dump.
November 8th. November 8th
Yeah.
is what you.
I bought
the
myself
day
a
you
lawnmower
joined.
for my birthday
Oh, okay.
last year. It cost me a fortune, and
But-
I only used it 3 times.
I think we connected
Did
in
you pop
October
it?
on
Yeah,
TikTok.
Is it
probably.
dead?
I think so.
I can't get it. I can't get it to drive. That like the transmission went out on it or something already. That's why they were selling it. I guess they sold it because they knew it was about to go bad, and it did. It won't drive anymore, and it, you know, riding lawnmower is supposed to ride. You can't push the damn thing.
Thank you.
Well,
I
I
think
David.
the clutch went out on
Hey,
it.
they don't call it a trimmer, they call it a trimmer. And it came with a special. You could get the trimmer for doing the sides. I was so scared of that thing. I watched my dad playing with one of those things in South Africa, and they called it a weed whacker or a weed
Yeah.
eater or something. And I
One of
was
those push
petrified.
lawnmowers with the blade.
Yeah, you know,
Doesn't
I'm
have a
like,
motor.
oh,
You
no.
just push it.
I
it
didn't take that
spins the
thing out the
blade.
box yet. I'm like, no, I like my toes
Yeah.
on my feet, you know. I'll
Well,
be brave
I'm a
next season.
Before I close this out, everybody, I'm just going to say, if you can donate something, that would really help us out, because I'm honestly in over my head right now, you know, trying to hold everything together financially since things changed in my life 3 months ago. So just saying, you know, just
Yeah, send her a $5
can help
bill.
out. It would help out
Send her 10, send her 20.
for us, you know, because I mean, that's kind of what I look at throughout the month. And
that's
that's
big
why I'm annoyed with
expense on top of
StreamYard.
everything in your
It's the music.
personal life.
Exactly. So, because anyway, so I really depend on help from other people at this point to keep all the show and everything going. So, just saying, you know, I would appreciate it.
And if you want to
All
drop
right.
me a letter in the mail,
And
you have
Sam,
questions or
right,
anything that you don't
right.
You don't want to ask publicly, you can always write me a letter,
And-
and I'll write you one back.
when people donate on YouTube or whatever, we get those donations coming through YouTube. I have to meet a certain threshold each month before they'll release it.
Are you
It has
serious?
to be at least $100. It has to be at least $100 to get anything of that month for that month. But when I do get it, I do turn around and I send Sam some. I've sent Gillian some. I'm just saying that I do.
No, but you need to pay your bills with it first.
Share it.
I can't believe
I'm
they
just
Only
saying.
after you paid your bills,
Right. I hear
can't believe
you.
they put
Cover
a
yourself
threshold
first.
on you like that. That's
I know.
crazy.
But
Because
TikTok
the people
does
sending
not.
you the
They'll
money
send me like
expect that money
$2.
to be in your hands right away. I just think that's
Nah,
kinda wild.
no. I have to wait a whole month. I mean, till the end of the month for it, whatever comes in.
Well, and not only that way that company makes interest off of your money for the deposit that they hold for a period of time. They make money off holding your money.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
And that
Interest.
special.
Well, I just
Yes.
imagine the amounts
Well-
that they deal with per month. These vast sums. Got some amount of banking
Tons.
interest. Anyway, I digress.
Right. I guess that's how they make their money. When you think about that, how do they make money? Well, that's one of the ways.
I'm sure they take a percentage off too. Who knows? If you have a bunch of people adding and you take 22 cents off of 1,000 different then you got
I know they do on
$22,000.
TikTok. They take a good little chunk of it.
Yep.
So anyway, well, guys, it's been fun.
Yep.
It's been a good show. Show 83.
It's our
I'll remember
36
this one.
minutes is
Right.
time. And we look
Right.
forward to seeing everybody again next week. And we're glad that you were here this week. And I hope we gave you some information. And oh my God, what a whole bunch of cool pictures. Those really those end ones of
I know.
Planet Isatum,
It's been a
red
good one.
Planet Isatum. Wow. And I read earlier down from Nicole, she was surprised that she didn't know that she had captured Nibiru. So it's a good show.
Oh, okay.
And I'm glad everybody
I
was
didn't know
here for
that.
it. Thank you.
That's cool. All right. Well, thank you
Yeah, we
too.
don't
Thank you,
point out
Sam, and
Nibiru often
Christopher,
enough.
Jillian.
No. Not often enough at all. All right. Well, good night, everybody. We'll
And I
see
don't
you
get
guys
to see
next
it most
week.
of the time because it's behind the mountains
Right.
for me.
It's
Right.
time for Star Wars. Star Wars.
I know,
Hey, I
I'm
get to
trying
go
to
play
find out
Star
where
Wars.
Angelina is.
She's
Right?
in the UK, I think. In the UK. That's
Yeah,
what I
she
saw.
just said
she got a
Somerset.
She's laughing.
Yeah.
A new friend.
Surprise.
There you go.
That's what her
What's that?
Awesome.
movies are.
Oh, this thing
Oh,
gets
Angelina's
brighter.
got emojis on the last comment down there
Yeah.
where she had, someone who's
Night,
laughing
Sabrina.
and crying because they're crying, laughing,
I've
laughing.
seen you
crying.
here.
All right, we'll talk to everybody again next week on Saturday.
Yeah.
Same time,
All
same
right,
bat
guys.
channel.
We'll be here.
Good night, everybody.
Okay, guys. Bye. Good night.
All right. Night night.
See you later. Bye bye.
Oh, it's just us now.
All
Whoa.
right.